And the only thing that is saying is that you understand that the audio and video is mine to do with as I please.
And we found out there was complications with that pregnancy, that there was going to be something was wrong with the baby.
Mhm.
And what that was something called a diaphragmatic hernia. And so I spent most of that pregnancy really trying to come up with a game plan of how we were going to save this child's life. And we decided through consultation with numerous doctors up and down the East Coast that he would be born and then have surgery. So we were trying to decide whether to have surgery in utero or whether he would have the surgery once he was out. And they said he had better chance of survival once he was born. So we knew that there was high risk.
Mhm.
And I also knew that as long as he was inside of me, he was safe. But the moment that he was born, all bets were off. And that was the hardest part, the letting go, because when he was with me, I knew he was okay. But you have to be born, right? And so my beautiful baby boy was 7 pounds, 5 ounces. He looked perfect on the outside. I remember the surgeon coming up to me, and there's an isolette with a 1.5 pound baby that looks more like a bird than a baby. You've seen how tiny those premature infants are. And he said, I know this is hard for your mind to conceive, but your baby is so much sicker than this child. And it was hard because he looked perfect on the outside, but he was very sick on the inside. And so his whole life was a roller coaster ride. I mean, minute by minute. 1 minute we had hope that he was going to be well and he was going to be able to heal and be fine. And the next minute, his all the sats would tank and he would be dying. And he was brought back from the brink of death so many times. And it was just an emotional roller coaster ride. And it ended in a way that was horrible, where you get the phone call in the middle of the night. You have to rush to the hospital, just all the horrible things.
Mhm.
And my baby died. And I never got to bring him home. And I was living in a public life, I was living in the public spotlight. And that was very, very challenging for me. And so I went back to work because, when you're in grief, you're not thinking clearly. And my thought was, well, you can't take this maternity leave. You don't have a child anymore, right? You're just not even thinking. So I went back to work like 2 weeks after my son died. And that didn't work out so well.
Yeah, normally it
um,
doesn't.
but the funny thing is that it was like I was living two lives. I could be Sherry McCutcheon on TV and I knew how to be her.
Mhm.
Okay. But at home, then I was Sherry Dunlevy and I was the grieving mom. And I knew how to be Sherry McCutcheon on the TV, but I didn't know how to be Sherry Dunlevy, the grieving mom. And I didn't know how to tend to her. And so you put off, I think what a lot of people do in grief that you're not thinking clearly is, I'm fine, I'm fine, I'm fine.
Yes,
But you're
yes.
not, right? You're not. And so I knew that I could not do this career anymore, but it took me a year to realize that I needed to go home. I needed to heal. I needed to be Sherry Dunlevy. I needed to be mom. I needed to take care of my other child. And so I stepped away from the spotlight. And as I was telling you, one of the things that also happened, so I lose my child, I lose my career, even though I left my career by choice, it still was my dream. This is what I worked for all my life. And to
Mhm.
step back from that is a grief too. So there's a lot of things in life, Tony, that we grieve. We don't put that label on. And I just want to fast forward to the pandemic. I think that's why the world is in the state that it's in right now, because we have all been grieving, but no one puts that term to it.
That's true.
We just, all this rudeness and anger and upset and, it all has its basis in grief, but that's moving forward. So let's let's go back. So I lost my son, I lost my job. And what a lot of people don't talk about is the loss of support and friendships or relationships that come when you suffer a loss. So my husband and I lost three of our best friends. I lost my very best friend. I thought she was going to say, I've got a sitter, I'm on my way, hold on. And instead I heard, I can't do this. I'm sorry. And never heard from her again until 6 years later when she called and she just wanted to catch up. I was on her mind, but she made no mention of not being there for me, of my son's death, of how I got through, what I was doing, how did I, none of that, none of that. And so when I hung up the phone that day, I had this curiosity of what was that about? Like, seriously, did she think we could just pick up where we left off? Like, that's not going to happen. You weren't there for me when I needed you most.
Mm,
And you act like it didn't even happen. And so that curiosity of what was that about? Why would people desert you? Like your closest, like people have told me family members have disappeared.
yeah,
So I knew that I wasn't alone.
yeah.
And through all the years of talking about this, it doesn't matter if you've been through a divorce or you've lost your job or, been diagnosed with cancer, let alone the death of someone. People just drop out of your life. And so I was trying to answer that question. Why do people do that? And as I was getting these answers, as I was figuring this out and just contemplating all this stuff, I kept looking
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. I'm here in the West Coast from California, so it's um, about 5 a.m. over here. So um, uh, it's a good start to the day to kind of be on this platform. Um, so I know that Tony's about to join me in a second. And I just was thinking about, hi there.
Well, good morning. Good
Good
morning.
morning.
Glad to see your happy face this morning.
Thank
So,
you.
as I said
Same.
before, today we're going to start this morning off, and we're just going to have a great talk, and you're going to share about your story. I know we talked about it before, and so everyone, how is everyone doing? And welcome to another great, to the third day of the Global Grief Conference. And so this is how we're starting off this morning. We have Dr. Anandi, and so I have had her on my show, and she has an amazing story, and I've wanted to bring her up here to share that story with you guys because I think a lot of you can relate, and it's going to be a great a great start to the day. Dr. Anandi, how are you doing this morning?
Good. Good.
Awesome, awesome. Glad to see you here this morning. So let's start off. Tell the audience where you're from.
Um, Originally, I actually was born in India, but I came to the States when I was about 4 years old. So grew
Mhm.
up on the East Coast, and now I'm settled in California.
Awesome, awesome. Now we talked a lot about your journey and everything. So let's start off by telling people about the work that you do.
Sure. I'm a child and adult psychiatrist, and I've worn some different hats in this field. I've kind of worked with a wide array of populations and ages, and children and adults, and I've worked with insured, uninsured, international patients.
Mhm.
I've worked in the federal prison system, so I've kind of been in different areas and worked with the veterans. So I'm very fortunate because I've gotten to meet people from many different walks of life, and it's repeatedly humbling
Right.
to be in this field. So I'm grateful for it.
Well, thank you. Um, so now we talked about this. Tell tell the audience how you got into doing this work.
Sure. I always been fascinated by the body, how the body works, the mind, and I originally wanted to be a surgeon. But then I found, like, after surgery, there's so much like that goes on with the emotional piece, and you don't, follow those patients sometimes long term.
Mhm.
So I was doing some research, and my boss at the time was a child psychiatrist, and I just realized, wow, like, we know stuff about the heart, the liver. There's so little that's known about the brain, and so it was kind of, it felt like being a pioneer, studying something that needed to be studied. And then I, started interviewing children who've had trauma, and it just felt like, like a meeting of my mind and my heart. I wanted to do something that stimulated me intellectually, and my heart was telling me this is the space that I needed to be in. So that's how I ended up in this field in a
See, I
nutshell.
think that's beautiful. I think that's beautiful. Now, you have experienced your fair share of losses, and you've had a very major one. And I know we talked about it a little bit. Actually, we talked about it in depth. You want to share that story with the audience?
Sure. I well, losses. I'm trying to think of the very first loss, but life throws you so much. But I will talk about the more recent ones.
Mhm.
My father passed away in 2013, so I had dealt with that. And at the time, of course, it was devastating, and I thought, well, this is pretty horrible. And I got through that, and then I eventually met my husband, and we got married, and we wanted to have children, and so we tried, and I kept losing. I would get pregnant, and I would lose the pregnancy, and that happened about 4 times in total. And then I went through infertility, which in itself feels like a loss of sorts, and demoralizing to go through procedures and like not be successful at it. So after you invest so much, and then finally we were successful, but the month I found out we were pregnant, we also found out my husband had cancer. My perfectly healthy husband, who was active and, you know, positive and just fun loving, all of a sudden gets diagnosed with this serious condition. But we were optimistic. The prognosis was good. In fact, my chances of having a pregnancy that was healthy and with a birth was like 3%, and his chance of responding to treatment was like 80%. So between the two of us, it didn't seem like he was going to have problems. So
Right.
anyhow, my pregnancy progressed, and so did his melanoma cancer, which is what he had, and it just became like a freight train. It spread, then it spread again, and he unfortunately, it wasn't peaceful. He was in unbelievable amounts of pain. I'm a doctor, and I've not encountered that kind of pain that couldn't be controlled because it had traveled to his spine and caused
Right.
fractures in the vertebra and pathological fractures, so, and compressed nerves and stuff. So it was just horrible to watch. It was horrible to bear witness to this kind of suffering, and it kind of went on for months. And then I delivered our son, and he was able to come and see the baby. And I had a complication during my delivery, of course, because of course that had to happen. And then I was in the hospital for longer. I'd fallen in the hospital, and I was there for longer. And I finally came home after a week, and we had one day together as a family. And then the next day he got admitted because he started having belly pain, and then he died. So here I was, a new widow and a new mom, and we tried so hard for this baby, and it finally happened. So it, and then I'm confronted with this. And then we had just, we had moved, we had bought a house, and we'd settled into the house, while I was pregnant and before the cancer spread. So we were still building a life like it was going to be okay. And we were in this
Mm.
for the long haul together. So this happened.
Wow.
So, it was catastrophic for me. And, it's been a year now, a little more than a year. And, there's still, sometimes I'm kind of still in shock at times, like, wow, this really happened. This is how my life is now. Like, seriously? And
Right.
so anyhow, that's that's been kind of a summary of the losses. And along with this, the year I got married, my mother got an infection, and then she got sick, and I think that precipitated her having dementia. So my mother has dementia, and she lives with me, and so along with the infertility struggles, watching her decline was difficult too. And then my husband got sick, so.
Wow. It seems as if you just gotten hit back to back. I mean, you your husband passes away from cancer. You have a kid directly. I mean, you have a kid directly before that. And, then you get hit with your mother having dementia. Wow, that's a lot for one person. And you've also experienced the loss of your father as well, right? Earlier on,
Yeah,
or
yeah, yeah.
okay. And so now here you are. You're a single mother with a baby. You know, what are the next? What was the next steps for you after all of that?
Yeah, so partly because it's amazing when you have multiple losses in life. Like, it almost seemed like all the previous losses were preparing me for the big one,
Right, right,
of my spouse. So there were some things I knew, like, I had read this wonderful book called Life After Loss after my dad died, and I had it. And it's a book like I recommend to a lot of my patients. And I was like, oh yeah, I remember the book, but I read it again, and there's some things that are poignant and really helpful, like practically, like getting back into a routine soon after a loss. And you would think it's counterintuitive, like, why would I want to get back into a routine when I just want to, you know, be under
hmm
the covers? But for me, that wasn't even a choice because I had this newborn infant. So the normal things that you would do with grief that you're supposed to do, like try to sleep or
right,
exercise, like I actually couldn't do those things. So I was infirmed. I couldn't walk because I had a nerve injury. So I was using a walker, and I had to be careful because I could fall easily. Um, so what I did is, well, I knew I needed to get some help. So I before I had left the hospital, I told them, give me every service that you can give me, like every resource, because I'll need it. My husband is
right.
sick, my husband's dying, and I have a baby. So um they had sent out a public health nurse. That was helpful. I uh joined a couple weeks after he passed. I joined a grief support um, group, and a widow support group. And initially, I was like, it was virtually, which was good for me. But I was
Mhm.
like, how can I do this? Because I was barely sleeping. I was up every 2 to 3 hours. So the first, I think, week or two, I was like, it's going to be hard for me to sit through it. But I'm glad I did. So I did those and just tried to just soldier through the best I could. I mean, I was dealing with, like, hormone fluctuations from the delivery, and just, yeah. I mean, I felt so robbed. I still felt so feel robbed of the typical motherhood experience, which is not easy for anybody, but like just the ability to do it joyfully
Right,
was kind of
right.
taken from me. So yeah, so I did that. I got help, and I had to get really good about boundaries, because I think the conventional wisdom is people say when somebody's grieving, don't ask what you can do, just do it.
Right,
Like, send
right,
them that meal, or like show up and clean their house and whatever. But sometimes it's like people would just fly in without asking me, and I'm like, it was more, I needed rest, and I needed, I didn't need always people come, and people like come in sometimes. And this sounds ungrateful, but sometimes people flood in the beginning, and
right. Yeah,
sometimes you need the help 6 months later, a year later. It's like that. Sometimes year two you need more help, than right away. So, like, and for me, like, and people would visit, you still feel a little bit like a host, even if they're there, to help you. So, like, and it would be, I'd feel like I have to sit up, and instead of sleep, I'd have to, like, be with them and talk to them. And so some, like, people I knew wouldn't be that helpful. And then, some people would say things that I found very hurtful, or do things that
yeah, yeah.
and maybe it was well intentioned, because, like, I would get a lot of comments like, "Don't worry, your son doesn't know what he's missing, so it's not as
Mm.
bad,"
See,
and
oh, Wow.
Yeah, and then they thought what they were meaning is, okay, it's not as traumatic for him because, he'll never know his dad. But at the time, it was,
Yeah.
like a stab in the heart. I mean, now I can
Mm.
see why they thought that would be well intentioned, or like a lot of saying things that a lot of widows get, like you'll find someone new, or like you're um you know it just some well-meaning things that were not helpful. Like I was being flooded with pictures of my husband with everyone else's children, like friends of his would just I literally got an album with uh, pictures of that, and people posting pictures on social media of how good he was with their kids, and
Mhm.
pictures and videos. And I'm at home with this newborn infant, and it felt so personal. Like, why would you do that? I mean, it would have me double over crying even more. So, but so I had to learn to set some boundaries, like not look at that stuff, and just handle what was happening at home, and just setting limits. And that was hard to do because it's hard to maintain boundaries when you're grieving, and that's also when people feel kind of a lot of times at liberty to cross them.
Right. Yes.
So and then I had to I mean, there was a lot of damage mitigation with other things, like financial stuff or paperwork, or like there's a whole business of dying, right? Like, what do you do with that person's car? What about transferring anything to you? And unpleasant tasks, like
Yeah.
my son's social security appointment or whatever. So there was so much to do. So I did the best I could. Like, but it was really about survival.
No, I definitely understand that. And you're right. Those comments could in the beginning does feel like little gut punches, but whew, man, that's a lot right there, because I don't think they really understand how much of a gut punch those really are, especially when you say, oh, your son won't remember it, I get it, but and I try not to take things like that personally, but when you say things like that, it's like, wow, that's very inconsiderate of you. You know, um, I know when I lost my son, people used to always tell me, "Oh, you can always have another child." And then I would have to correct them and go, "No, I can't." They go, "Oh, well, you're still young enough." I was like, "No, you don't understand. I can't have any more children. He was my last one." And they go, "Did you have a surgery?" I go, "Yeah." And so then you would see the look on their face of shock, like, "Oh, I am so sorry." I was like, "No, that you just got to be considerate about what you say. Like you didn't know anything, you just assumed."
Yeah, and also this whole thing of you can have another one, as if
Yeah,
it's
like we just popping them out like candy.
like that makes the loss less profound.
Right,
um,
right.
but that's not the case. I mean, I mourn my miscarriages. I think about what how old the children would be if I had them. I
Mhm.
think about I would have been able to share that with my husband. He would have been around for to see a child grow. Like, yeah. So yeah, and it takes a while for you to be like, some people were just they thought they were being helpful. And then some other people are just flat out mean. And I
Mm.
don't get why sometimes, I don't know if I'll ever understand that, but grief can also bring out the worst in people. I mean, I I had a newborn, and I literally had people yelling at me too. It was bizarre. Like, I guess they couldn't handle their own process.
Yeah, a lot of
And
times, yes.
and then I think, like, I don't know. It was just a very difficult time, and there are elements of it. I don't know if I'll ever totally understand why that happened, but or why somebody acted a certain way. But uh I I do know that with the work that I did on myself and getting help, it has helped tone down the volume of it all, you know.
Right. Right. I mean, and you told your stories. You told your story on CNN and a few other different platforms. And how does that differ? Like when you go up there, is it more rushed when you tell your story, or like, or
Yeah, I
is
mean,
it more
it's interesting. I've done a lot of media appearances in my career, and to be honest, actually, your podcast was the first time I had expressed all of it like that. The more recent loss, like I had I did, somebody interviewed me about melanoma, and I talked about David. And then in the past, I had written an article about my father. But I remember after doing your podcast, I was like, wow, this is probably the first time in a professional interview that I have been so vulnerable and open about myself, because it's, naturally it's a little easier to talk from an academic angle
right?
as opposed to a personal one. It's harder to talk about things that are personal and your vulnerabilities and your weaknesses. And so that was the first time I did that. And it was so transformative for me, Tony, to
I mean,
be
as
like,
long as you had a good
look,
time now, you know what I'm saying, and you
yeah,
felt,
yeah, I'm a doctor and a human,
right, right, yeah,
and I think it's gonna hopefully make me better at what I do as from in my profession, because I've gone through some stuff, you know. So, um, how is it? How is it sharing? It's it feels good. Feels good
yeah,
to share and feels good, and I hope it means something to people that that there's something that can help you get through the darkness.
right, right. Definitely understand that, and like I said, thank you for being, coming on to the show and being so vulnerable. Those stories like that, and having a platform like that is actually, that's what it's used for. It's used for you to peel back that mask, and become vulnerable and share that journey with you, because it is helpful to get that off your chest, especially if you've never had the chance to let it all out, right? And so, yeah, and for you guys that are watching, her episode will be up after the conference, well, a couple weeks after the conference. So you guys stay tuned to that. We go deep down inside of it. I mean, very emotional. So pre-warning, when the episode is out, get your tissues out, man, and just get ready to just be blown away by how vulnerable she is in her story. It was so amazing, so amazing. And so going back into it now, we've dove into a lot of things, and so now with your experience, how does it help? Or does it affect how you deal with the children? Do it make you a lot more accepting? Do it, how does the what your experience affect your work with the children nowadays?
Mm. Um, it's like I see things in a different dimension almost.
Hmm.
Um, and I'm able to kind of feel their pain,
Hmm.
or try to feel their pain, um, a little bit more pronounced than I did previously. And I think I've understood the importance of being present for somebody in their pain.
Yeah.
Just the simple act of you bearing witness to it or being there with
Hmm.
them, um, it's powerful. And I've actually I think I've implemented that. So like when I know a patient of mine, young or old, is like having a really rough time, I try to schedule them more frequently. Like I've got, some patients I'll see every week, because, and I normally it's every month to see the psychiatrist, but sometimes I will just schedule them, or I'll tell my, the staff to like put them in for the next month, on a weekly basis, because I've understood how important those check-ins are, and how for some people it keeps them alive. So I'm just more aware of those things, aware of the little nuances. And then, instead of thinking, okay, I've got to like keep track of writing this note after this encounter and filling out this paperwork, I'm a little more present, I think, in the interaction, and just trying to hold that space. So, and just kind of also look, even with grief, like I think there's a need, and people want something that's practical. They want practical tips too. And, after David died, like, and I do this when I've had losses, I delve into books, like listening to books, reading books, because it's just to have something to focus on. So I'll read all these books, and I learned a few things, the simple things of like hydration and, self-care. I mean, I just got a lot more clumsy for some reason. I mean, I was a new mom too, but like and I was feeding my child, but like I tripped, and like I would trip and fall, or like just do things that were a little clumsy. So just kind of being aware of like of myself, was important. And in the book Life After Loss, he talks about some kind of metacognitive tricks, like not tricks, but things to say to yourself. And one of the things was, my grief will not destroy me. And I love that statement. So when I was particularly like, how can I go on with this, I would say, my grief will not destroy me. So having some things like, my grief will not destroy me, I will not always feel this way, those kind of things, even if I didn't believe it at the time, it helped to say to myself. And then, in one book I read that a lot of times, in my field, like there's in terms of relaxation and modulating your internal regulative process, you focus on going inwards, like breathing and slowing your breath down and mindfulness. In my culture, it's meditation, so I know those things, and I've meditated for many years. So I would try to do that, in the beginning, just focus on my breathing. But then at some point I started to remember that my husband's last words were, "I can't breathe." And he just shouted that. And then that started haunting me. So it made my breathing, it was like triggering. So one of the things I read about is sometimes when you can't focus internally, when you've had acute like trauma, sometimes it's better just to focus externally, like when taking a walk, or the car, like just look at things and notice them, and focus yourself on those things rather than trying to focus inward. And I found that helpful, because I just kept trying to focus inward, and that was like triggering, rather than helping at some point. So I learned how to do both. Like sometimes I need to focus externally, and sometimes I need to focus internally. And then sometimes when I would just cry and cry and cry, and my eyes would hurt, and I needed to like just, in this book, it's also described as, it's called "I'm Not Okay." It's okay, you're not okay. And she talked about like negative ions, like just, so what I would do is sometimes I would just take a cold shower, and that would just stop the crying because, it just forced my body to focus on something besides crying. So I
Right.
didn't think a cold shower would help with the grieving process, but it sometimes did. So, I would just do some of these little practical things that were helpful. And then eventually I got back to my meditative practice because I wanted to, still, I was breastfeeding a baby, and I was nervous. He was, imbibing all these like stress hormones in my body, and I was trying to control the internal environment, even though I couldn't control what happened to me externally.
Wow.
So, yeah, and um, I had watched this video about resilience, and this woman had talked about um, accepting that bad things happen in life, um, uh, trying to focus on the good rather than the blaring bad, which is still hard at times, but it's like otherwise I think there's a lot of good things in my life, really good things, except there's this really bad thing that seemed to affect everything else.
Yeah.
But I try to do that and then look at grief as a kind of like an experiment, like, hey, this feels good. So I'm going to do more of this, or nothing feels great, but this feels less bad than other things. So finding out what those things are, like, watching something funny um, on TV for a little bit, or reading a book, or just identifying what feels okay and what
Right.
doesn't
Right.
feel okay, and trying to do more of what feels okay and avoid the things that don't feel so good, like even social interactions. In the beginning, even now, like, it would be really hard for me to hang out with families and watch the small moments,
Hmm.
between families, and still hard sometimes, but I know who I feel a little bit more comfortable with, and who, when situations or people who don't know how to comfort me in a way that helps. Like, so, like, just kind of navigating that process, like what feels okay or less bad,
Uh-huh.
and what's something that, it probably best to like limit this or not do more of this, so.
Right. Now, did you begin to, or are you, or have you started a routine to kind of help out with your day? Because I know the routines for me are kind of helpful,
Yeah.
especially after my losses. I would get up and whether it was just making breakfast and getting ready to go work out before I went to work, um, or um, I would go, and it didn't matter what day it was, or I would get up in the morning during this process, and I'd go out and sit on my porch, and what I'm saying, just kind of soak in the day. So simple things like that. So, did you come up with a routine to kind of help out with that, or are you still working on
Yeah,
that?
I still do. Like I knew motion was important, and so when I
Mhm.
could finally, I was able to walk. I take walks. I take walks most mornings and try to exercise, do some planks, lift some weights and stuff. I'll do that, and I think exercise is interesting when you're grieving because it also triggers you emotionally. Something about like pushing yourself physically would bring on the waterworks. So I'm, as I say this, I mean, all my dreams had come true. Like every single one of my dreams had come true. Like my career was going well. I met this amazing like husband who was just so loving and nurturing, and we were having a child. We moved to a house, and I don't live far from the ocean, and it was everything I ever wanted. So I would, go on my walks, go to the beach and walk, but I just started the ocean which was what my happy place, always all of a sudden became, I have a very complicated relationship with the ocean now, like at the beach, because it's also isolated and lonely and emotional to do these walks in this capacity. So I you know, I do that, and I found I was like, I would be afraid of it because I knew that trip to the beach and walking would just bring up so much emotionally, but I just kept making myself do it because I knew it was good for me physically,
Right, right.
and spiritually. So doing that, and you know, I noticed that the days that I worked, I went back to work part-time, but the days I worked, even though I dreaded it because I was tired and I didn't want to, but those days were actually more tolerable because I had a routine and a structure, and just as distractions. But it has since been this balance between like productivity and being present, because as you might have experienced, after you lose someone, the thing you regret most often sometimes is just not always being present or in the moment. Like you're thinking about, we got to get this done, or I gotta, do this for work. Or for me, it was like, oh, what could I do next? Like professionally, like what are the things I want to achieve or whatever. And,
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, man, I didn't know how little time I would have with this man. Like,
Right,
so,
right,
so
right.
now, like with my son, it's this balance between, it feels good to be productive, but I have to remind myself also, to balance. And as a solo parent, because one of my widow, in my widow group, they reminded me I'm not a single parent, I'm a solo parent.
Mm-hmm.
So as a solo parent, like the time, I think before, when I had my husband, I always thought quality, was a little more important than quantity. I could
Right,
still do
right.
other things as long as I spend quality time with my son. But as a solo parent, um, quality and quantity matter,
It does.
way more than, I think it would have otherwise. So, yeah, so being cognizant of that, but also like, I'm beginning to acquire new skill sets that I didn't have before. Like I didn't care about financial literacy.
Mm-hmm.
Now that I have a kid and I'm solely responsible for this kid, and after some things happened after he died, where like I felt like I was taken advantage of, because I wasn't more financially literate. My husband
Mm-hmm.
used to tell me I needed to be, and I was like, whatever. But now, like, I'm trying to learn those things because, apparently nobody cares about your money more than you. I needed to,
Yeah. Well,
I
no,
needed
no,
to
this
learn that stuff. Like, so
well, they do care about your money. They
they
just don't
care,
care.
but not for
Not
you.
yeah, not
Yeah,
for you, right?
yeah,
So
yeah,
they're like, well, she's a widow. She don't need this right here,
yeah,
And
yeah.
it sucks that people
Shit,
would think that way and take advantage of you, but unfortunately, people
it
do
happens.
those things and it sucks, right? I was pretty fortunate when my son passed away. So many people came together because I had to take some time off work. I needed some time off work. Wasn't enough time off work, but
Mhm.
I did have 2 weeks, and my job came together, and the church came together, and here they are. They bringing these checks like, look, we don't need you to worry about this, that, another. I was like, I don't. After a while, I was just like, I don't even want your money anymore, But it came in handy, um, but it was the time that I needed more than the finances. I never worried about finances. It was the
Mhm.
time. I told them, I said, they said, well, you had to, are you coming back to work and things like that. But then in the same sense, they were going, take some time off, And then 2 weeks come by. Oh, you got to really start to think about coming back to work now. I was like, dude, my son just passed away. What do you want me to do? So I
Yeah.
came back to work. I did. After 2 weeks, I came back to work, and I think the next I was there for a week, and the week after that was Fourth of July weekend or Fourth of July week. And without warning, I took off. I went to another state. I went camping. I was like, the finances wasn't even, wasn't a big thing. It was the time that I needed to wrap my head about this huge thing that just happened, and you expect me to come back and want to function, right? How was that going, getting back into work after that loss?
Yeah, I had more time because I was on maternity leave. But
Okay, okay.
interestingly, I mean, I had dreamt of maternity leave for like 15 years of what it would be like. I'd be like, when in life would I have that amount of time? Like I could just, be in this blissful state of a new mom. But, my maternity leave was not that. I cried like the whole time. So my work was very and they were just really understanding. And when I came back to work, like the first day they didn't schedule any patients, and then the next day they scheduled just one patient. And I was like, you could put people in my schedule. So they were very, very understanding and flexible and just kind. I mean, and I think the kindness was so I'm so grateful to it. I mean, even when I was pregnant, they threw me a virtual baby shower, and they created a registry and got me stuff for the baby. So my work actually helped me get ready for the baby. I wasn't prepared. I didn't have anything ready because I was trying to keep my husband alive. That
Right.
was my focus. So they were tremendously helpful, and yeah, they really cared and expressed it. So yeah, I fortunately had a lot of good people in the workplace, and the culture and the mindset was more supporting me rather than just treating me like a cog on the wheel.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. That you know, wow. We've dove into so much, man, and just I just want to say thank you for your bravery, first and foremost, and thank you for the work that you're doing with these children, because these children do need people like yourself to help them. Because I mean, even though I don't specialize in that sort of work, it's always good to see people who are taking the time to help these kids out and things like that. And so I know we talked about that as well. And you were saying in the podcast, and I just wanted to elaborate on it, that being around these children um, kind of helps you in your process of grieving as well, right?
Yeah, yeah. I'm being with my own child.
Yeah.
It's been huge. I mean, just seeing him smile and like laugh and stuff. It's been enormously helpful, and being around other children uh, has been helpful too. It's given me perspective. Just the other day, I met a little girl with a bone disease where her bones fracture easily, and so it prevents her from doing a lot of things because they'll break, um,
Yes. Yes.
and it's you know gosh, it kind of put things in perspective. Like she's a child and having to learn to navigate life with this condition. So um, yeah, they constantly give me perspective. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
Now, as we start to wind down a little bit, um, you wrote a book as well, right?
I did. Yeah, yeah.
Just yeah, tell us a little bit about the book before we wrap up.
Yeah, the book
I
is
thought about that. I was like, got a book? Oh yeah, I'm going to put you on Front Street.
yeah. This is the book. It's called How Concerned Should I Be? Questions Pertaining to the Developing Mind. And what it is, it's basically a compilation of questions and answers. The questions parents and caregivers ask
Mhm.
me about children. I mean, I get asked a lot. People call me up and ask me about their kids. I'll go if I go um, to an event or something. I often get questions, and so I thought, look, I want this to be accessible to the masses. So I just wrote it in a question answer format, questions people ask me and my answers and my thoughts. And so, my husband was he was so encouraging of me. When he was in the hospital, he was passing out copies of my book to the staff while he was
Oh, wow.
admitted. So he was really a big like promoter of my work, yeah. So it was kind of a labor of love, and the goal was this book can help, perhaps people who don't have access to care, and who or people would just feel like they need a little more guidance or whatever. And I mean, if it's a book, it's not like
Right.
life's handbook. Right? There's no such
But it's a
thing.
great book, though.
But
So
it's to begin like so much of, I think, child rearing is nuanced. It's not black and white, right? Like
right,
it's
right.
in the connection, the interaction, you know, how you handle a conflict or how you handle a problem that they're having, and it requires some innovation. It's not
That is true.
straightforward. So that's where I come in, and that was what I was hoping with the book, is just to start people to think a little bit differently.
Okay. I will
Yeah.
also, if you could, before we get off, put the information in the chat so people know where to find your book at.
Sure. It's available on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. Um, and I will put the link in. So
Man,
you can buy.
Anandi, Anandi. See, I told you I'm going to slaughter your name.
That's okay. It's on Indie, but no worries. No worries.
No, like I said, I want to thank you for helping us start off this great morning of the third day of our Global Grief Conference and coming out here and sharing your story on such a huge platform. That is just truly amazing. I'm going to make sure that I put it into the chats for everyone who's tuning in this morning. Check out our book. If you guys enjoyed her story, her story will be public on my podcast in the next couple of weeks. Go in there and check out a whole story. And like I said before, get your Kleenex ready because she lays it out there, man. We had a blast. And we just go deep into a whole lot of things. And it was just truly amazing. And so now, with that being said, Anandi, thank you for being up here this morning and sharing your story. And, you know, if you could leave the audience with a few words this morning, what would it be?
Peace is possible.
Wow. As simple as that is, that's a very deep statement. And wow, peace is possible. You guys heard it first, man, this morning, man. Anandi, thank you. We will definitely stay in contact. And it was great having you on this morning. I know it's early morning. I know this is kind of a lot to start off your morning, but I definitely appreciate your vulnerability. I appreciate your transparency, and I'm definitely gonna put your information out here in the chat so people, because I think that book would actually help a lot of people going through this. And I just want to wish you a very awesome day, right? And tell little man that, what I'm saying, Tony said, give him knuckle pounds and everything. All right.
Yeah. Thanks for having me, Tony. I really
You're so
appreciate it.
welcome. You're so
All right.
welcome. Thank you.
Take care.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
All right.
Oh, sorry about that. Hey, everybody. My name is Michael Overly, and I am freakishly excited to be here this morning. Um, I was talking to my partner this morning, and I was giggling, and she goes, "What's going on with you?" And I said, I feel like I won the Luckiest Man Alive award this morning." I don't always feel this way, but today I did, and I think I'm just really fortunate, and I see that now, and I didn't used to understand that. So so many wonderful people here, presenting and participating, watching, listening, and I just bought Anandi's book while I was listening to her talk. I'm like, this is great, because my partner is actually a public school teacher, and she works with the younger kids, and she does a lot of social emotional stuff. So I'm like, oh, this is a great tool. So thank you, Anandi. Um, yeah, so I wanted to come in and just share with people today a lot of the things that I learned, some of the things I didn't learn, and talk about our awareness of our own emotional states and how we can become more aware of other people's emotional states. So I want to back up a little bit and just touch grief. I didn't realize that I had been grieving things throughout my life, events and situations from my childhood. But without the emotional awareness, I didn't know that I needed to grieve, that I could grieve. So all of these things became a culmination. Um, all these events in my life, the not so awesome stuff, the really painful stuff, came to a head when my brother died, March 18th, 2017. And this guy, he was my hero, right? No matter what you did to this guy, he'd show back up and go help somebody, right? And I didn't realize how fantastic that was. So after his death, I just, I broke down, and I was literally torn open by grief. And one day I found myself writhing, right? I'm laying back in this lazy boy chair kind of thing, and I'm writhing in pain and bawling uncontrollably. And it was the most beautiful thing that's ever happened to me. All right. So what I mean by that is it allowed me, because I couldn't allow myself to open, to um, to grieve, to allow these feelings to come. I pushed them down, shoved them down, hid them away, or so I thought. But all these things would still show up in my life and how I showed up in the outside world, because I wasn't connected here and here, right? I was just stuck here, and I'm like, I'll just shove it back. So this explosion of grief and this outpouring of emotion was scary. I mean, I didn't know what was going on. I was actually scared. I was terrified because I didn't realize what was happening to me. And what came from that was my awareness of how I was actually showing up in the world. Angry. I mean, demonstrably angry. Rage that would pop up now and then. I was not the guy you wanted to cut off on the freeway or the road. Sure as hell don't give me stink eye, right? I trained how to fight when I was younger because I didn't know what was going on in my life. So I thought I always had to defend myself. So I trained at different martial arts. Then I got good with a gun, and I trained in how to shoot, and got a concealed carry permit and all this stuff. All these things to try and keep myself safe. I didn't realize how much I was hurting myself until this point of my brother's death and this grief and this ability to see myself in this other way. It was absolutely fantastic, right? At first, I was depressed, upset, ashamed. And then I slowly start to realize, no, these are all just indicators. This is an opportunity for me to be who I really am underneath all the stories, underneath all the perceived losses, underneath all the things that happened to me, all these events with different family members and other people in my life. I could start to get this little inkling, this sense of who I am underneath all of that. So this became the most beautiful gift. Now, I didn't immediately see that still, right? But it created that opening. It kind of busted through a barrier for me. So what this has allowed me to do is continue to work on things as they come and heal the things that I need to heal as they come, because I start to notice more, and then I can work on something and heal something. And then I can notice a little more, right? So I teach a form of energy medicine. It's a spin-off of Qigong. I've made my own thing. And I teach this part in there about lifting the veils. I love this imagery of veils being placed in front of us. You know, you could use a dirty window or whatever you would like. But every time we heal something, we can lift one more veil and we can see just a tiny bit more clearly or a little further, right? We can get a little more perspective on who we are, what we are, why we're here, what all this means. So I want to lift one veil at a time, and I want to see if I can help you guys do the same thing. Right? So I want to do this from a perspective of understanding. And this is in a much broader sense than I think we generally use this and apply this. Everyone who's here has been touched by loss and grief. Okay. Now, what about the people who aren't here watching this or participating? They've been touched by loss and grief too, and will continue to do so, as will we. What about the people in another country? They will be touched by loss and grief. The world over, life on this planet gives us these opportunities to learn from loss and grief. If we're not aware of our emotional states and how to work within those, however, these things can be debilitating, right? Debilitating. Most of my unhealed stuff showed up as anger and rage, which oddly enough is almost kind of accepted here in the United States as a way for men to communicate. Well, look at the news. So how can I become more understanding of somebody who shows me something that feels like less than loving or less than kind? What if I could understand, without knowing any details, I don't have to know details, what if I could understand that maybe this guy is so hurt underneath that he's willing to hurt me to heal that thing inside him? He wants to push his pain off onto somebody else as a form of relief, right? Just as a concept, think about that for a minute. Can I be a little more forgiving? Can I be a little more understanding, compassionate towards this person? Now, it's a great concept, but it's really tough to practice, right? So when someone says something or does something towards you at this stage in your life, however you show up, what does it feel like? Right? Is it scary? Is it hurtful? Is there a sense of righteousness? He's wrong, I'm right. All of this stuff comes from the base of the core, right? Are we coming from fear or are we coming from love? We forget that we can come from love, and we typically come from fear. And it's not necessarily the fear of an event, it's the fear of the feeling of an event. So you see where we're coming back with the emotional state, tying in the feeling to an emotion. So our feelings are actually notifications, just like you get a notification on your phone that you got an email or a missed call. Our feelings are here to tell us that there's something going on. Doesn't mean that we're good. It doesn't mean that we're bad, right? It's just a notification. There's something there for us to look at. So what do? Do I look at it? Most of the time, people want to not look at it. Excuse me. They want to ignore it. They want to push it aside. We crave relief from our feelings. We want comfort. We want the good feeling stuff. Even then, we don't know how to hold on to that. But the sense of craving relief actually makes our lives more difficult. Does that make any sense? If we could find a way to be responsible for our feelings and own them and be able to stand in them regardless of how nasty we think they are, they're an indicator of something else. They're telling us that something deeper down or far back in the past needs to be healed. If we don't heal those things, we keep feeling the same way about situations that come up. We keep getting opportunities to learn from these events, to realize that we're safe, that we're loved, that we don't have to seek that from the outside world, that we don't have to get people to go, gimme, 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 gimme. Oh, a very wise woman that I know, she's my mom. She made a statement to me on more than one occasion, but it's just really stuck. It's that 80% of the world needs to learn how to give, but that 20% of the world needs to learn how to receive. So how do we do that? And are you the one that needs to be able to give more or receive more? That's your call. That's not my call. But what if you could realize, oh, I'm always looking for love and attention and approval and acceptance from everybody else. Maybe you're the one who overgives. You give too much to people. You're out there trying to save the world because of the things that have happened to you in your life. Right? Again, they're not bad. It's just noticing where you are. Right? And how does grief tie into all this? It's all tied into grief. It's all tied into grief. Right? Every single emotion we have has its place within us, within our systems, within the way we deal with the world. We're just better at dealing with some than others. But grief can be such a powerful indicator of so many things. Right? Why am I so upset about this loss? Is this person's love something that I feel like I can't have? That I had to get it from that person? Or maybe it's an animal or pet, and I've gone through that several times. Is the passing of my brother or my dog, is one worse than the other? One may feel more intense, but they're all indications of things that we need to look at, right? Right now, I think there's 8 billion people on the planet. So that tells me that there's 8 billion ways to learn how to grieve, right? There's 8 billion ways to find your path back to whatever you believe in, faith-wise or not. There's 8 billion ways to blow your nose. Nobody does it the same. And no one can give you permission on how to grieve except you, right? No one can tell you how to receive love except you. But we have to do the work. We have to be aware of where we're at. What emotional state am I in? So recently I got sick again, and I want to call it COVID 9.0. I'm not even sure what's going on at this point. But the days preceding my getting sick, I was grumpy. I was pissed off at the cable company. They were screwing this up. The post office was screwing my stuff up. And I was getting so triggered by these little things. I was getting angry, and that just sucked my energy. And then I got sick. And then I got really sick. And I was down for days. And I wasn't truly aware of how I was showing up, what emotional state I was stuck in. And that took me out. Now, this is a recurring theme for a lot of people. And maybe it's not just getting sick, it's like big health issues. I'm not talking the common cold. I think we create a lot of these things for ourselves if we can't release what's going on, if we're not aware of where we're at. Oh, that's why I wanted to share where I was at this morning. I was floating on cloud 9, right? I get to be here. I get to hopefully say something that helps somebody. That's an amazing place to be, right? I'm surrounded by amazing people doing amazing things. And I feel really fortunate. So the beauty of my brother's death, the gift of this grief was the most amazing thing that's ever happened to me in my life, right? And I used to think these kinds of thoughts were nuts. I read a book some time ago, and the woman said, everything that happens to you is the best thing that ever happened to you. And I instantly go to this place of all the atrocities in life, the things we see on the news, the things we don't hear about, the things that happen to us. And I thought, how nuts is this? And it actually made me angry. But now I get it. Now I get it, because we each have an opportunity. So let's talk about some different emotions. So we all love this place of joy, right? We want to be up here, right? Unicorns and rainbows, fluffy bunnies. But how would we realize what that was really like if we didn't know this crap down here? If we didn't know rage, despair, depression, grief at its deepest levels, we wouldn't understand joy at its highest levels. Okay? And something else that's really simple: hot, cold, soft, hard, right? So there's this idea of opposites. How would I understand one if I didn't know the other? Does that make sense? So we're chasing this good feeling all the time, but we can't stay there even when we do experience it, because we won't allow ourselves to be in this one. So I encourage this. I absolutely encourage this. I think this is some of those powerful things we can do for ourselves, right? If I love myself so much that I am willing to be in this place, then I have something truly incredible to give someone else, to share with someone else. What does that feel like? You think I'm nuts? Yeah, I am at times. What can you do for yourself? One tiny little thing, one tiny little shift to begin to heal as only you can. Right? There's an idea of 1 degree shifts. So if you got 360 degrees on a compass, you don't have to go 180 degrees, right? I mean, think of New Year's resolutions. They don't work because we're trying to create too much change in too short a period of time. But what if you can just make one little tick, 1 degree, and do something a tiny bit different? All right, we can practice that for a while. What is it, 21 days about to create a habit? And then you realize, okay, that wasn't so bad. And then you can make another little, tiny little shift, right? So what does that mean for in your emotional states? Like today, how did you show up? How are you showing up? What is like the predominant feeling you have? If you stop, close your eyes for a couple seconds and think, okay, how do I feel today? Right? We don't actually stop and ask ourselves, how am I feeling today? We ask other people, hey, how you doing today? How's it going? How you been? How'd you sleep? But we don't ask ourselves, how am I doing today? And it might be, I'm absolute shit today. It might be, yeah, I feel pretty good. A little tired. It's okay. How am I doing today? I feel really fantastic. I feel really grateful and fortunate. So become aware of how you're showing up, and that'll indicate to you maybe that you might want to work on having something else show up or not, right? How can you be in that space without judging yourself, shaming or blaming? Another great practice, right? We're so afraid of how we will be perceived by others if we allow something to show. If we show this vulnerability, oh my God, sign of weakness, don't do it, right, guys? But this is the practice. This not worrying about what others think and being who I am in this moment. Right? So who would I need to be to let that come? Right? Another good question. See, I didn't used to ask myself the right questions. I never used to ask myself any questions other than why the freak is this happening? Or why does this keep happening to me, right? Why does this not get better? Why can't I do this? So those are limiting questions. How about expansive questions? Like, I wonder what it would feel like to be happy, like for 2 hours straight. I wonder what it would feel like to allow this sense of grief to just wash over me and bawl my eyes out for a couple hours. Right? What can you do to make room inside yourself for the better things to come? Mhm. Well, we have to work on removing, through our own diligence and our own work, we have to work on removing the things that aren't serving us really any longer. Showing up for a reason, an indicator, right? How can I start to work through it? And there's no timeline, right? And we talked about it many times in other presentations. Your way has to be your way. Your grief period has to be your grief period. For some folks, it may never end. And that's okay. You don't have to do it like I do, right? You don't have to do it like Tony. You don't have to do it like anybody else. But find the way that works for you. Not from the stuck place, the scared place, but the how can I help myself place? How can I love myself enough to begin to heal this place? Maybe it's a 1-degree shift. Maybe it's a 5-degree shift. If you can do that, awesome. I have to do 1-degree shifts. If I do a 5, I can't sustain it. I can't do it. It's too much for me. What other things can you do for yourself? Do you understand how to be gentle? To be gentle with yourself, right? We pussyfoot around others who, we see they're really angry, really upset, and we're cautious and soft, and we approach them in this way. But we don't do that with ourselves. We're so hard on ourselves, right? We shame and blame ourselves all the time. If we talk to other people the way we talk to ourselves, we would have 0 friends, 0 family members that would talk to us. We wouldn't be able to hold down a job. But we talk to ourselves in this way that is so defeating. And then we wonder why we're stuck in this other place. There's a term that I use with coaching clients when appropriate, and I can't repeat it here, but it's F&S, and you can figure out what it means. I'll use flopped and stuck because there's this place where people, they get trapped in this belief that they can't change, that nothing's ever going to get better. So I'll say, it sounds like you're flopped and stuck. And I usually get raised eyebrows. Sometimes I get a negative response, but it's a way of letting people know that they are in this place that they can do something about. Okay? We can all do something a tiny bit different. But if you believe that you can't, then that's that stuck place. Does that make sense? So I don't say these things lightly. I don't say this to diminish where anybody's at this time, because I've been there. I didn't realize I had choices. I didn't realize I had options. Once I started to notice my emotional states and realize that, is this where I really want to be? What do I need to do to help heal this? Not make it go away in the moment, right? Because that's what we need to be. Obviously, it showed up, so we need to pay attention to it. But how do I begin to heal my life? I can still be uncomfortable right now, and I still know that I'm loved and safe, right? But how do I begin to work on this thing? That's a question for you. I have no answers for you. I can only share experiences. I wrote a chapter for a book that I co-authored with 19 other people. And the title of my chapter was I Don't Know Shit. And it comes from this place of realizing the more I learn, the more I realize I don't know. This includes myself, right? There's more depth and more things to work on and heal. But this spills over to everybody else out there. I don't know a thing about what's going on with somebody, how they talk to themselves, what they're feeling. I can pick up on what they're putting out there. I can feel their energy around things, but I don't know. I don't know what's going on in there. I don't know what's going on across the street when my neighbor's door shuts. What's actually going on? I know how he acts when he's out front. Life is good and everything's awesome. But I don't know. I don't have answers for him either. I can give him love. I can hold space for him. I can let him know that in that moment with me, he's safe. That's it. I can't tell him how to heal. I can't tell you how to heal. I can't tell you how to butter your toast. You've got your way, and it's perfect. So, right now in this moment, where are you? Where are you emotionally? Not where you were this morning, not where you think you'll be later today. Where are you right now? Okay. When I give these presentations, I have a sense of vulnerability. Like, are they gonna judge me for my lack of hair? Are they, my glasses are too thick? I actually still get caught up in these things. And I have to remember, I'm just a guy. I'm just a guy with something to share, and hopefully I can help somebody. But I still go there. I've done a lot of work, but I still trip myself up. I still fumble. I still bumble. Right? So where are you right now? And I want to make a point about this. Just take a second and think about that. Feel it. Where am I today? Where am I right now? I want you to realize, let this sink in if you can, that where you are right now is perfect. You're not supposed to be anywhere else. This is perfect. You know how I know? Because it is. You are feeling what you're feeling and being what you're being right now because that's what you're doing and being and feeling. And that's okay. Wherever that is, whatever that is, this is perfect. Every moment is perfect because it's happening. Okay? Weird, isn't it? How can you judge yourself if you realize that, oh, I'm feeling this because I'm supposed to be feeling this? This is what's coming up for me. You can't judge yourself for that. You can try, and I know some of you still will. But this is perfect. This moment right here is perfect. And then the next moment, that's perfect. So there's no test. There's no grade to achieve in any of these things. You don't have to do a thing to be looked at and seen in a different way by others for your progress. But if you can tap into your feelings, your deep, deep feelings, this is how you help yourself. If you can become aware. And this too is a practice. This is not going to happen overnight. If it does, awesome. Tell me how you did it, right? Let's write a book together. But what is your practice going to look like? What is it going to be? So I pay myself first every morning. What I mean is I set aside time. I create a space for myself and a time for myself to work on my own healing. Sometimes I'm reading, meditating, contemplating, staring at the fire, petting the dog, whatever it is, drinking coffee and holding hands with my partner. That's a time that I create. I pay myself first in my day so that I can begin to create those states and those ways of being that I want to see in my life. My others still show up depending on what's going on in my day. But I give myself a little more room and a little more space, a little more grace to allow myself to heal. But it's purposeful. I can't just wish for it to happen. Some mornings I feel rushed. I'm like, no, you got to give yourself your time. You got to give yourself your time. Even this morning, presenting pretty early, I still got up a little after 3 o'clock this morning, and I gave myself that time. And I spent time with my partner and my dog and staring at the mountains. So I did some work this morning. Sometimes I do more. Sometimes I don't do much, but it's a practice. So how can you pay yourself first? How can you put your needs, not necessarily desires and fears and wants, how can you put your needs ahead of the rest of it? Go put yourself at the front of the line in some fashion. Maybe you do it in the evening. That's cool. Midday, that's cool. But find a way to put yourself first to begin to heal. Right? Whatever that looks like. Time in nature. Walking the dog in nature. Talking to a friend. Watching the birds. Meditating. Doing Qigong, yoga, Tai Chi, something. Find something that works for you. And allow yourself to enjoy that time and pay yourself first. This is important. Become aware of your emotional state, where you are, and just notice it. Realize you don't have to do anything about it in that moment. And that's perfect. Awesome. I want to open this up to anybody who wants to jump on, who has a question, or Tony and I can riff and dialogue on this as well. Tony, you out there? Yeah, jump on, Tony.
Well, good morning, my friend. Man,
Hey,
that was
brother.
awesome. That was so awesome, man. Showing up, right? You know, and I was reading some of the comments that came through, and one of the comments, it says it boils down to what you believe you need to do to move through your grief. You know, and and I totally agree with that. You know, we've talked about this at length. You know, showing up for yourself. What does that look like? You know, what does that look like? Doesn't look like what Michael may do. It doesn't look like what Tony may do, because you know we both have different things that we do to get started for our day as well, right? You know, or when we are grieving. Um, so yeah, how I mean, we talk about this, but sure enough, you know what I'm saying? Let's give some examples of what does that look like, you know, some different examples.
So a hard one for me was the ability to cry, right?
Yeah.
To even by myself, right? 'Cause I was raised that you don't do that. You know,
Yes.
boys
Yes.
don't do that, or men, and obviously in a later instance. It's this inability to express, right? Maybe that's a better way to put it. How do I appropriately express my anger? How do I appropriately express my grief? Showing that any sign of weakness in my household was a detriment to your existence. You didn't do it, right?
Right.
So, and even though I know now that's not weakness, that's powerful because it's healing. That's how it was perceived by my father and his father and down the line.
Hmm.
So it was really hard for me to grieve in private and show those emotions and express those feelings. And then to do it publicly,
Yeah.
holy hell, that was like a whole nother level for me. But I can do that now. Dana and I went to a program last night at the Lincoln Center here in town, and it was more so geared towards kids. But man, I had tears rolling down my face. It was beautiful. And old me would have been like, hiding
Yeah,
from that.
trying
And
to
I
hide
was
yourself.
clapping and cheering and crying at the same time, right? But it's a practice, and I know that even if someone sees me and they're uncomfortable with it, that's their problem, not mine.
Yes, yes, yes.
And that's, and this comes back to this being worried about what everybody else thinks, right? Because we're programmed to put everybody else's needs, thoughts, beliefs, feelings, judgments
Right, right.
um, in place of what we know is actually best for ourselves. So, yeah, it took forever to give myself permission to actually begin to heal
Right.
because what the steps that I needed to take, I wasn't allowed to do before.
See, and I like what you just said right there, giving yourself permission to feel these things, that's what I like to call showing up and showing out. And and there's nothing wrong with that. You know what I'm saying? You have to give yourself permission because that is actually the first step in any part of your healing journey. Because if you don't give yourself permission, you deny yourself the biggest part of what makes you a human being, which is that emotion, right? It is a part of you. You was born with it, you know. And I think Dee just mentioned up there, crying doesn't make you weak, it makes you human. And I just want to elaborate on that just for a bit, because as men, as men and women, you have to understand we get taught differently. You know what I'm saying? As a woman, you're taught to embrace those emotions in most cases, right? Now, I do know some women who hide it just as good as men, right? And the biggest part about it is that now, as you start to get older, the more you deny it, eventually it will begin to manifest itself. You know what I'm saying? Yes, it is part of being human, but you have to understand the way that men and women are taught, right? You know what I'm saying? So, giving yourself permission to feel these things and lean into what you're feeling. Most men don't learn that until we're older because we that's something that we don't venture off into, and so we don't realize that, what I'm saying, it is a part of who we are, because like you said, in some households that's a no-no, what I'm saying, especially if you're surrounded by men. And I noticed that in households where women are surrounded by men, or if their mothers were surrounded by men when they were older, it's kind of transferred down through generations, right? And so they teach us what they know, so what I'm saying, you do have to show up for yourself, and in most profound ways. Sometimes you may be around someone, and you may be going through something, and your first instinct is to, what I'm saying, shy away from it, um, which in turns, what I'm saying, it can look pretty nasty, what I'm saying, coming from the person who's receiving it, right? And I think that's important as well when you allow yourself to go through these emotions and things like that. How are you receiving what you're feeling? That's huge. That is very huge. How are you receiving these emotions and things like that? Like you said, don't worry about everyone else. How are you receiving it?
Yeah. Yeah. That's fascinating, isn't it? We spend so much of our life trying to fit in, right? We want to be
Mhm.
loved and accepted. And we give up. We give up so much of our own power in order to do that because we don't realize under, at the bottom of it all, we don't need other people's permission. We don't need their acceptance, approval, and at the end of the day, love.
Right.
If we're able to actually understand that um, we're always safe, we're always loved, all right? What more would be possible? And I wanted to touch on the understanding piece again. As,
Right. Right. Yeah.
as we talk about the coming down the family line of things that show up, I was made aware a while back of um, what my dad went through as a child.
Hmm.
And then he lost a child of his own.
Mm.
And then his firstborn was sick, multiple surgeries. This is my brother we're talking about.
Right.
And then paralyzed at 18. I mean, all these things. And following what my dad's childhood was like, he didn't have the tools to deal with this stuff. So my relationship with him has always been tenuous, and I eventually released it a while back. And he's still alive, but we just don't communicate. Um, but I had this greater level of understanding for why he shows up the way he does,
Hmm.
right? Because I wanted to blame him for all my problems through most of my life. And then I realized, no, he literally didn't know any better. He didn't know different. He's just trying to protect himself
Right.
through his whole life, right? And that gave me such peace in that level of understanding. And I had to grieve the loss of that relationship too, right? I mean, even if someone's still alive, you can grieve. That's grief.
Right.
That's another
Right.
type of loss. Losing a job, that's a type of loss, right? We don't associate all these things. There's a million little griefs in our life. Allow yourself to move through it.
So I like that. I definitely like that. And for you guys who are tuning in, we do welcome all comments and questions. So, guys, as you know, bring those questions in here. You know what I'm saying? Michael is a wealth of knowledge when it comes down to this. He and I have talked at lengths. I promise you. You know what I'm saying? And you know, he never ceases to amaze me. So if you guys have any questions or anything, put them in the comments. Let it, you know, and we'll put them up here. We'll get them answered for you. You know, and you get them answered in real time as well. And so, and again, you said something that was so relieving in a simpler term, right? You know what I'm saying? Like when you stop worried about what other people think, you release the burden of trying to overstep what you're thinking. You're right. You know what I'm saying? Instead of, you know, overthinking, you know what I'm saying, how this person's going to react or anything like that, you kind of alleviate that, and that burden is taken away, right? And which allows you a lot more freedom. You know, there's comments in here like crying is so freeing, and you're absolutely right. It's a part of you, and as a male, you know, as men, we talked about this at length. There has been numerous of times where, you know, coming up where I did deny myself that, you know, because I wasn't afraid, but um, I didn't need the next person thinking, you know what I'm saying, that I was weak or something like that because I have shown these emotions. But then I realized that all of these individuals that was looking at me, you know, they were looking at me to see how I would react. Right. They wasn't looking at how I was responding to it. They was looking at how I would react. And in turn, I learned how to switch my emotions off. And then there was one dominating emotion that was there that was full of anger. Right. And so that was always my reaction to it. You know, when something like this or something bad happened or something like that, anger, it's time to go do something. It's action time. And what they didn't realize is that you know, what I was doing is that I was expressing my feelings. You know what I'm saying? As hurt as I was, denying myself that emotion and only having that one dominant one, it caused a lot of damage, not only in my life, but in several other people's lives. You know, if I could tell people the deep dark stories that, you know, saying when I was out there game banging and things like that, it would probably turn their heads around. You know, I mean, for those who know, they know. uh, they actually put a comment in here. She was like, but she is talking about men, since this is what society teaches men how to respond. um, and as a reminder, you know, and this is her words. Remember, God gave us our emotions as a gift, but society tries to overrule it. Such a deep statement right there, right? You know what I'm saying? Because I do believe that society plays a huge role in how men and women respond and show up for themselves.
Oh man, that brings up, oh God. Yeah, whoever's listening to this, don't let somebody else's discomfort dictate how you take care of yourself. Don't do it. There's a lot of people out there who are never going to do any work on themselves. They don't want to heal. They're getting too much out of their righteousness, out of their anger, whatever that is. Just
Mhm.
because they don't like it or agree doesn't mean that you can't take care of you. Okay. And this comes back to what Tony said earlier. Give yourself permission. Right. I mean, I can give you permission all day long. It doesn't mean a damn thing.
Exactly.
Yeah. By the way, you have my permission.
And mine too, you know what I'm saying? Like this weekend, you know, and Michael, you know, we're starting off the day right. We're bringing it and everything, and it's going to be a day full of these things like that. So,
Mm.
um, just diving back into it, the F and S, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? Let's talk a little bit about that. We don't necessarily have to use the words and everything like
Yeah.
that, but
Yeah. Yeah. This, I tell you, Tony, this is one of my favorites, right? And I
yeah,
was
yeah,
I was I was coaching this guy, really successful guy. Financially, folks, is what I'm
mm,
talking about. I think, I'm not wealthy, but I'm actually one of the wealthiest guys I know.
right, right,
But this is this really financially successful guy who's got this high level position, and he couldn't see where he was at, and he couldn't get past it. So it just came flying out of my mouth. I was terrified. I'm like, oh man, he's gonna fire me. And his eyes got big because this guy, he doesn't have people talk to him this way. He's in one of these positions where people just go, yes sir, kowtow. And yeah, it was amazing. I was scared to death. I was like, oh, what have you done? And
right.
and he stopped me. His eyes got big and he looked around and he goes, you're right. I am. So that's where it comes into perspective changing, shifting. If we can't see it, we need to ask for help, for someone to maybe guide us, right? Not give advice, but to guide us into this other way of seeing something, right? So let's say, picture a beach ball, right? It's got like what, 6 colors on it.
Hmm.
So if you're standing over here, you can't see what's over here on this side.
Mm,
But
yes,
if you take a step one direction or the other, now you see something a little different. Then you see something a little different. That's what I mean by making these shifts. We have to be able to make the tiniest of shifts to get some momentum.
I like that. I definitely like that. Because you have to, and then, I'm gonna put it in a different term, for just for myself sake. It's like looking at a box from the outside, right? You know what I'm saying? You stand in one direction, there's nothing over there, but if you go around the other side, there may be something written on there, right?
Mhm.
You know what I'm saying? You may go to the other side and there's another quote that's sitting over there, and that's a great exercise. Whenever you're feeling stuck or something like that, just remember to look at the box. You know what I'm saying? Look at the box. If you can look at it from the inside out and from the outside in, there's always something to see, right? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
So don't judge it just because the box looks empty or it looks plain or something like that. Go to the other side.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Turn around, look at it from a different perspective. It may actually surprise you. We have a comment down here, and the comment says, it reminds me of a quote from the Afterlife of Billy Fingers. Society teaches limitations, not potential. Ooh, that's profound. That's
Yeah.
so profound, right? You know what I'm saying? Because it does. And I strongly believe that, because if people looked at how society viewed physics, right? You know what I'm saying? In the laws of physics, there are limitations. What goes up must come down. You know what I'm saying? A force greater is only stopped by something greater than it, right? You know what I'm saying? Now, if you took those out and you looked at the potential of it, what goes up never comes back down. It just continues unless it hits something. And so that's pretty much like your grief, right? And when you're trying to move through grief, if you allow your grief to hit a wall, eventually you become stuck. So it goes back to what you were saying before. You have to remove society's limitations and look at the potential of, where do you want to see your grief go? It can go one way or another. As a matter of fact, as you said before, there's 8 billion ways of viewing this thing. There's 8 billion ways of viewing your grief and how to move it and move through it, and how to receive it. So there's actually, honestly, there's no limitations. We just need to get past that. You know what I'm saying? Not really get past it. We need to grow through it and understand it, that
Mhm.
it's whatever you want it to look like.
Yes.
Mm,
So, real quick, resonance. So
mm,
we're resonance means there's an attraction, right? So if there's someone out there, whether it's me or Tony or Anandi from before or Billy from yesterday, whoever, if there's somebody that resonates with you, then maybe reach out to them, ask them a question, right? It doesn't mean you
mm,
have to do life the way they do it, but there's something there. that energetically is telling you, oh, maybe there's something for me to learn so that I can do this other thing for myself.
Right. Yeah.
Okay. So pay attention. I mean, we have so many wonderful tools at our disposal that we were born with that we've shut down. So if something goes, huh, or I wonder if, then follow that trend, and it'll lead you to something else, which will lead you to something else, and that's how this goes. But this is how you create your way of growing through what you need to grow through.
Just messaging our next presenter in the back and letting her know that, hey, I'm acknowledging you. I see you back there.
Is that Hope Rieger?
Yes, that is Hope, right? Yes, I know, right? You know what I'm saying? And we, like I said, man, just like the last couple of days, these presenters have showed up and pretty much showed out, right? You know what I'm saying? They've been bringing the smoke, and we started off the morning, bringing it and everything. So, man, it's been truly, not to take away from my conversation. I just get excited when I see everyone, right? Because I get to see everybody's presentation firsthand in the back room, and and to me, as I said before, and I'll say it again, my heart, you guys fill my heart with so much gratitude when it comes to this, to be able to sit up here with Michael this morning and dive deep into these topics and talk about receiving and showing up for yourself and things like that, and adding so much to our audience, and you know what, I'm not going to cry. I'm not going to cry. Okay. I'm not going to do it. And, but it's truly amazing, man. It's truly amazing, and be able to come up here and share your platform with you, and talk about these different things. And I know we got about 8 minutes and everything. Um, what would you, I don't know. Let's come up with a question and answer it real quick. And for those who are back, who are listening, hey, we got time for a few more questions and everything. So you guys put them in the comments. We got you. Okay. You know what I'm saying? This weekend is about you guys. It's not about us, but it's about you guys. And we're showing up, right? So show up. Let us know what you think. Give us those questions, man. We live for these things. You know what I'm saying? So I did have a question that it went my mind. I think my bald spot is becoming a little bit more profound these days. So I know we're talking about, recommendations of helping people show up and things like that. Being stuck, let's dive a little bit into that, because that's a huge thing, as simple as it is, being stuck in one way or another. What are some techniques that you can recommend people that they can use when they are feeling stuck?
Yeah, that's great. So for the people who are really brainy, heady, and have trouble feeling into things, ask yourself a question when something comes up. It doesn't matter what it is. Ask yourself this: where am I? Where am I? Am I stuck in the past? Am I worried about the future? Am I in this place of despair or anxiety? Where am I? That's it. That's all. Just ask yourself one question, and then sit with it. Right? You don't have, this doesn't have to be like an hour-long meditation. You can do this sitting at your car at a stoplight when you're feeling anxious or angry. You can do this at work when you have a minute. Just, where am I?
I like that.
Keep it simple. That's another thing. God, I've
Yes.
read, Tony, how many books have I read this year? It's
Oh my God.
disgusting. It's crazy. I have this thing about more information, and then I stop for a while, and then I want more information.
Mhm.
And there's resonance for me, and I go a little overboard on it. But keep it simple. When I simplify things, everything else becomes easier.
I like that. I like that. Hope is asking, what is your inspiration today?
Love, pure
Mm,
love, pure love. It's always available. It's everywhere. We just close ourselves off from it.
mm, mm.
Yeah.
That is profound. That is very deep, you know. And I think when most people think about love, they think about the intimate side of love. I don't think they really understand that there's several forms of love that self love, right? You know what I'm saying? Loving loving yourself during your crisis, during your hard moments and things like that's huge as well, right? And I love because I saw your post the other day as well, and I didn't get the chance to comment on it because I was in the back room watching everyone. But you know, how do you show up with love? How do you show up with love? How does Michael, what I'm saying, show up with love in his heart? Because it can be hard, right? You know what I'm saying? Because you do have life's challenges. So how does Michael show up with love? And then
So
we'll close it out.
yeah, excuse me. Great question. That's the opportunity, right? And sometimes I fully embrace that opportunity, regardless of what it is, and I do really well. And other times, I don't do as well.
Hmm.
But being able to not beat myself up over something is where I really show up with loving myself.
Right.
Yeah.
Hope I actually asked too. She goes, Tony, what is your inspiration?
Ah.
Uh, to be honest with you,
Hmm.
you guys, and what I mean by that is that you guys have made a dream come true, for a second year in a row. You know what I'm saying? And when I can get up and I can go to the Global Grief Network group and, put something out there and have the response that comes in the way that it is, you know what I'm saying? You guys give me the inspiration to show up. You guys give me the, inspiration to keep wanting to do what I do, right? Because
Yeah.
you guys let me know of how important the work is that we do. And so, yeah, you guys are my inspiration because I see the benefit in um, showing up for the people who are tuning in to us, right? And what we're giving them, So you guys are my inspiration, man. You know what I'm saying? And people would be so lucky to have such an inspiration, but they don't have to be lucky. You know what I'm saying? You just have to figure out what your inspiration is, right? You know what I'm saying? It can be your grandbaby, it can be your child, it can be your brother, your sister, your mother. What is your inspiration? What
Yeah.
what drives you to do the things that you do? You know what I'm saying? My goal is that, and it's a reminder for me, that one day I'm not going to be here, right? One day I'm not going to be here. But when I leave, when I do happen to expire in this place, I know that what I left behind is something that can go, that will continue to grow for, years and generations behind. So yeah, you guys are my inspiration. You know what I'm saying? I do this because it's not about me. Now, and with that being said, Michael, you want to go ahead and close us out?
Yeah. God, thank God, Tony. Thank you. Hope. Thank you. Ada, Kathy, everybody who helped get this thing together, because this is a way of us giving love. So
Hmm.
I'm grateful. I'm thankful. If anybody has questions for me at another time, please email me, Michael at dogsandmen.com.
That
If
is
you want one of my
amazing.
books, email me. I'll send you a PDF copy of one of my books.
All right. See, that's amazing. Michael, thank you for having me on your platform today and sharing your space with me, man. I love you guys, man.
Yeah, I love you,
Michael,
Tony.
we'll talk later. And for the rest of the audience, we're going to get ready for our next presenter, Hope Rieger. And we're going to be bringing it, man. Mike,
Yeah,
man,
Hope is awesome. Oh my God, you guys are
yes,
in for a
he
treat.
is phenomenal, man. So you guys stay tuned. Mike, we'll talk later.
Thank you.
We're going to get ready for our next presenter. And guys, remember, we're here for you. Put those questions in the comments as we go. We love answering these things. And so we'll see you guys here in a bit.
Hey, welcome, welcome, welcome. So excited to be here today. It is my honor and privilege to be here. I'm so excited. Michael, great presentation. I loved it. And I loved the introduction, right? Like, thank you. Nobody gets the introduction like that I'm amazing. So hopefully I live up to the hype of that. So I love it. I love it. So, welcome to the Global Grief Conference, day number 3. I am Hope Rieger and be your host for the next hour or so. So, who I am is a qualified grief coach. I'm the founder and facilitator of Grief to Hope, a virtual grief support group. I'm also a published author of Grief to Hope, which is a mother's memoir of devastation to determination. All of this is in honor of my son Justin, who I lost in 2016 at the age of 19 to murder. So people make on average 35,000 decisions a day. And I'm extremely grateful one of yours was to join me and the Global Grief Conference. And so my goal today is to simply share my story, my grief journey, so far, what's been going on with my grief journey, and provide you a high-level walkthrough of the program that I created in honor of my son. I invite all of you to join my new series that starts in August. If what I say resonates with you, or if you'd like to get my book, which walks it through, if virtual being online in a group setting isn't resonating with you or isn't something that you're comfortable with, please feel free to reach out or get my book on Amazon.com. Again, that's Grief to Hope. And I'll talk more about that contact information later. So as you all know, grief is as individual as a snowflake. There's not one size fits all, but we definitely draw strength on doing this together, right? So let's get started. And I want to tell you a little bit about my journey and my story. And I think it's incredibly important to share our stories because not only do our stories, sharing our stories could resonate with someone, it could mean the world to others that you're at a point of your life where your story is in that certain phase of grief where someone is just starting out in that phase and they just don't know how to make light of it, how to figure it out, how to walk the path. And so a lot of times our stories, when we tell them about grief, those stories resonate as a way of, this is how I made it. This is how I've created my grief. This is how I live with my grief. This is how I envisioned, I thought grief was, and it really never turned out the way that I expected grief to be. And we'll walk through that as well. So I think it's important to share my story and be vulnerable in this space. It's not a story that I do feel compelled to tell, but it's a hard story. And it can be a heavy story. So just to let you know, I try to tell the story in as much detail as possible. I want to be completely transparent with you and let you know what I walk through and where I'm at today because of that journey. So it started on November 17th, 2016. I received a knock at the door. And 2 policemen stood there waiting for me to walk down from my condo as I looked out the bedroom window. And they asked me, and I opened the door, and it's very early in the morning. It's 6:30 in the morning. And they asked me if I was Justin's mom. And I said yes, with hesitation. And they handed me a piece of paper, like a Post-it note is what I describe it. And they said, the person on this note needs to get a hold of you. It was a name and a number. And they said it was urgent that I reached out to them. Now, I asked them what it was regards to, and they assured me they had no idea what it was in regards to. To this day, I'm not very sure if that was a truthful answer or not, but it was an answer. And so I thought to myself that surely if it was something horrific that they would tell me, right? like on the movies and the news that the police show up to your door. And if it's something horrific, they would tell you. And I was simply handed this note with a name and number. And so I thanked them. I shut the door and again, puzzled, but not in a way that I felt like it was something horrific. I felt like, okay, maybe, I had two sons. Maybe one of them got in a little bit of trouble and couldn't find mom. Our cell phones, maybe they lost their cell phone. I didn't know. And so I walked upstairs to my bedroom and I sat on my bed and I thought, okay, it's 6:30 in the morning. Who's going to be answering the phone at this time, right? But I wanted to make sure that I called the number and left a voicemail, if anything. So I dialed the number and the person on the other line answered very quickly, Greene County Coroner. And those 5 seconds changed my life, my family, and my world forever. He goes on to say that Justin was in an altercation with his roommate and that it started verbally with yelling, arguing. Then it turned physical with punches and pushes. And then one of Justin's roommates, there was 3 altogether, one of the roommates pulled a gun, shot my son in the chest, and killed him. Justin didn't have any weapons on him whatsoever, and that'll play a part later on in the story. But as I sat and listened to the coroner, I went into shock, confusion, devastation, and above all, I needed to get to my son and fix this. Because as a mother, we can fix anything, right? And so I was in complete awe, shock, devastation. But then in the back of my mind, I felt like I could fix whatever was wrong, as a mother does. This time, no matter how bad I wanted to fix it, I couldn't. And so over the course of the week, there were many surprises, right? In the midst of grief, I had never dealt with anything traumatic in my life. I had dealt with grief with grandparents and elders, but nothing traumatic, especially murder and of my son. And so I was thrown into a world of uncertainty, unknowing what to do, how to feel. And on top of that, I was in shock and devastation that my son was actually gone. And so when you're in the midst of this traumatic event, you are not in the right frame of mind to make decisions. However, they are coming to you at a rush. I was told that Justin was at the morgue. And as a mother, because of the investigation of the murder. So as the mother, I was so upset that he was alone and cold in this dark, dark place. And so I wanted to get to him as soon as possible. And not knowing how funerals work, not knowing how things take place, I simply started to call funeral homes, which the coroner suggested that I do because he can't be moved from the morgue till he's in a funeral home. And so I felt like my mind went on autopilot. And what I mean by that is I was functioning, but not in the right frame of mind. And so one of the things that I try to stress and what I'm doing now is find that person that you trust to help you, to guide you through this event, because you're not in that exact frame of mind to make those decisions that are so crucially important. And let me tell you that even though you're in this brain fog, in this moment of, I call it candle wax melting, where everything sort of blurs together, I still remember each and every detail to this day. And some are foggy, but some of them are clear. And not knowing how to figure out how to get, excuse me, how to get a casket, how to get your son to a funeral home, the amount of money, excuse me, the amount of money that it takes, the transaction that it was like a business transaction I was dealing with. Like they wanted me to put a deposit down for the funeral. And even though I had savings and retirement and gosh, I even had insurance, unbelievably, because of something that happened in my past that I had been prepared for. Thank goodness. They were very much business-like, and you need to have 10,000 for us to go pick him up. You need to be this, you need to do this. And I was shocked at the amount of business that it felt like. And I get it. They're running one. They're running a business. But to me, it was painful that I had to focus on acquiring money and going through my savings and my insurance just to see my son, because I couldn't see him. And all I kept on thinking was this lonely, dark, cold place he was in. And so in doing so, I finally found a funeral home that was willing to just say, Hope, we'll get him. We'll take care of it for you. And not worry about the money up front. And that it was so incredibly humbling to me that somebody took the time to personalize, to show empathy and compassion towards me. And so in doing so, I worked with that funeral, and it was excruciating. Those weeks of planning, those weeks of together, pictures, songs. I wasn't prepared for the organ donor call, which unfortunately, because Justin didn't live with me, I couldn't answer all those questions. And so then I felt like I let him down again. I was failing him. I didn't protect him from this evil person, and I didn't protect him. Now I was failing him as in, not allowing him to be an organ donor because I couldn't answer certain questions. And so all these emotions and surprises and all the work that goes into it, on top of that flood of emotions, of me telling the story to everyone asking and telling the story over and over again, and not having the answers to any of the questions that were asked. Why did this happen to Justin? Why did this happen? I was on autopilot. And I remember this happened very close to Thanksgiving. And it was the week before, actually. And I remember thinking to myself that I'm not going to get out of bed. And I didn't. I didn't get out of bed for Thanksgiving. Once the service and everything was over, I couldn't get out of bed. I couldn't function. And I remember laying in my bed Thanksgiving and just thinking, how am I going to do this? How am I going to get through this? And then over the course of the holidays, right? You have Christmas, New Year's. And I found that in the Christmas season, everybody is holly and jolly. And I remember I have 3 beautiful grandkids. And at the time, I thought, they don't understand grief. They want those gifts from Nana. And I remember taking a deep breath as I planned my shopping trip. I was like, okay, listen, I got to get in and get out, right? And I remember holding my breath. Literally, it felt like leaving the house, going to the grocery or going to the store, buying what I needed, buying the toys, and sort of hurrying and rushing to get home and exhaling when I got home. And that was the feeling that I felt, like it was excruciating. Like everybody in the world knew what I was going through, but nobody knew what I was going through. And then I worried about if someone asked me, "How are you today?" Not knowing what I had been through. And then it was almost sometimes a relief when I walked in and people asked, "How are you today?" And it was just the cashier just saying, "How are you, Hope?" Or "How are you today?" And she has no idea what I've been through or what I'm going through. It was almost refreshing that I didn't have to explain or give her that "I'm doing okay," or that grief mask, right? That we all do. And so in February was Justin's birthday. And I felt it was my opportunity to get everybody together and celebrate his life. And so I remember having this heavenly birthday party for him. And as people arrived and food was brought and we were mingling, it was almost like all I did was walk around and make sure everybody else was taken care of. Instead of celebrating his life and his memory and being in that moment, I was worrying about how everybody else was being cared for and how taking care of everyone else's needs at that time. And I remember at the end of the day thinking, this isn't what I should have been doing today. This wasn't about Justin. This was trying to take care of everyone around me and trying to be the mother, the caring, the person that takes care of everything. I even had a cake. I had people write down memories, which to this day is one of the greatest things, right? To have is those memories. But I remember being so extremely exhausted and thinking to myself, I did this not for me. I did this for everybody else. And so learning what took that initiative to being there, being present, and that self-care kind of emotion is when I started to understand that I needed to start feeling for me. And I needed to start grieving for me instead of worrying what everybody else was doing and being taken care of. And that I need to let hope grieve. And then in that springtime came, and because of the issue of the murder, I was assigned a victim advocate. And when you have criminal proceedings, this victim advocate kept you in the loop. She sort of walked you through how the process would roll, filled you in on any questions. But she was overwhelmed, as most victim advocates are around the country. They have a lot to do. And so I was assured by this victim advocate that literally this would be a easy, simple trial, that the roommate that shot and killed my son admitted to doing so, was arrested that evening for murder. He was put in the county jail. He did bond out. And then it goes to a grand jury, which again, the victim advocate assured me that this was something, it was open and shut case. He admitted to it. The other roommate was there. There's, somebody, a evidence and everything, and not to worry that he will be held accountable. And so the grand jury day came, and it was delayed often. I'm not sure if you know a lot about the court systems and how that works, but several delays, and then the grand jury actually happened. And what a grand jury is, for those of you who don't really know how it works, is a grand jury decides if there will be a trial, decides if this person will be indicted. before a trial will even take place. And again, I was assured, Hope, this, no problem. This will be taken care of. And the grand jury was held at a specific day. And the victim advocate called me later on in the day and said she wanted to have me meet at the public defender's office in the courthouse the day after. And I thought this was normal procedure. I would sign some papers or be told how it works for the trial going forward. Not sure if like I would be assigned. I didn't know how it worked. And so I remember showing up in this courthouse, walking in, several people there, and the tension, you could feel it. It was so thick. And I remember looking around at everyone's faces and no one giving me any kind of eye contact whatsoever. And my husband was there, and I just felt off, right? And the victim advocate, she must have drawn the short straw, said to me, Hope, the grand jury has led to no indictment due to his lawyer has claimed self-defense. He will not be tried for your son's murder. And as you can imagine, the rage, the anger, the hate, I could feel it from the tips of my toes to the top of my head. And I was thinking, how can this happen? Why? And basically, it was all on a technicality where when they were verbally all arguing and pushing and shoving, Justin had him up against a wall. And he felt there was no escape but to shoot and kill my son. And they allowed this. And so now I'm dealing with the anger and hatred, and I'm mad as hell, right? And I left there thinking, I have let my son down. I didn't protect him as a mother from this evil person. Then I couldn't even give him the benefit of being an organ donor as his wishes. And now the justice system has provided this ungodly verdict for me to feel and think for the rest of my life. Now my son's not going to get any kind of accountability for his life. And that he will now have to live as he was taken. And so leaving there, I was in shambles and I was a hot mess. And I remember telling myself, Hope, you have two choices, right? You can lay in that bed for the rest of your life with this hatefulness and this anger and this frustration and this force of revenge. Or you can start living for the both of you. You can start living for you, and you can start living for Justin and for the way that he lived versus the way that he was taken. And let me tell you that if I would have stayed in bed and not moved and been in that dark, dark place, not one person would have questioned me. Not one person would have said, come on, Hope, let's go. They would have understood, and they would have said, I would be in the same place too. But I didn't deserve that. And my son didn't deserve that. And so I had to start living. And when you start living, you have to find that inspiration. And so now I had to move forward in finding what that was. And let me tell you, it wasn't easy and it wasn't instantaneous. And I didn't know exactly what that meant, to be honest with you. And so I started counseling. And I remember walking into this counselor's office, and she was this young blonde that I had coached older than. And I thought, what is she going to teach me? But whoa, she was such a blessing to me. It was incredible. And she taught me to journal and to write Justin letters each and every day. And it was so therapeutic. It was so good to write and talk to him and let him know the good days, the bad days, those ugly days, those not so bad days, but getting it down in paper. And as I moved through, I saw the change going back. I saw that change in my journaling of how my mindset began to change. And so I didn't know what I wanted to do, right? I started to go to a Christian support group, which was amazing. And it really wasn't the program as much as being around others who understood, where I could take my grief mask off. I could cry, I could laugh and not be judged. It was being around people that certainly understood because they were going through their own grief. And it was great because they were in different parts of their grieving process or were grieving different losses in their life. Some was their wife, someone, their sister, some was their spouse, their husband, some were their mother. And being in that group taught me that being around other people provided so much strength in numbers. And so as I moved through my journey, within the years, I prayed. I asked God what he wanted from me. I asked, why me? I tried to figure out what my purpose was. And so I started to focus on what inspires me each and every day. And then I started to think, okay, I'll write a book or I'll blog or I'll speak. And I had all these great plans. I'll volunteer, I'll be kind. And for several years, I did that. I started a book. I started volunteering. I started doing things, going to groups, sharing my story. And I knew that I had to honor my son in a way that was incredible. And that meant something. And so as I moved throughout the years, I started to learn a process of marking down during the days what I wanted to accomplish for tomorrow if it was granted to me. Because as you all know, as grievers, tomorrows aren't promised, right? We can't buy them. And we have to see where it takes us. So if we're lucky to wake up the next day, what inspires us? What motivates us? What gets us out of bed? And so I had to find that. And then 2020, COVID hit, right? And this put such a big, huge layer on grief. And I couldn't imagine going through that first heaviness of grief with Justin, not being able to have a funeral or not being able to say goodbye, in person. People were saying goodbye on the phone. We were counting deaths on TV. We weren't allowing our family members to have people come in and see them or talk to them unless it was on the phone. And it was a unimaginable time. And we're still going through it. We were all locked in our houses, right? And things were virtual, just like I am today. And so when I thought about the layer of COVID, I thought to myself, I got to do something. I don't know what, but I got to do something. And as I'm virtually online for my day job, every single day of every single minute, it dawned on me. I can bring people together virtually from their homes that are grieving to a safe place where they can be their authentic self, take off that grief mask, come honest with their feelings, come in their pajamas, be on camera, not be on camera, but just to let them know that they are not alone. So I put pen to paper and I started to develop Grief to Hope. So Grief to Hope, what is it? It's an amazing, amazing program I'm so, so proud of that, again, started in June of 2020 with the first official series kicking off in October of 2020. So Grief to Hope, what is it? It's a 7-week virtual peer grief support program that is 1 hour a week for 7 weeks. We meet virtually, so it can be people all over the world. I've had people from Australia, from Canada, from UK join me. It's for anyone that's grieving or supporting someone that's grieving. And you can be at your journey anytime. So come if it's 3 days, 30 days, 3 weeks, 30 months. It's at any time during that journey. And we all can share and learn from each other at each point of those journeys. We respect everyone's religious beliefs and opinions. That is very important to me. I encourage a diverse environment. And no one's grief is more severe than someone else's. All grief is different and it's all individualized. We don't want to fix you. We don't want to fix what you're going through. We want to listen and we want to tell you our thoughts and opinions, and we get it. We understand it, and you can talk freely, which is the number one point in Grief to Hope, is I always want everyone that comes and joins my group to feel comfortable and their authentic self in sharing their story. And no one is required to speak. If you just want to come in and listen, that's okay too. So how does it work? So weeks 1 through 7. First week, we do an introduction. I share my story just like I have today with you. And we talk about what I went through, what I felt, what everything, how that brain fog, how that rush of things just incorporates you. And we talk about your story and what your story means, if you want to share it. And then weeks 2 through 6, I use the word grief as an acronym. So week 2 is gift of time. Week 3 is receive help. 4 is inspire. 5 is expectations. 6 is feel everything. And week 7 is to hope. So we go from intro to grief in those form and then to hope. So let's dive in to each and every session in the series. And if you want to grab a pen and paper and write things down or take questions or ask questions, please feel free to ask questions. I will do those. Hopefully we'll have a little bit of time at the end. I can answer any questions if you have them. So intro is week 1, which we really covered in the first 35 minutes here, which was my story. Next is gift of time. And we talk about gift of time, and I love this because we've all heard the saying, time heals all wounds, right? Not in grief, at least not for me. I don't believe that time heals us and that it goes away. I believe grief is like a heartbeat monitor. And the way that I describe it as a heartbeat monitor is there's ups and downs. And then there's those lags of time in between those ups and downs. And as time moves, our days, our ups and downs get a little more spread out. They still exist. And I have good days and bad days, but I allow them to be a morning or a day, right? I don't let it start to consume my days, then to weeks, then to months. Because let me just tell you that grief can be a thief of time. So in our gift of time session, we talk about all different things that go around with time. How has your grief changed over time? What have you accomplished in your time? And what has changed during those each times, those phases that we flow through? And I even asked the question, do you feel that grief will eventually go away for you? Do you feel that way? And then I also look at time as maybe not a gift. Maybe it's people rushing you to get through your grief and get back to normal, right? And that is not a gift in itself, where people can rush you because they want you to be back to that same old you. And what people don't understand is, and I explain this as I'm version 1, and then after Justin's passing, I'm version 2.0. And in some ways, I'm better, right? Then the next session that we do is called Receive Help. And we all get this question, right? If you need anything, let me know. Or I am here for you. Just give me a call. And let me tell you, and you all know this if you're grieving, we don't know what we need at a particular time. It's usually complete shock and awe at the time. We don't know what's going to happen, how things work. And then on top of that, you're trying to deal with your emotional well-being. You're on autopilot. And so many of us don't know the answer to that question. And so one of the things in our sessions that we've come to know is, let's get the word out now, right? Let's talk about grief before it happens. And so one of the things that I strive for in my groups is to talk about grief with others and talk about how help helps, right? And that people don't understand in the midst of grief, like asking those generic questions. Instead, ask those questions. May I walk your dog for you? Can I bring you dinner on Friday? Can I pick the kids up from school? If you ask me those questions in the midst of grief, I may not realize what a blessing that is until it's asked. And so opening yourself up to be vulnerable, even after you've reached a phase of grief, to talk about how certain things helped you can definitely help that next person, right? So when we receive help, we want to make sure that we duplicate that help. I remember Kathy earlier yesterday was talking about how a friend sent a card months after the passing of her husband. And it wasn't a true, monetary kind of thing. It was so impactful that she's even talking about it today, when it happened years ago, that was one of the most touching things that helped her. And another thing, when you receive help, when we talk about receiving help, if you do need help and you know the things that you need help with, ask a trusted friend. Tell that trusted friend and say, listen, Hope, I need you. If somebody comes to me and asks me how they can help, can you let them know that it would be great if somebody could pick up the dog from the vet, or grab dog food, or, picking up the kids from school, or telling me what I need to prepare, or helping me with the funeral service, or music, or guiding me. And if you have that trusted friend, when somebody comes and asks you that generic question, you can simply say, please, Hope has all the things that I need help with. If you want to get with her, it is a win-win. If you can help, great. Not only does it take that pride factor out, they can go to your friend, but they can help. Because truly, people do have the best intentions, right? They do want to help. They do want to reach out. And sometimes this is the best way to do it. So we also have to get this out and about and duplicate as we go through grief, and as we spread the word in our grief. And as we move in different phases within our grief, to share the things that helped us. Specific example, another one is year after the passing of a spouse. One of the greatest things that I heard was somebody said, let me help you with your taxes. Let me change your furnace filters. These kind of things don't immediately come to mind a year after a passing, right? But if you've been in grief, you know all those firsts, all those events that happen within that first year. So take it upon yourself to lend that hand. Take it upon yourself to reach out and help others. It's amazing. So in Receive Help session, we ask, what in the world helped you in your grief? How can you duplicate it for others? How did you get asked for help and no one was there? Or did you reach out and someone helped you after you gave them the information they needed? So how did you handle it? How did you handle that question? If you need anything, let me know. Next up is inspiration. So what does inspiration have to do with grief? Actually, it is the entire focus of Grief to Hope. And if you were listening earlier, I asked Michael Overly and Tony in their presentation what inspires them for the day. You must find that inspiration every single day. And we have to make that decision that if you're granted another day, what will we do to honor our loved one? They didn't get tomorrow, right? It can be small, it can be big, it can be hard or easy, it can be business or personal, it can be family or non-family. It's completely up to you. And the greatest thing is it's in your control. So in the first year of Justin's passing, I decided to quit smoking after 30 years, cold turkey. People thought I was crazy and it was not the best time to do this, right? But what happened was I focused on quitting, what it meant for me, and the power and strength that I could gain from it, from accomplishing it. And it was eye-opening. One, I've been smoke-free since. Thank you. I love it. Never thought I could say that. But it was completely empowering. My courage and strength was building. And I started to focus on other things, exercising, eating right, and most of all, living positive. Creating an environment was so powerful in doing all those changes in my mindset. And each day is different. And I start each day with a focus on how to honor my son. And today, my focus was sharing with all of you and being inspired by all of you and my story. And hopefully, you will take this initiative and inspire someone in your journey. Expectations. So we talked about this last night with Jenny Diltz on hers, and she had some great tips. Society expectations. Men and women have different expectations. Are you expected to hurry and get over your grief? Go back to work. We talked about the 3-day work. Like, you get 3 days to grieve, be back. I was lucky enough that I got a lot more time off, because I don't know how I would have came back in there full force working with all of my brain fog, my emotions. And so I actually researched this on the expectation of how long grief lasts. And even the internet put a time limit on it. The internet said 2 years. You have 2 years. That's the average grief time. And so I was like, no wonder people have preconceived notions about grief or how long you get back to return to normal, right? This is not how it works. Grief does not end over 6 months, 8 months, 9 months, a year. And sometimes I even heard last night, Miss Allison, she said, I didn't even start grieving till 2 years, let alone it was over. So people have expectations. And in the beginning of mine, I was scared as hell. And I expected this TV drama movie kind of grief. Like I felt like there was going to be certain things that I needed to get through. And then once I got through those phases, they were done. And so in the expectations of that, when I started to not go through those phases, I was like, oh my gosh, I'm doing grief wrong. So again, I was not protecting my son. I was not granting him his wishes. I was not getting the criminal. Now I couldn't even do this grief thing right. And it was excruciatingly painful for me to think, what do I need to do? How do I need to fix this? How do I need to do grief right? I'm not crying every day curled up in a ball. I'm actually functioning at this point. What am I doing wrong? Is this going to mean that Justin's up there saying, Mom, did you love me? Am I a terrible mother? I mean, those kind of thoughts go through me because this is what we preconceive expectations of grief as. And so I had to learn that the expectation of grief is not to have expectations of grief. There's no right or wrong way to grieve. And it was mine, and mine to own, and mine to live, and not be judged by anyone who's never stepped a day in my shoes. And grief is like a scar. It's there every day, and sometimes we notice it more than others, but it's always there. So I ask yourself in this space, what surprised you about grief? What did you find about grief, about yourself? What expectations did you have it? And what expectations of others did you have? And let's be honest, I've heard this over the course of the weekend as well. People say some hurtful things, but their heart is in the right place, but we have to give them grace. We have to be patient, right? We're the ones grieving, but sometimes we have to offer the patience and grace to them to say, I know your heart's in the right place. When they say those things as, you can have another kid or you'll get married again. I know your heart's in the right place. And someone literally said to me, well, you still have your older son. Okay, that's great. And I love that I have my older son, but I don't have Justin. And that hurts. And so I had to give them grace and understanding and forgiveness and patience because I think their heart was in the right place. And some people just don't know how to say the right things or just be. And that's one thing, if I can teach anyone, when you don't have anything to say or you don't know what to say, don't say anything. Just listen. That's all we need, right? And so to end the grief acronym, it's Feel Everything. And this session has morphed into one of the greatest experiences that I have with Grief to Hope. We first talk about triggers. Is there a certain picture or movie or song or smell that triggers you into that heaviness? For me, it was someone walking. Ironically, Justin never walked a day in his life. If he needed a ride, he called somebody, right? And I couldn't understand why I felt this ache in my chest. My eyes would tear up. I feel alone and empty. And I felt this was a sign that Justin was saying that I didn't protect him and that he was alone. And the guilt of not being able to protect him would come flooding back, and the emotions would be so overwhelming. And so I would notice every single person walking. And it didn't matter where I was or what I was doing. It was if someone was walking, that flood of emotions would trigger me. And then one day I thought to myself, I have to change this mindset into more of a positive way of thinking. And I did just that. Each time I saw someone walking, it was Justin's way of telling me, I'm here, Mom. I'm walking you through your journey of this life until we meet again. And in doing that simple change in my view of my mindset, I created a trigger into comfort. So we talk about triggers, how we can change that into a positive, how you can look at it in a different perspective. And then one of the greatest things about this session of Feel Everything is I asked them to bring pictures, share memories, Tell me about their favorite hobbies, toppings on their pizza, favorite shows, what they love to do, and most of all, say their name. And the smiles that I get within this group during that time is absolutely incredible. They want to share. We want to share. We want to talk about our loved ones. They're still alive in us, and we feel them, right? So that session is an incredible session. And then finally, our session is to hope. What have you dreamed of doing before the loss or after your loss? Finding purpose in your life is absolutely crucial. We cannot buy time. We cannot buy tomorrows. We have to live planning for tomorrows, though, ironic, right? We have to start living for ourselves and our loved ones. Both of our lives matter, and we need to leave a legacy, whatever that means, small or big to you. So I encourage you over the next 4 weeks to write a goal down, small, big, large. It can be something that it takes you out of your comfort zone. It could be something that is minor. It could be, I want to go through their things. I want to go to the grave. I want to go take a shower. I want to do things. I want to volunteer. It could be anything, right? Write it down, because you will begin to realize the courage and strength that we have inside of us as we mark each one of these accomplishes off. And imagine yourself, the feeling you will have at the end of each week and that at the end of the month. You will be surprised at your strength. These are your goals. No one can see them unless you want to share them. Stretch yourself on a day. Give yourself patience on a day. Give yourself grace if needed. The goal is to understand that what you put your mind to, you can win at it. It is so empowering at what you can accomplish. One piece of advice on this: your loved one is your number one fan. They are cheering you on. Trust me. So in conclusion, grief is as individual as a fingerprint. It's snowflake. Our own grief can be different for different losses in our lives. They can be different from my grandmother's grief and my son's grief. But one thing I'm for sure of, grief has taught me how precious time is, and tomorrow cannot be bought. Now is the time to hope, to live, and to dream in honor of our loved ones. We owe it to ourselves and them to live an incredible, grateful, fulfilled, and powerful life. Let today be day one for the rest of yours. So each session of Grief to Hope, I end with a quote, and I'll be doing so as here. But I want to give you my contact information. First and foremost, my website. It's www.grief2hopesupport.com. Again, you can find Hope Rieger or Grief to Hope individually on Facebook, Grief to Hope on Instagram, and Hope Rieger Grief to Hope individually on LinkedIn. On my website, you can find all the details that you need to know about how Grief to Hope works. And it gives you the information if you want to sign up for Grief to Hope, the series. Again, I don't know if I mentioned this earlier, it's completely free. So the program is free for anyone. So if it interests you, please reach out, find my details on my website, or you can go to my Facebook, Instagram, or LinkedIn. There's always information as well. You can also find my book on Amazon. It's Grief to Hope by Hope Rieger. As well as on my website, I'm going to have some really cool tools to help with the Grief to Hope program. I'm going to be hopefully getting out my workbook and some other cool stuff as well. So as my time with you has come to a close, I would really like to share a quote. There is nothing more powerful than our loved one we grieve, giving us the why to hope. It has been my absolute pleasure to be with you today. I hope that you found the information impactful, and I encourage you to please reach out to me if you need anything. right. All right. I am all good. So it looks like I don't see any. Oh, God. I don't see any comments besides gifted time. Wow, time heals all wounds is why so many people wait for years to feel better. Oh, you're right. Gift of time. We talk about that. Time heals all wounds. Like we're waiting to feel better. Like I can say, once I got through this process, eventually once I hit this phase, I'll go back to this phase, and I'll go back to it. And it's sometimes it's never ending. And so I encourage you to reach out. All right. Well, thank you so much. It has been my absolute pleasure to be with you today. And I'll talk to everybody soon. Thank you.
Tony, hey, how are you? Hey, everyone. Sherry Dunleavy here, and I apologize. I thought I was going to be introduced, but I'm going right on. So, my name is Sherry Dunleavy. I'm your inspirationista, and today we're going to be talking about how can I help? So, what I loved about Hope Rieger was part of her program is talking about how you can help others through their grief, through their difficult chapters in life. And I'm going to explain where I've been and where I've gone and tell you about a book that I wrote that helps people do that. So, Tony, if we could bring up the slides now, that would be a great thing, and we can go through it. And I will be guiding you through how you can help your loved ones get through life's difficulties, through their losses, through their grief, through their pain. Remember, our job is not to fix that pain, but our job is to help and comfort, offer love and support a person as they are going through pain if that person and that relationship is important to us. So, in this presentation today, we're going to learn 3 reasons why maybe people don't show up to support a grieving friend. And as I have talked to people through all walks of life, through all types of grief, there are those people who come out of the woodwork that we would never have expected that would help us through and be our angels here on earth. And then there are those people who we thought would be there, who we look around and really were counting on their support, who simply just seem to disappear. That happened to me and my husband as we were going through the loss of our son, and subsequently why I'm talking with you today. So we're going to learn 3 reasons why people don't show up. I'm going to show you some helpful things that you can do and say to help support a grieving friend, actions and words that are not so helpful. Not so helpful. I don't want to say right or wrong, not so helpful, and how we can reframe them to really be supportive. The 2 most important things that grievers say will help them in any situation feel loved, supported, and comforted as they're going through grief, and have some free resources that you can use or you can share with people that you know who are dealing with grief. So let's just take a look at the past 2 years living through a pandemic. See, because I think that a lot of times we confuse grief with just death. But grief is actually from loss. And we have all been experiencing some sort of grief in these past 2.5, 3 years as we have lived literally through a pandemic. We've lived to tell the story. And as we've gotten through this, we've realized that there were some things that we have grieved. In the Graduating Grief podcast, which is a podcast that I host, there's a definition by grief expert Dr. Phyllis Kaminsky that I absolutely love because I think it totally fits this bill, what I was just talking about. Grief is what we feel when we lose someone or something that we hold dear. So let's take a look at this pandemic and all the things that many of us have lost, human touch and hugs and kisses because we were in lockdown. You know, many of us couldn't hug our parents or our children if they lived out of the house, or our grandchildren. We lost graduations, entire school years, college experiences, weddings, family vacations, family holidays. We've missed Christmases, Thanksgivings. Many of us have lost incomes. We've lost our jobs. We've lost our businesses. And many marriages did not survive. So that is a lot to grieve. Those things in of themselves, I think that all of us can pick something from that list and say, yes, we have been grieving. And I have lost this, something that I held dear. We're not even talking about the people that we lost. We're not talking about those deaths, the death of family members, the death of friends, the loved ones who were dying alone. No way to say goodbye, saying goodbye to our loved ones over FaceTime. And then once they died, a lot of times they weren't doing funerals for a long time, and people weren't coming to funerals, and people weren't holding funerals. So there was no way for people to physically comfort us. And I remember that first year during the pandemic, my aunt lost her husband, and my mother sat with her outside of the hospital while he lay dying inside the hospital. So they cannot say goodbye. And then it was the height of the pandemic. He died, and there was no one that was allowed to come around and comfort her and support her through this because of the quarantine. So that is like significant grief and added layers of grief. So when you look at that, I think it's safe to say that all of us have been grieving something. And of course, the number one cause for grief is death, the death of a parent, a spouse, a child, a sibling, extended family member, even a pet. I lost my beloved pet during the pandemic. It was absolutely devastating. And then I lost my father, and then I lost my best friend. And it was absolutely a very challenging time for me and for so many others. And a lot of times we suffer grief when someone significant dies, whether it's a political figure or a celebrity that somehow spoke to us, that somehow we relate to in some manner. It could be someone that's significant in your community, a beloved teacher or a beloved public servant. So the number one cause for grief is death. And I think that this is important for us to understand too, because I think that the world as a whole looks at someone who is grieving, and what do they picture? They picture someone who is quiet and isolated, or quiet and crying, or sad. But here's the thing, when people go out in public, a lot of times they put on a mask, so you don't see that side of their grief. And so, yes, it can be sadness. Yes, it can be crying, but it also can come out in someone being very short or rude. It can come out as people just feel hopeless and they just don't care very much about anything anymore. It could be a deep sense of fear, feeling like their life is in turmoil. Grief is not depression, but if left untreated, can turn into depression. It can make you feel incredibly lonely. It can make you feel very angry, and it can even make you sick. So there are a lot of people that are dealing with health issues as they're grieving, because grief is a whole body experience. And it can settle in your body and make you susceptible for a lot of illnesses, diseases, if we're not paying attention to it. So that's why it's so important for us to lend our support. So I want to ask you this question: what would the world and its people look like if we all took the time to manage and heal our grief? What would that look like? And do you even think that it's possible? Do you even think that it's possible? Well, I think that the first step that we have to do is ask ourselves this one question: how can I help? How can I help? What can I do to help ease the pain and suffering of someone who's grieving? Not fix, okay? And how can I provide words and actions that offer comfort? So I think before we move forward, I need to take you back. I need to introduce you to me and what happened with me and my family and why I'm talking about this with you today. So back in the early 80s, mid 80s, I was a graduate from Kent State University and secured my first job, which was a dream job. I was a television news anchor for 16 years for an NBC affiliate in the Steubenville, Ohio, Wheeling, West Virginia area. And I mean, my life was on track. Everything that I had been dreaming and working towards was working for me. I had a dream job. I had, great promotion. I met the love of my life. We purchased a home. We got married. We started our family. Everything was going great until it wasn't. And that's when I went in to have an ultrasound for my second son. And the technician said, "Mrs. Dunleavy, can you come back here? we have to take some more pictures. And I just knew something was wrong. Long story short, ended up being thrust into this world as a high risk pregnancy. My son lived 29 days. We just had his heaven anniversary this past week. 24 years ago, my son Brandon was born. 27 days later, he died. And all of a sudden, I went from living this great life, loving my life, into grieving mom and in survival mode. And not only did I lose my son, I had a high risk pregnancy. I lost my son. I ended my career a year later after he died. And my husband and I lost 3 of our closest friends. I was expecting my best friend at the time, when she called me, I thought she was going to say, Sherry, I have a sitter for the kids. I'm on my way. Hold tight. I will be there. But that's not what I heard. What I heard was, I'm sorry, I can't handle this. And she just disappeared. And 2 of my husband's best friends just dropped out of our lives as well. Now, that does not mean that there weren't people that came through and lifted us up and carried us through this grief and supported us and loved us and comforted us, because they did. But as I said earlier in the presentation, there are those people that you look around that you expect are going to be there because they've been with you always. And you look around and they're gone. And so I was just kind of surviving my grief. And 6 years later, after I had left my career, after we had moved to another state, the phone rings and it's the friend who said, I can't handle this. And she just said, you've been on my mind. What have you been up to? No mention of the death of my son, no mention of the abandonment, no mention of any of it. And so when we got off the telephone, after we ended that phone call, I could have been very angry, but instead I was very curious. And I thank God for that. I was very curious. What was that about? Why would those people that you thought would be there just disappear? And as I started talking to other people, I realized I wasn't alone. It had happened to so many other people, and not just through death. People who've been divorced feel abandoned. A lot of times people choose sides. People who've lost their jobs feel abandoned. People who've been diagnosed with cancer or Alzheimer's, or who've had to make massive changes in their life to care for someone at home. Those people just had people that vanished and disappeared from their life as well. And so that curiosity, why did that happen? It was the curiosity and the question that made me go on a quest to find out what we could do better to help people through. And that's when I decided to write a book. How Can I Help? Your go-to guide for helping loved ones through life's difficulties. It's a book that I feel like I was called to write, because after we hung up that phone and I thought about that question, what was that about? I went in search of. I started going to Google. I started going to Amazon. Is there a book? Is there some kind of resource out there that could help these people? That could help these relationships? Because these relationships were severed. They were gone, never to be renewed again. They can't be revived. And every time I would go to look for such a resource, the message came back to me that said, Sherry, if you want this resource, you're going to have to write it. Sometimes our grief and our experience actually requires more for us. When we know better, we do better. When we learn, we share. This is a beautiful way to move through your grief by helping others. And so I created a resource where I interviewed people from all walks of life dealing with all kinds of difficulties in life. As I mentioned before, it's mostly about death and grief in that manner, but we also have chapters. I also have chapters on divorce and job loss and illness. And I asked these people, what did your friends and family do to help you through? How did they help you? What were some of the things that weren't so helpful? And I put them all in one resource. And it's been helping people for the last 7 years. And I'll tell you about that a little bit later on. But I just want to tell you that by doing this, I was able to move from surviving to living in a mode of thriving. And I want people who are grieving right now to know that it's possible to graduate from the pain and suffering of your grief and to step into living and loving your life after loss. I live a thriving life now. I love my life. I'm a best-selling author. I'm the founder of the Graduating Grief Academy. I host the Graduating Grief podcast. And I love paying it forward to help other people. And if it happened for me, I want you to know it can happen for you too. Okay, so let's go back to how can I help? What can I do to help ease the pain and suffering of someone who's grieving? And one of those words and actions that I can do that actually work. Okay, so that's what we're going to be concentrating on now. So I think the first thing we have to look at is how do we respond in a crisis? Do we automatically step back in fear? Or do we step forward in love and compassion? Now, this is not a time for you to judge what you do. It's time for you to take a look at what's your mode. How do you usually operate? There are those who move into a crisis. First responders, thank God for them. Those who are trained to do that, and those for whom it's naturally a gift for them to move in and nurture. Okay. Then there are some that it just, I don't know. I don't know about this. This feels uncomfortable. Yes, Dee said yes, because they are uncomfortable with your grief. That may be. Here's what I want to tell you. It doesn't matter whether you are one that runs to or whether you're one that steps back. These are skills that all of us can learn, all of us can do better, and all of us can perfect. And we get better at them the more we practice. Okay. So I feel it's my own personal thought that it is much better to step out in love, even if we do something or say something awkwardly, than to step back in fear and not do anything at all. That's when relationships end. If a relationship is important to you, it's important for you to learn these skills, and anyone can learn them. So let's take a look at the 3 reasons why people don't show up. I think that for my friends in this stage of life, everybody was having children. Okay, so everyone was having children, and now they know someone whose child died, whose baby died. And if you're pregnant, or if you have an infant, or if you have toddlers, oh my gosh, if it happened to her, it could happen to me too. It hits too close to home. Or perhaps someone is so close to you that their grief and their pain becomes so overwhelming to you that you can't bear to see them in that kind of pain. So you step back. Another one is you just don't know what to do or say. It's never been modeled for you. You might not have ever, experienced grief at this point in your life. You might not have lost someone or gone through a divorce, or, life has been going pretty good until it's not, right? And so you just never really thought about this. So you just don't know. You don't know what you don't know. But I think a lot of people fall in this third category. They're afraid that what they're going to say or do is not going to be the right thing, that we're going to make it worse, that we're going to make them cry, that it's going to be, much harder. So you know what? I don't want to screw this up. I remember I had this group of lovely people who kept saying, we want to do something so special for you. Tell us what to do. Well, I wasn't in a, like Hope said earlier in her session, I wasn't in a position to let them know what to do because I didn't even know what I wanted. And the more they kept putting it on me, the more I'm like, I'm not going to tell you to just do something. I don't know. I don't know. And eventually they just never showed up again. Don't leave it to someone else. And especially don't leave it to the griever. Eventually they might be able to tell you. but maybe not. So they're afraid they're going to do or say the wrong thing. So as I was interviewing these people for my book, there were two answers that showed up time after time after time of what were the most important things that people could do to help the grievers. As far as the grievers' perspective, these two things were the first one, prayer. Prayer. People said to know that other people were praying for them made a world of difference. One woman described it as she could feel the prayers were palpable. She felt supported and strengthened by them, literally. And I have to say, I felt the same way, especially years later as we were dealing with the illness and then eventual death of my father. Each surgery, when I would ask people to pray, I felt that support. I felt like the bottom wasn't going to drop out, that my people were holding me up in prayer. I literally felt that. But here's what else they say about prayer. One woman in the book described it as, she said, every time I thought about one of my friends who said they were praying for me, actually stopping down at a certain point in their day to send up a prayer on my behalf, it brought me to my knees in such gratitude that they would even be thinking about me in all the things they're dealing with their day. And they would stop for a moment and they would send up a prayer on my behalf. Meant the world to me. So prayer, very important to people. So when in doubt, send up a prayer, send out good vibes, good juju, love and light. Whatever you put a name to it, it's meaningful, it helps, and it's appreciated. And the most important thing, unanimous across the board, that people said was most important is to be there. To be there. So when I wrote this book, it was written pre-pandemic. And so it really, when I meant be there, it meant show up. Be there for your friends, for your family members, for your work colleagues. Attend the visitation if there is one. If there isn't one, go sit with them at home. Sit with them at lunch. Be in their presence. That's what the intention was pre-pandemic. But as we learned through the pandemic, we had to be very creative in our ways to be with other people. And thank goodness for technology, because we were able to show up virtually as well. So be there can look like a lot of different things. It can be attending the visitation, an at-home visit. It can be a phone call with a voice message. And I will tell you, there are many times that I have picked up the phone when I've heard that someone has lost someone that they loved, when it's a death of a parent, a death of a sibling. And I will pick up the phone immediately to call them, fully thinking that I am going to get their voicemail and leave them a loving message, because certainly they don't want to be talking right now. But it's surprising how many of those people have picked up the phone because no one's called them. And they just need to talk to a friend who loves them. So call back. One of the best things after my father died was someone called me, left me a voicemail, said, I just want you to know I love you. I just want you to know I'm here for you. And please do not call me back. I will call you back later. And that took such a burden off of my plate, because I didn't have to make a return phone call to her. I knew she was going to call me back. Zoom and yes, Hope says call and keep calling. Absolutely. Zoom and Skype, perfect ways to do a visit. I can't be with you because I'm in LA and you're in West Virginia, but you know what? Let's grab a cup of coffee or a cocktail and let's spend an hour together. Let's talk that way. Okay. Social media messaging. Social media is a wonderful way to connect with one another. But let me just tell you, if you are sending a prayer emoji or hugs with parentheses and you think that that is going to be enough, if the relationship means anything to you, that will not be enough. Hugs and prayers, they're appreciated. Are you actually sending up a prayer at that time, if that's all you're doing and the relationship is important to you, I have a feeling that that person might need more from you. Okay? So just be very careful. If the relationship is important to you, then social media messaging is probably not going to be enough. Okay? All right. So here's some other ways to be there. And these are all listed in the book. And that's what I love about this, because people were very creative in the ways. And I loved, oh, Hope, when she said, can I do your taxes for you? That's a great one. Can I put in furnace filters? We have to remember that, especially if with older people and people who have had very gender specific roles, usually the man takes care of the outside, not always, of the house. The woman takes care of the inside. So, grass needs to be mowed and laundry needs to be done. And people might not know how to do that. So, okay, you can send food and drinks. Here's another thing. One woman told me in the book, send breakfast. Everyone was sending, lasagnas and fried chicken and ham sandwiches and, all this stuff. But we were starving. We had not had all these people in town and we had nothing for breakfast. So someone sent us over coffees and teas and bagels and fresh fruit. And it was just like amazing. So send over food and drinks or ice and, paper plates, things that are disposable. You can run errands for people. You can care for people's pets. You can make phone calls for them, create meaningful gifts. Listen to them. Just sit down and let them talk. Send a card. And if you are going to send a card, leave a message. When you share a story about someone's loved one with them, you are sharing a gift of gold. Let me explain that. My father was a welder in the steel mill. And after he retired, he became a teacher at a local community college and taught welding to so many young men. And it was amazing how many of those young men came to his visitation and shared with us a side of my dad that I never knew, of how he was their mentor and how he got them back on track and how he was the only person that believed in them. When you can share a personal story of someone's loved one, you are sharing a gift of gold. Put it in a card. Send it in an email. Stop them in the store and tell them about it. No matter how many years have passed, those will be gifts that people will appreciate. And those are gifts that they would have never known about it unless you would have shared that with them. So in the book, I say things I don't have right or wrong. I think here are the things that are most helpful. These are the things that the grievers say are most helpful to them. Now, here are some things that they say are not so helpful. Because as I said, it's my belief that I would rather you show up awkwardly and say something awkwardly than not show up at all, right? And the only reason we're awkward at this and we say these awkward things is because we don't practice them enough. We don't talk about these things enough. This is why I absolutely love this conference, because we are talking about the things that no one wants to talk about. And yet, these are the things that everyone needs to know at some point in their life. Yes, Deb says, remember, it's not about you. It's not about you. It's about them and stepping out in love for them. I'll tell you a story about that. My girlfriend, when my son was in the neonatal intensive care unit, I was not able to drive, and he was in a hospital that was over an hour away. I wasn't allowed to drive because I had a C-section. And I remember her saying, is there anything I can help you with? And I wasn't grieving quite yet. I was in anticipatory grief, but I still had hope that my son would live. And I knew that she was deathly afraid of hospitals. I knew that. But I needed a ride to the hospital. And I said, could you just drop me off at the hospital? And not only did my friend drop me off at the hospital, but she made it about me. And she put her fear on the back burner. And she went to the hospital with me. and she met my son. And even though she was scared to death, she didn't make it about her fear. She made it about her love for me. So think about that, okay? So let's talk about this phrase. Is there anything I can do? Please let me know. If there's anything I can do, please let me know. And I still have to stop myself from saying this. This is why this phrase is not so helpful. Well, there's a number of reasons why it's not so helpful. One of the reasons it's not so helpful is because, as Hope said earlier, grieving people really don't know what they need right now. We don't know what we don't know because we're in shock. Our brains aren't working right. Our bodies aren't working right. We're not thinking straight. We're all of a sudden in crisis mode. We're not eating, we're not drinking, we're not sleeping. So those are the basics, right? But we don't know. And let's just think about these roles, okay? If my husband always mows the grass, I might not even know that the grass needs mowed until I go outside 3 weeks later and it's a foot high. I don't know. I don't know what I know. So sometimes grievers don't know. Okay. But it also puts the burden on grievers to tell you what to do. That's why this isn't so helpful, because some people are just never going to tell you. They're just never going to tell you. And I know that I was one of those people for a long time, although I did allow my girlfriend and told her that I needed a ride to the hospital. So I'm very proud of myself for asking for help. So I want to allow grievers to know it's okay to ask for that help. If you know what you need and someone says this to you, tell them what you need. But as someone who's offering this support, there are better ways that you can say this. Now, here's something else that grievers told me. When I do this talk and training for many people, there are grievers that tell me, don't say this phrase unless you mean it. Because I have said what I needed. I have a week later called someone up and said, Aunt so-and-so, you said if there was anything I needed. And this woman told me how her husband died. She needed to go to work. Her car broke down and it was raining outside, so she couldn't walk. And all she needed was a ride to work. And she called her aunt, who had said this to her at the funeral home a few weeks earlier. If there's anything you need, honey, let me know. And she said, I need a ride to work. And her aunt actually said, well, Price is Right is on. And I watch Price is Right every day, so I can't take you. She said, I've never talked to that aunt again. So don't say this if you don't mean it. So a lot of people, a lot of grievers, and I wasn't one of them, but people are telling me as I go to speak to various groups that they see this as a way to say something to make you feel like you're doing something important to support them. But really, you have no intentions of doing that. They see it as something that's just lip service. And I never thought of that before. Okay. So how can we reframe this to make the essence and make the intention of this phrase more helpful? Think about 3 things that you would like to do for that person. Okay. Think about 3 things that you are willing to do for that person. Hey, do you need me to pick up the kids after school? Do you need me to take them to scouts or to basketball practice? Do you need me to take your pets for a walk? Do you need me to go get groceries the next time I'm out? Can I make phone calls? Pick 3 things that you're willing to do for that person. Don't suggest things you're not willing to do. So Sherry is never going to be offering to come clean someone's house because that's just not something I'm willing to do. Okay. I'll send someone to clean your house if that's something that you want, but can I do laundry for you? Can I go take the dogs for a walk? I'm going to the grocery store. Do you need anything? I'm happy to pick. I'm going to the pharmacy. Do you need any prescriptions? Think about things and think along gender roles too. Okay. So think, do you need the grass mowed? Do the leaves need raked? Do someone need laundry done? If it's a male and he's never had to do laundry, he might not even realize he needs laundry until he's out of underwear. Right. So we have to be thinking about these kinds of things. And I love what, like Hope said about the taxes and the furnace filter. But here's another thing. One woman said one of the best things that someone offered her was she was a medical coder for her job. Can I go through your medical bills and help you sort them out? The woman said she just dissolved in tears because, unbeknownst to this friend, she had piles of medical bills that she just couldn't handle and deal with. And she just kept adding them to the pile, and she couldn't deal with them. So she didn't. So not only was she past due with these payments, she didn't even know how to sort them out, and she had no desire to look at them. So there are all things that each one of us have gifts, talents, and abilities that we can offer to help ease the suffering of others. And I just want you to know, tap into those things. To you, they might not be a big deal at all. To the other person, it might be the biggest gift you could ever give them. You can't put a price tag on that. So if there's anything I can do, please let me know. Let's reframe that. Use 3 things that you can do. And here's another thing. If they say, no, not right now, then say, you know what? I'm going to call you back in 3 weeks, 2 weeks. I'm going to ask you again. I'm going to ask you again. You might be surprised. They might take you up on it then. Okay. So what are some other not so helpful things? Saying things like, I know how you feel. You don't. Just because you lost your father and I lost my father does not mean that you know how I feel, because you don't know what my relationship was like with my father. I lost my father. My sister lost her father. My brother lost his father. And none of us felt the same way in our grief. All of us felt different. We know what it's like to lose a father, but we do not know how each other is feeling. They are much better off now. At least they're not suffering. I had one woman that said, you know what? My husband isn't better off. He was better off under my care. You just don't know how people are going to take it. So avoid saying those things. And here are some things. Yes, Ada, it is a very personal loss. It's individual. Avoid skipping the visitation. Grievers tell me this over and over and over. I can't tell you everybody who was there, but I can tell you who wasn't. There's just something about it. There are just some people that we are looking for in our peripheral to show up and be there. And when they're not there, it takes us back and it really hurts us. So you think it might not matter to you or to them. It does. It does. Even if you don't know the person who's deceased, you show up for the loved one who is left behind. And even if you don't know the people who were left behind, you show up to pay your respects for a life well lived and to share a story with their grieving family members. Okay. Ignoring a loss based on value judgment. In the book, I talk about a story where a woman was saying, the only father I ever knew was never married to my mom. And when he died, people did not recognize him as my dad, and me losing my father or my mother losing her husband. And we felt isolated and on an island. So don't pass your judgment on someone else's grief. Commenting on funeral arrangements or lack of funeral arrangements or the cause of death, none of your business, none of your business. Being too quick to change the subject. Grievers need to tell their story, and they need to tell it over and over and over again to help process it. Okay. And so when the tears come, your discomfort at those tears and changing the subject truly hurts the heart of someone who's grieving. So try not to do that. Critiquing the grieving process. That is just, everyone is individual. It's deeply personal. There is no timetable. There is no right way. There is no wrong way. As long as you are not harming yourself or others, there is no right way or wrong way to grieve. It is completely individual. And so you can't gauge it. So just try not to do those things. They're not so helpful. So here's how I can help you. What to do, what to say, and how to do and say it better. This is my book, How Can I Help? Your go-to guide for helping loved ones through life's difficulties. And I do trainings also for many organizations, many schools, many businesses, many hospitals, because we don't know how to handle grief because it's uncomfortable for us. So we have to get comfortable. We have to get comfortable with the uncomfortable. So Deborah wants to know, what is the resource from where I'm sharing these suggestions? The resources are from all of the people that I interviewed, Deborah. They are not from, this is a book that was devised with the sole intent purpose of not connecting to the so-called experts on grief, okay, but with the experts on grief who are living with it, who are living through it. I wanted the people who were going through this experience to tell me what their friends and family did to help them through this process that they felt was very important, that was very unique, that was not so helpful, that was hurtful. And I compiled their answers. So that was the thing. When I felt called to write this book, I felt very ill-equipped. I felt like I'm a mom who lost a son and I had this happen to me, but I'm certainly not the expert. But I could tell people what helped me, and I could interview other people just like me from all walks of life who've gone through this. And I could have them give these real time, real life suggestions that really do help because it helped them. And so that's why I love putting this together, because I got to connect with so many people and I got to hear their stories, weave their stories into it, and really come up with something that gets people to start thinking. And you can get this Amazon, Barnes and Noble, and at SherryDunlevy.com. There's also something called text help texts. Okay. And this is an amazing app that you can use, that I've interviewed people on my podcast, the Graduating Grief podcast. I interviewed the founder, Emma Payne, on this. She created this app, or this text service that I think it's $99 a year, and grievers sign up for this, and it helps them every single day. It sends them a text to help them process their grief. But they can name up to so many people, like 3 to 5 people that can get texts also. These are their support people, okay? And so they will also send you text prompts to say, you know what, Sherry? Today is the first anniversary of the death of Karen's mom. This might be a good time for you to reach out to her. Maybe send her a card, or pick some flowers, or go invite her for a cup of coffee. See how she's feeling. It will help you during the holidays. You know what? Your friends are grieving this holiday season. Here are some helpful things that you might be able to do that will help them get through this holiday season. And they can feel more joyful instead of being more anxious about this holiday season. So this is a great service that I think that you could purchase for someone who's grieving, and then have them name you so that you can support them throughout the year. And I just absolutely love this service. That's why I wanted to share that with you. Also, you can invite me to train your management team, workforce, faculty, or volunteers. Happy to do that at any time. And I have some free resources for everyone, free resources that I'm going to share with you right now that can really help you. First of all, I have the Graduating Grief Facebook community. I call this a positive online support community. What do I mean by that? I mean that during the pandemic, a lot of grievers, in order to find other grievers, in order to find support, were forced to go online to find support groups. And some of the support groups that I went into were terrifyingly scary. Why was that? Because everybody was feeding each other's pain, and no one was giving anyone any hope for healing. And so I wanted to create a community that allowed people to come with the pain of their loss, of their grief, but instead of everybody else in the group talking about then, like today I'm celebrating the first anniversary of the death of my mother, and I can't get out of bed. And then the next person comes in and said, yes, you'll never, I was in bed for 3 weeks after I lost my mother, and I'm my whole family fell apart after the loss of my mother. And it just turns into this feeding frenzy of pain and suffering. And that does not help grievers. What helps grievers is saying, you know what? I remember when I lost my mother, and I remember when I couldn't get out of bed. Here's something that helped me. Maybe it will help you. And that's what's different in my group. We allow your pain, but we're going to feed you hope and healing every single time. We're going to ask you to set intentions each week. We're going to ask you to be grateful for the good things that have happened in your life, because sometimes in the darkness of grief, we can't see that. But we were always going to steer you in the direction of hope and healing. You can find community, because that's important. It's important when you're grieving, because you feel so isolated and so alone. And so you're going to find other people who have traveled or traveling this journey as well. You're going to find support. You're going to find encouragement. You're going to find tools and even some coaching in there. Okay. Well, also free resource for you, the Graduating Grief podcast. This is a podcast that helps you start loving your life after loss. It feeds that hope and healing. We talk with grief experts. We talk with authors. We talk with coaches. We talk with people that help you with mindset. But we also talk with people who have graduated from the pain of their suffering and stepped into living and loving their life, and living their life on purpose and with passion and joy, so that they can make an impact on the world. I want people to see that it's not just me that's saying this. There's so many other people who have traveled this journey called grief and have come out the other side to live incredible lives, happy lives, joy-filled lives. And it's possible, but you have to choose it. You have to choose it. You have to decide you want this for you. So you can find episodes on graduatinggrief.com. You can also find it Apple Podcast, Spotify, Google Podcast, iHeart app. It's free, and it's a wonderful resource. And then I have graduatinggrief.com. And this is, there's a resource page that has things. If, there's blogs and there's links to the podcast. There's a quiz where you can see where you are in your grief journey. And it has information on the Graduating Grief Academy. And it's all free. It's all free. So people message me all the time and they say, where do I start? And I would like to tell people, the first thing you have to do is decide that you want to have hope and that you want to have healing in the midst of your grief. Okay. Decide this and choose this for yourself. The second thing is to find a community that's going to support and uplift and encourage you in this journey. Because there are some people that misery loves company, and they're feeling miserable, and they don't want you to feel good, because then you're going to leave them. Okay. It's like those crabs in the bucket. They're pulling you back. You want people that are going to move you forward, that are going to lift you up and move you forward towards the light of life and loving life again. So find a positive support community. And the third thing I'm going to say is seek out resources and seek out support. Not every coach is a good coach, and not every therapist is a good grief therapist. Is it grief specific? Because you would not believe how many mental health professionals, how many clergy members have zero training in grief. That's what happened with me when I was moving through this in the early stages of my grief after losing my son. I had therapists that were crying harder over it than me. And I knew that wasn't right. I didn't even know grief coaches existed. So once I hired a grief coach, my life changed. I say it went from like living in sepia tones to now living in Technicolor again. And I am aging myself with the Technicolor reference. But these are free resources for you, and those are the three things that I want to share with you. But before I leave you today, I want to leave you with the top 5 lessons that grief taught me. Okay. And if we have time for questions, please just add them in the comments. I would love to hear them. Okay, the first one is life isn't fair, but it doesn't mean it can't still be beautiful. It is not fair that a mother should lose her child. It's not fair that a person should lose their spouse. It is not fair. But it doesn't mean that life can't still be good and there are not good people in it and there are beautiful things and beautiful experiences that we can have. They are out there every day. And if you don't believe me, just look, it's springtime. The dark and depth of the winter is now coming alive with color. And that's how our lives can be. Change is inevitable. It's inevitable. So you have a choice. You either go with the flow, even if you don't like it, or you can stand and fight against the current. I don't like this. Unless I have my son back, I will never be happy again. Here's how that's going to go. It's going to break you. Eventually, you're going to become so stiff and rigid with life and living that it's going to eventually break you. But if you become more flexible and go with the flow, I don't like it, but I know I want to see where this moves me to. I want to let myself flow through this thing. And I know I can come out the other side. Every life has meaning and every life can make an impact. My son never left the hospital. He only lived 27 days. And here I am 24 years later, and I'm sharing him with you all today. His life mattered. His life made an impact, and he did not achieve one thing in life. He did not even breathe on his own. But his life mattered, and his life made an impact, and your life matters, and your life can make an impact. But if you don't take the steps to help heal your grief, we might not never know your full potential. We can't let our grief hold us back from the impact that we can make in life. Our losses are chapters in our life, but they are not our life story. We continue to write chapters every single day. I am not going to give myself the label of grieving mom. That's a chapter in the book of Sherry Dunlevy, but that is not my life. That is not my life. I am writing chapters every day, and I am going to be writing chapters of victory, and I am going to write a happy ending, I promise you. And we can graduate from the pain and suffering of our grief and start living and loving our lives again. I know this to be true because I am living proof. So I am so happy that you all joined me today. If you want to keep in touch with me, here are the ways that you can do it. I have my website, sherrydunlevy.com, for speaking engagements and purchasing of my book. Graduatinggrief.com is your resource page for you to find those resources that you need that will lend hope and healing in your journey towards healing your grief. If you want to message me directly, it's sherrydunlevy.com. And the Graduating Grief podcast is available, as I said, on Apple Podcasts, Google, Spotify, and the iHeart app. And you can find me at Sherry Dunlevy on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. So thank you for allowing me to spend time with you. I don't know. I'm going to go through the comments to see if there were any other comments, any other questions that people might have. And I don't think so. So I just want to thank you again for allowing me to come and present with you today. It's been my honor and my pleasure. And if there's anything that I am able to help you with in the future, please reach out to me. In the meantime, take advantage of this conference. Share it with your friends. If someone might not resonate with you, but they might be the perfect person for a friend or family member who really needs to hear what this person is going to share. So Tony, everyone on this, thank you very much, and have a great day.
Hello. I wasn't expecting to be up so quickly, but here we are. My name is Sarah Jane Smith, and I'm very happy to be spending this time with you this morning. Could somebody please confirm that I am indeed live and that everyone can see me and hear me, and that I should get going with what I'm here to do today? Okay, thanks, Tony. Yep, I'm live. Fabulous. Well, I'm Sarah Jane, and I live on the unceded territory of the Coast Salish people, specifically the Hulkaminam and Senchothan speaking people. The place I live is also known as Salt Spring Island. It's a small island off the west coast of British Columbia in Canada. I'm an embodiment coach and teacher, and I've been a dedicated yoga student and meditation student for about the past 17 years. And a teacher for the last 13 years. For 10 of those years, I taught classes, workshops, and retreats to anybody who wanted to come to my class. But for the past 3 years, I focused my teaching on working with fellow women who are childless not by choice. And I do that through mindful movement and self-compassion classes, as well as one-on-one coaching and group classes. My methodology is based on integrating grief, amplifying agency, and embodying possibility. My journey to childlessness spanned about 8 years and included multiple pregnancy losses, unexplained infertility, and then a chronic illness that led to a hysterectomy. That's just my story. There's so many reasons why a woman might not be able to have a baby if she wanted one. And being childless not by choice is more common than you might think. And the grief of childlessness comes in many forms. As those who are childless and watching this, or maybe know somebody who is childless, as you all well know, there's grief that can come from pregnancy loss. There's grief that can come from not being able to conceive. Grief that comes from not having the chance to try and conceive. Grief that comes from a chronic illness that makes it not possible to try or have a baby. And then there's also the grief of the loss of what your life might look like or could have looked like, or what you thought it would look like. The loss of what your family looks like, and the loss of maybe not being able to give your parents grandchildren, the loss of friendships that come as others become mothers. And also there's a general sense of not belonging, sort of being on the outside. So those are just a few examples. It's not an exhaustive list. But they're common examples of where childless women's grief comes from. It can feel ambiguous, and our experiences can be minimized because of it. In my experience, allowing myself to grieve fully the loss of the children that I wanted, the loss of a life that I thought I would have, and the loss of an identity that I longed for, was the first big step towards the acceptance of the life that I am living. And a foundational practice and mindset of my journey to integrating grief and moving towards acceptance is self-compassion. And I don't think it's actually possible to move forwards with childlessness without it. So today I am happy to share a mindful self-compassion practice with you. I will go a little bit more into what self-compassion is, its different components. I don't have a slideshow, so I'm going to be speaking, so you won't miss anything if you turn away from the screen and you start doing other things. It also can be nice to just listen to something. So much of our world we take in through our eyes, and listening without the visual sometimes gives us a different perspective, and things land a little differently. So you're welcome to not look and do whatever you need to do and take it in. So self-compassion was my doorway to contained and active grieving. Self-compassion combined with trauma-informed yoga was my path to mending and nurturing my relationship with my body. And the fierce side of self-compassion gave me the fire I needed to realize that I still have choices in my life and to make those choices with conviction. And I thought that if these practices and this mindset and this approach to grieving helped me, then maybe it would help other childless women. And I have met many other childless women since I started putting these thoughts and this work out there, that it has helped them immeasurably. So that's my wish for sharing this with you today, that maybe it's not for you, maybe you are not childless, not by choice, but maybe somebody in your life is, and that you can share my offerings as a resource. So what is self-compassion? So it's both tender and fierce. Tender to offer ourselves the kindness and understanding that we need and desire, and fierce to help us mobilize and act in the world to alleviate suffering, ours and others. Dr. Kristin Neff, who is a renowned self-compassion researcher, author, and practitioner, she describes self-compassion this way. So she says, self-compassion is a practice of goodwill, not good feelings. That's a really important distinction. Oftentimes, there's this idea with self-compassion that we're covering up hard emotions with kindness. And sometimes it can be seen and taken a little bit as, trying to cover things up with positivity, but it's not. So I'll read the full quote. So, self-compassion is a practice of goodwill, not good feelings. In other words, even though the friendly, supportive stance of self-compassion is aimed at the alleviation of suffering, we can't always control the way things are. If we use self-compassion practice to try to make our pain go away by suppressing it or fighting against it, things will likely just get worse. With self-compassion, we mindfully accept that the moment is painful and embrace ourselves with kindness and care in response. Remembering that imperfection is part of the shared human experience. This allows us to hold ourselves in love and connection, giving ourselves the support and comfort needed to bear the pain, while providing the optimal conditions for growth and transformation. So as you can see, it's not about covering up feelings with false positivity, but instead it's about meeting and accepting ourselves, the parts of ourselves that are in pain, and directing self-care and self-compassion to those parts of ourselves. As humans, we have the capacity to feel many things at once. And so this practice taps into that ability to be able to feel pain, feel hard feelings, and then another aspect of ourselves can come in and meet those feelings with kindness. So self-compassion has three core elements: self-kindness, shared humanity, and mindfulness. So self-kindness, this element looks at the inner narrative we have running. And instead of being critical and harsh with ourselves, we extend the same level of kindness that we would to a friend experiencing what we are. And shared humanity. This speaks to the interconnectedness of us all. So all humans suffer and experience hardship. And we tend to forget this and end up feeling alone in our experience. And then the suffering is amplified. So remembering that so many other women struggle in the same way that we do on the journey to childlessness and living a childless life can bring a sense of connection and help bring ourselves out of isolation. It also shows us what's possible when we see other women, other people living full and meaningful lives, even without the children that they wanted. And then there's mindfulness. So this is the awareness to be with our present moment experience, to acknowledge what it is we're feeling and carrying. And we all feel big emotions, but because it's challenging, it's hard, we might shy away from taking the time to parse out what the emotions actually are. So when we're grieving, it can look like sadness, anger, frustration, numbness, jealousy, envy, regret. All of those feelings are a part of grief. And taking the time to be with those feelings helps us unravel them. Sort of where do they come from, and how can we integrate our experience and then move forwards? So if we never look at it, it's very challenging to integrate, take from our experience, and then take the necessary steps to make the changes that we want and need in our lives. So we take the time to be with the feelings and then direct kindness to those parts of ourselves that feel that way. On the other side of that, mindfulness can help us from over-identifying with our experience. It helps keep perspective and notice when thoughts such as "I am disappointed" are turning into "I am a disappointment." So those are distinctly different. As well, another example is "I feel a sense of unworthiness" from turning into "I am unworthy." So mindfulness is the starting place, so that looking at where we're at, noticing what feelings are there. So it's the first skill that we need in order to respond to ourselves in this new way. So I mentioned both tender and fierce self-compassion. So tender self-compassion involves being with ourselves and accepting ourselves. It's where we comfort, reassure ourselves that we aren't alone and that we're present with our pain. And the fierce side of self-compassion is associated with acting in the world to relieve suffering. So it looks different depending on the action required, but it tends to involve protecting, providing for, or motivating ourselves. So with fierce self-compassion, we can stand up for ourselves, nourish, and provide for ourselves and motivate the changes necessary to thrive. We hold ourselves, our values, and our beliefs in the highest regard, and we act from that place. So let's do a self-compassion practice today. So even if you are not childless, not by choice, practicing self-compassion and fierce self-compassion can have a lot of benefits. So if you're listening to this and you don't fall into the category that I'm directly speaking to, you can still practice alongside. So this version of the self-compassion break, which is based on the work of Dr. Kristin Neff, is designed to tap into the energy of fierce self-compassion to help motivate us with an encouraging, wise vision. So it encourages us to make changes that stick, and these changes it's necessary to motivate ourselves with kindness instead of criticism. And we do formal practice of this type of meditation so that we can increase our skill level and help move it from an idea into a lived experience and then into a mindset. So just like if you were wanting to play an instrument, you need to practice. The same thing with building the skills that are needed to live a life where self-compassion is a foundation and a mindset. So this can be done either seated or standing up. Some people like standing up because they feel more in charge, more empowered. So if you want to do that, you're welcome to stand up. I'm going to stay seated because of the video. If you're seated like me, then you might want to sit sort of towards the edge of your chair. So making sure that you can fully feel your seat and your feet, and you're having to sit in an upright posture. So find your comfortable seat or stance and do a few shoulder rolls, up, back and down. Just noticing, what does your body feel like this morning? You might even turn your head a little bit side to side. We'll sort of shift back and forth, bringing weight to one foot and then the next, or if you're seated, to one sitting bone and then the next. If you feel comfortable, you're welcome to close your eyes. I know that doesn't suit everybody. If you are looking at the screen, I encourage you to take your eyes off the screen and look around until you find something that is comforting to look at. So something in your environment, or maybe if there's a window nearby, you can look out your window. Letting your eyes rest on something that brings you comfort. And as you do that, you might notice a little bit of softening in your belly, a little bit of sense of relaxation, but still stay nice and upright. So finding that nice balance between being soft and rigid. And your arms can rest. You might have your hands on if you're seated, you might have your hands on your legs. So you could have your palms face down or face up. So I encourage you to try those two options out. Which one feels more powerful, more grounded? And if you're standing, you could try palms facing towards your thighs or palms facing forwards. And choose the one that suits you. And take 3 full breaths. So grief can be immobilizing, and it's important to give space to all the expressions of grief. But sometimes we can get stuck, and we need to motivate ourselves and become unstuck. So think of a situation where you would like to start doing things differently, or something you have wanted to do or try and have been putting off. So a situation where you would like to start doing things differently, or something you've wanted to do but have been putting off. And become very clear on what you would like to do differently. So think of it in the positive. So instead of, I would like to stop doing XYZ, think more of what you would like to start doing, or a way you would like to start being, or experimenting with. So get very clear on what that is. And now imagine that you're doing those things or acting in that way you aspire to. You can visualize yourself doing those things or being that way. And you might notice a bit of resistance coming in of all the reasons why you can't, or it won't work, or anything of that nature. And just take a deep breath. Send a little bit of kindness to that part of yourself that is feeling that resistance. And see if you can turn up or amplify the feelings or the vision of you doing the things or acting in the way that you aspire to. And notice what feelings arise when you think about making these changes or taking the time necessary to shift towards this new way of being. And make contact with the emotions as physical sensations in your body. So where do you feel it? If there's sort of a sense of excitement or relief, where do you feel those? If there's a sense of sort of resistance or trepidation, where do you feel that in your body? If it's hard to identify where you feel that in your body, notice that. You don't have to feel it. It's a curiosity. Now, with the vision of your new reality in your mind's eye, say to yourself slowly and with conviction, "This is the vision I want for myself." Or, "This is possible for me." So my phrases are just suggestions. And find the phrases that work for you, that you can believe in. And you can say it out loud if you're in a situation where that would work, or you can say it in your head. See if you can say it with conviction, even if it feels maybe you're still feeling a bit of resistance. Let's try it on. We're experimenting. We're practicing something. So this is the vision I want for myself. Or maybe something like, "This is possible for me." And as you're repeating that, you can sit up tall or stand up tall and create a posture that embodies strength and determination. And now call on the wisdom of shared humanity, remembering that when we try to make changes, chances are we won't do it perfectly. You can say to yourself slowly and with conviction, "This is a life learning opportunity." Or maybe, "Growing pains are part of being human." Or, "I'm not the only one who's faced this challenge." Or whatever phrase resonates with you. And now bring a hand to your heart. So as a gesture of kindness. So we want to use kindness to support ourselves to make these changes, not because we're inadequate, but because we want to alleviate suffering. We want to make these changes for the better of ourselves and for our lives. So you can try saying to yourself, remember, everything is an experiment. Be curious and see what happens. Or maybe something like, I will use kindness to help myself explore what's possible. I will use kindness to help myself explore what's possible. Or something like, remember, everything is an experiment. Be curious and see what happens. Those are just suggestions. So any other words that of kindness that come to you that would help you motivate yourself, you can use those. So remember, you can say them out loud or in your head. And if you're having difficulty finding the right words, imagine that a close friend was in the same situation as you are. What would you say to this person to be supportive, motivating, and encouraging? And what would you say to a close friend? And can you offer these same words to yourself and with the same conviction and belief? And can you hold both aspects of self-compassion at once? The fierce energy of an encouraging, wise vision with tender, loving acceptance. So as you repeat your words of kind motivation, allow yourself to feel the full force of the fierce yet tender compassion. And keep repeating your words over and over. They might change and things might shift the more that you concentrate on this, and let those changes happen. And we try to do what we can to be happy because we care, but we can let go of the need to get it exactly right and approach this as a kind experiment. Remembering that in grief, sometimes we can get stuck, especially if we've been on the path of grieving for a while. And this practice helps us identify small ways, small changes that we can continue to integrate our grief and move forwards in our lives with it, with the experiences. And keep practicing for another couple of minutes here, repeating the words of your tender yet fierce, wise vision. If you notice yourself starting to sort of slouch, and sit up a little bit more. The posture, embodying a posture of determination and strength, really adds to this experience. And we'll slowly bring this practice to a close. If you had your eyes closed, you can let them open and take a look around. Just taking in the room or the space around you. And see if you can remember your words. You might take a few moments to write anything down that resonated with you. You might even write down the words of your encouraging, wise vision. And whatever you do for the rest of the day, try to do it with the self-compassion that you cultivated here. I'm going to thank you so much for being here and practicing alongside me. I have lots of free resources for women who are childless not by choice, and you can find them at my website, which is Embodied Possibility. The same, you can see my name right below my picture here. Oh, Tony's going to, put the links in the comments. I don't know how to do that. But if you go to embodiedpossibility.com, you'll be able to find all the resources. I write a weekly blog that has lots of great information for navigating a childless life, as well as a large number of them deal with the topic of grieving. I'm very active mainly on Instagram, at Embodied Possibility. So you can find me there too. May practice serve you well. Thank you so much to everybody for organizing the Global Grief Conference. It's many, many, many hundreds of hours of work behind the scenes by dedicated volunteers with an incredible vision to help share resources and get the conversation around grief going. So I'm deeply grateful and thankful to all of you. And thank you for having me. And I hope that you stick around and listen to lots more presenters, and you might find somebody who just resonates with you, who speaks in a way and says things that you need to hear.
my mother's decisions to overprotect me after my father left. So I was able to do that kind of healing following the challenge, the challenges with my daughter Janine's death to impart healing on other areas of my life, the past traumas that were not healed. So, and I had talked to Tony originally about doing something because the experience I had, with the healing was very powerful and was very, it was very empowering and powerful. So that's my narrative for now, but my narrative continues to evolve by the minute and by the day. So that's who I am.
Thank you, Dave. Let's move over. Mr. Lewis.
How are
Good
you?
evening. How you doing, brother?
I'm good, brother. I'm making things happen. You know how it goes.
Yes, sir.
Well, I'm Jay Lewis III. I'm a motivational speaker. I started this probably like some of you on accident. No, not on accident. I lost my wife in 2016. And from there, I learned some things about bereavement, loss, things of that nature. And it motivated me to be able to talk to people about how to actually empower themselves from the grief that they're experiencing. Grief, I always talk about the fact that grief is energy. And energy is transformational or transformative. Transference or transformative. And we have the ability to do so if we choose. Again, it's not a situation that happens overnight or happens quickly. It takes time to understand that over time, it becomes your choice. And that's pretty much what I talk about. I just started a brand new podcast.
Somatic, and I then learned how to deal with that past trauma. I was carrying that trauma for 2 years on my back. I wasn't dealing with it properly, and so there was actually nothing wrong with my back. So after dealing with it and understanding that it was psychosomatic, I had 8 chiropractic treatments, and I did a 5-day hiking trail with a 29-kilogram backpack on my back. So that is what dealing with past trauma can do for you. And then 14 years after that event, I went to the prison. The rapist was given a 25-year prison sentence. I went to the prison and I forgave the rapist. So my story, who I am, I always say, come smile with Lois. I'm a speaker, I'm a storyteller, a speaker, an author, a mentor, an inspirer, a learning facilitator, and an empowering coach. So that's what I am. And yeah, that's my story.
Thank you very much, Lois. Miss Groom, Billy Groom, hello.
Hello. How is
Hi.
everyone?
Good.
We're
Thank
good.
you.
I didn't want to
Thanks.
say good morning, good evening. I didn't know where you
Good-
were. I
I'm
didn't
good
want to go the route.
I'm
Good evening.
Canada. I'm in that weird time zone that isn't anyone else's time zone. I've been bugging Tony about what time zone are you in? Because I'm in Canada, where the province that doesn't recognize daylight savings, and we're in this odd little time. But anyway, here I am. Happy to be here.
Did
So
you
I'm
say
speaking
something? Did you say something about a boat or about?
about
Okay, all right.
out in a boat. Well, that's the East Coast. I'm not on the East Coast. I got it though.
Sorry, my
It's
humor.
oot-naboo.
Sorry, my humor doesn't get any
I
better.
got
It's
it.
just
I
consistent.
got it.
It's just consistent though. That's the problem.
got
All
it.
right.
It's like pop the corn, the cop what? Where's that? New Jersey? Somewhere like that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Oh my goodness. Okay.
So I am speaking, I'm the first speaker actually on Saturday morning. And I I'm going to be talking about, it's sort of similar to this because as I started to write my presentation, it developed and changed and grew. And it became very similar to what this topic is. Which is really kind of interesting actually. So I'm 57 and I learned 3 years ago some different from two different gentlemen of whom I knew neither of them in my life at all before. One of them phoned me and told me a story about my childhood that was very impactful. And then another one was a professional who works with children, and he writes books for colleges for social work programs and this type of thing. And he uses cognitive behavioral therapy to work with children who had trauma. And he got a hold of me after reading my book. I'm a canine behaviorist, and I use cognitive behavioral therapy to rehabilitate anxiety, aggression, and fear, and just all around behaviors with dogs. So I learned from these two stories from these two gentlemen who just happened to get a hold of me within the same year that really changed the way I viewed my professional and personal journey over the last, well, I'd like to say 3 decades, but really since I was 7. At 7, my parents were killed by a drunk driver. And the one gentleman told me a story that happened back then that really changed the way I view why I went into working with dogs, and how I addressed, or I guess more specifically did not address that issue, and how I felt why it was so important to me to help people and to help animals and to help people understand how to work with disadvantaged. For some reason, I took it over to dogs, but the story that that gentleman shared with me explained that to me, and I'm explaining, I won't get into that whole story, but so it allowed me to understand why it became so important to me for other people to be able to relate and communicate and understand people who have had pasts or situations that are different than their own and that are challenging for them and for those around them, and to be able to effectively bring them into their circle and communicate with them and understand them. And that's why I have been able to do that more effectively as an adult after being told those stories and after learning those. And it really brought everything together for me. And so my grieving process has become so much more effective and beneficial for myself and for those around me. So that's what I'm going to share.
Wow.
Right. Mr. Johnson.
Wow. First of all, I am absolutely honored that I'm a part of this panel, but also that I was asked to be a part of another conversation, panel talk, a few weeks ago with Tony and David.
Brain, which reacts to images and is activated by trauma, is highly activated. The left side of the brain, or the language part of our brain, and the ability to talk about it, completely shut down. And so a lot of times people will say, well, I have no words, and that may be because of some specific changes. So what I'm getting to is, yes, talking about it is important, but also I think having the prerequisite coping skills to deal with that is also important, because talking about it for people that have experienced severe trauma can simply just re-trigger trauma. So for me, I was fortunate that, that I had a lot of support. I was in therapy with an individual who helped me get in touch with the coping skills I would need to re-engage in a world that was different. And I was able to talk about it freely. But I think in general, yes, being able to share your story in a community that supports it, where there's universality, where you can identify and individuals can identify with you, is very therapeutic and very healing. And it just helps us, I think, re-engage in life with purpose and with meaning, not only in honor of our children or our loved ones, but with them as well. So that's all I got for now.
That was plenty. That was quite a bit. Billy, how about you?
I like this question. I think it's good to hear other people's stories. I think for me, I never shared it. I never shared it. I never talked about it. I just never, people knew me for years on end and never knew that my parents were killed. I didn't want it to take away from the success of my profession or the importance, which I'm really sure I understood totally at that time. When people asked me why I got into working with dogs, I sort of fluffed off an answer. I don't really know what I said. I just, I didn't want to see them be euthanized and surrendered, the typical dog loving answer, when in actual fact, I learned, as I was saying earlier, years later, that it's such a completely different answer, actually. But I don't know, I just never talked about it. I didn't want it to override, because some people will do that, especially in my or I shouldn't say especially in my profession, because perhaps it happens in other professions as well. But in my profession, people will, use their backstory a lot, which really has nothing to do with why they're good, if they are good, or even if they are good at the profession, has nothing to do with it. And I just didn't want a backstory that I felt had nothing to do with it, although I now realize has quite a bit to do with it. So I just never talked about it. So yes, I think at the age of 50, the first time I spoke about it on a podcast, when I was being interviewed. So I've been on tons of shows and in magazines and books and that kind of thing. And I clearly remember many of them asking me, and I never talked about it. And I clearly remember the first podcast that I did share that story, which I'm going to share a Saturday morning. But I clearly remember doing it, and it was a very surreal experience. So I think it does, to learn it, and then to process it enough to be able to share it as an adult.
Oh,
You're muted, Harvey.
yeah.
Mr. Lewis.
Oh.
That's what I said before. Let's say that again. What do you think about this, sir?
You know what? I truly do believe that it's great to be able to let people understand the experiences and see others. I think that's the most important part. Seeing other people who have agreed to deal with their personal circumstances. Yeah, we have a lot of professionals and things of that nature, but then we also have a lot of people who have gone through things as well. And because of that fact, now you're dealing with such a taboo subject like death or loss that you're now humanizing it. And people are now beginning to say, well, okay, if Dave, for instance, or Jay Lewis can go through this, then I can do it as well. I can deal with it. One thing that I think all of us have probably experienced is the fact that a lot of people don't want to have this conversation, because this conversation is interesting. One, people around the world just don't want to talk about passing, loss, grief of any kind. We want to pretend we're happy. I mean, Facebook has filters for this stuff, you know, and it we don't realize that behind the camera, people are hurting. So I think something like this conference is giving us the opportunity to be able to expose that aspect of things and let people know it's okay to not be okay. And there are people who have gone through this just like you are going through this. And at some point, when you finally agree to open yourself up, then we'll be able to have a better dialogue about it. You'll be able to heal from the situation a little bit, especially because you'll be around people who create a safe space environment for you. You know, that's pretty much where I am. So my bottom line is yes, it's great to be able to be on one side, and it's also a healing thing for me as well.
Thank you, Mr. Lewis. I'll jump in here and kind of talk about myself for a second. The reason I started the podcast is just for me. I grew up, made it through high school, regular. I went to college and failed out miserably. Went there and let's just had way too much fun and didn't spend enough time in the library. So needless to say, I came back home and my trauma began before that, but it really hit me after failing out of college and coming home. And what I came home to was a home with a father, because my parents were divorced and I was living with him and his wife and whatever, to a parent who couldn't even look at me. He was just so disappointed and just disgusted with my mere existence in his home as his failure. He's an accountant, successful. I'm his son. I'm supposed to be like the heir apparent, supposed to be the next big thing and do something special. And the only special thing I did was fail out of college and came home. And I was there and I was just surrounded by disappointment. And day after day, month after month throughout this year, I lost my self-esteem. I lost my value. I lost everything about myself. I got to the point where I tried to kill myself. Obviously, I failed. I'm still here with you. But it took me a while to get past that. I had to get out of there. I had to work on myself for a long time. And once I kind of finally figured out what was going on with me, what was going on with life, once I finally figured out that I'm of value, that I'm important, that people care about me, that I'm not just the kid who failed out of college, that I have a lot more to bring to this world, I became better for it. And through that, I kind of discovered that a lot of boys, and in particular Black boys, we grow up with a certain vision of what masculinity is supposed to be. And if we don't do this, we're going to have a hard time going through life because we are in essence a failure. And I know there's a lot of boys growing up who went through similar experiences that I have. And that's what led me to doing the podcast, to talk to guys, to boys who are dealing with struggles and don't know how to deal with them. We're raised to not talk about what's going on. We're raised to just deal with it. We're raised to take care of other people, but not to take care of ourselves. We're raised to be.
Hi. Hi, everyone. Wow, what a weekend, right? It's been amazing. Awesome. This conference ends today with a table talk at 10 p.m. Mountain Time. Excuse me, Eastern Standard Time. 8 p.m. Mountain Time. So stick around. There's still a lot of more presenters with a lot of information in reference to grief. And we're all here to provide you with whatever information you could use. Everything is personal, your own choices as to what you want to do with the information that you're going to be receiving. My name is Ada Malave. I am a transformational life and grief coach, and I live in Puerto Rico. So you see, everything here is international. There are people from Canada, from Europe, from the United States, from the islands, the Caribbean. I am a second year presenter, and I am here to present my information today is going to be loving and learning about ourselves during the grieving process. Tony, can you bring up the slide? Thank you. So, loving and learning about ourselves. Wow, I think that's some powerful words there. And we tend to, what is the word? Not consider loving ourselves during our grieving process because we're always thinking about others. So after someone we love dies, I'm trying to choose the next screen. Here it goes. Excuse me, a little techie here. After someone we love dies, the grief can be overwhelming, right? Yes, a lot of emotions, a lot of things going through our heads, through our hearts, through our body. When you lose someone close to you, it can feel like your world is coming to an end. This is where we got to reconcile yourself to the fact that your life will no longer have that person in it, nor will it be the same. Let's think about that for a minute. Life will not be the same as you knew it while they were alive. However, we need to look at our self-love during the grief journey. And we're not taught to love ourselves as much as we are taught to love others. So this is kind of like a shift in what we were taught. So when death occurs, we are often left with a feeling of lack of love and missing the sense of being loved by the person who has died. Let's think about that. Felt like feeling a lack of love. The response to this lack of feeling loved within us is to begin to learn 3 things: self-love, self-care, self-compassion, by keeping your heart open to love. And this is something that we're like, how can I do that? How can I do that? This concept is not an easy one, and it requires commitment to yourself and to want more. So again, we're taught more to take care of others' needs, wants, and we leave ourselves for last. Okay, so when we're living in grief, it can create a feeling of lack, which will naturally increase along with the thoughts of feeling less than or not able to. Think about what I just said. Living in grief can create a feeling of lack, which will naturally increase along with thoughts of feeling less than or not able to. Staying in grief can cause you to stay stuck cannot receive love, not even from yourself. Self-love through grief is a deliberate, conscious, we actually have to think about providing ourselves with self-love. It takes a lot of courage, commitment, persistence, and practicing to create your own positive self-awareness. So yeah, choosing to love yourself can create a feeling of what? Comfort, protection in order to work around the pain and loss of your grief. It will remind you of your values. So what are your values? That you take care of your family first and forget about yourself? Is that part of your values that you've grown up to live in? And now everything shifts and changes? The need to honor your heart when your head, because this head is very active, your ego is bombarding you with so many things. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. When your head may be pushing you to so many different directions. So what can we do? Some practices to support this begin with self-talk. For every thought of self-doubt, respond with a positive affirmation. So let's see. I wasn't there for them. Yes, you were. Maybe not time with them passing, but you were there for them. Remember when you used to sit by the bedside and hold their hands? Positive affirmation, I was there and I loved them. Be your own loving voice of compassion and reassurance. I loved your mom, your dad, or whoever the person was that passed away, my child, my dog, my brother, my lover. I was there for them. Why am I kicking myself and saying that I wasn't? I loved them. And how did I show that? That's another type of affirmation. How did you show them that you loved them? You were there for them, called them every day, held their hands, bathed them. So let's replace the doubts and self-criticism that come with grief. Remind yourself of your strengths and who you are, even as you struggle. Believing this will help you become your own best friend. Your own best friend. So how can you be your own best friend? By doing some self-affirmations. And here are just a couple of them, and just say, I am strong. I am resilient. I am trying. That's a word that we just forget about using. I'm trying. I'm trying to get through this. I'm trying to be there. I am be there for myself. Capable of healing and growing through my grief and loss. I'm adapting and allowing myself to feel the emotions. Very, very important. We need to feel the emotions of grief. They are not going to go away. We have to process them and go through the process and acknowledge them and give them our emotions a name. I'm angry. I'm sad. I'm confused. And here's the other one that we tend not to do for ourselves. Capable of asking for and receiving help. We're so used to giving, 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 we forgot to receive. And that's just as important. How about when a friend comes over and says, "Oh, can I drive you to the store?" Just as a way of helping you out through your grieving, and you say, "No, no, no, I'm good." Why not let that person help you? What is so wrong with you receiving their love, their time to help you get through this grieving process? Those are things that we have to start thinking about. And not judging yourself. We tend to do a lot of that. What do you think? I think we're very hard on ourselves. And we let others also be hard on us. So we have to start thinking about ourselves a little bit more than we used to. Yeah, I believe so. You know what? Another thing that we can do to help us guide us through our loving and learning about ourselves during this process, write yourself a love letter. Stretch your thinking around that. You know, as I wrote this, I have a letter that I wrote myself 2019. And I wrote it and I said to myself, I wrote it in Spanish, so I'm going to translate it. Dear Ada, I love you so much and you have grown. You don't see battles as something bad, only as an adventure in the life that life has sent you. How you see things in a positive manner. This is going to help you march forward and appreciate your heart. You don't think about what could happen, you just do it. You don't wait for others to do anything for you. You just do it because you want to. I love you, and I love you very much. Thank you. Thank you. And I love you, Ada. So I wrote myself this letter because I was going through a hard time grieving at one point. And not just writing ourselves letters, but we can write our loved ones letters as well. We can write them letters explaining to them how we feel, what we're going through, what we wish for, what our future is. And sometimes I tell my clients, write a letter, express all that in the letter, and do a little ritual, which I tell them to do, but of course outside, not inside. Take the letter and go somewhere safe and burn the letter so the essence and the information in that letter goes up in the air where our beloved ones are, where the energy is flowing. And they find it very relieving. And so do I. But if you want to write yourself a letter, that's fine. Write a letter to your loved ones. It does help. You choose whatever can work for you. And also things that you could write in the letter for yourself is, I am proud of myself for trying. I never imagined I could make it through one moment without you. And here I am making it one day at a time. So much time has passed and I am still here, still trying. I never thought I could. Put the person's name, and now I can, and I know I can. I am stronger than I believed possible. I just loved you. Living life in grief, I am learning that crying helps me feel more confident, capable, comfortable, and resilient. Going for walks. I am learning that all these different things can help me feel more confident, capable, comfortable, and resilient. What else can we do? Take a list of all the things and do one thing at a time. One of these little things each day. There's no rush. There's no time limit. We can do this at our own pace, at our own time. You decide. This is your journey. What else can we do in reference to what we can learn? Write a strength focus list also, not just a letter, but a list. Do a list. I do a checklist myself sometimes when I have a lot of things to do. I'm a little bit more visual. I also write things on my phone calendar. Write a list of things that you want to see every day. I just want to show you. I have a tattoo. People use tattoos, and it says believe. I was going through my loss of my father, and I knew I was going to lose him at some point. And I told my son, I want a tattoo, but I wanted to say a word that will help me along. And I wrote believe. I believe I will get through this. I believe I will have the strength. So tattoos are another way. I mean, I'm not recommending them, but I'm just saying I used it. You can do a list where you can say I am learning to be stronger, to be gentle with myself, to trust myself. Oh my God. Do we actually trust ourselves? We question a lot about ourselves because our ego is constantly telling us so many things. Practice self-care. Self-care. Wow. Self-care has a lot of things involved in there. And we'll be going through a couple of them probably in a few seconds. You also want to let go of what keeps you stuck. Guilt. Oh, guilt is a big one. My own experience when my mother was ill before she was taken to the hospital in a diabetic coma. I felt guilty that I didn't get there on time, but I couldn't do anything. She was already in a coma. So a lot of the guilt, we have to deal with it in the sense that acknowledge that we feel guilty, but can we do anything about what transpired? Shame. Yeah, we go through a lot of shame, regret. Oh, this is a good one. Perfectionism. Yeah, we want to do things so perfect, but it's okay to do things not perfect. Judgment of self and others. Stop judging yourself. Again, I mentioned that before. And others, not much you can do. Why are you wasting your energy on that? That's a question you can ask yourself. Comparison, another one. The ego is very active here in this area when we are stuck. Comparison. We compare ourselves to, oh, that person's husband died. She's all over the place. And this neighbor's husband died and she's fine. She's going out shopping, and don't compare. You don't know what that person went through or what that person's beliefs are that give them the strength to go on. Self-criticism is another thing. We tend to criticize ourselves so badly. We're so horrible to ourselves. Our self-doubt is another item that is a biggie. We doubt our capabilities of doing things. Right now, a lot of us are going through self-doubt when we're changing careers, when we're uh, going through new relationships and stuff like that. And it's very, very powerful to go through that process. And what else can we talk about? Identify, focus on, and grow our strengths. Yes, I am good at organizing. I am good at writing. I am good at marketing. I am good at, give yourself a pat on the back and say, I am good at this. I am good at being creative. I am good at artwork, painting, making food. I am a great chef. I love food. What can we do on a daily basis? There's a lot of things that we can do. These are just samples. Okay, let's schedule something for ourselves. I love to go out for a walk. And sometimes in front of the house, I'll just stand out in the patio, out in the front or the grass, and just let my feet touch the grass and the grass go between the toes. It's sort of like a connection with Mother Nature where we can absorb energy, new energy. Hug a tree. I like to hug a tree. I feel their energy. Did anybody else hug a tree? If you do that, you'll feel a sensation of Mother Earth giving you some kind of positive energy. How about the fact that we can go out? It doesn't have to be a long date. Have a coffee, tea, or wine. I'm not telling you to drink alcoholic beverages, but if that's your drink, your favorite drink, then fine. Just have a quick coffee, a tea, a wine, a soda with a friend. Just that shift alone of getting out of the house, or even doing it in your house and just talking to someone is so rejuvenating. How about going out and order your favorite meal, your favorite restaurant, your favorite cafe? Also, another thing that we could do, get a well-deserved massage. I like giving myself massages as well as going to other masseuses. I mean, we can inflict our own self massages, and that helps also. I love this one. I do it all the time. I buy myself flowers. Those of you that like flowers, well, this is something that you could do for yourself. I just find the beauty of the flowers beautiful, something so beautiful and something to look at. Meditate. I am also a yoga instructor, and I also do face yoga. So I meditate twice a day. My meditation times can fluctuate between 4 a.m. to 8 p.m. And I usually meditate between 20 to 30 minutes twice a day. And once I get out of that meditation, it's beautiful new energy coming in to my body. You don't have to do 20 minutes. Okay? You can do 5 minutes, 10 minutes, and gradually grow into your own routine. Here, no one is telling you what to do. You do whatever you feel is right for you. And I know there's a lot of people out there with babies, with children, but try to give yourself that self-care, even if it's 5 minutes. Believe me, sometimes I can't get in that 20 minutes. I'll do a 5-minute. 5-minute routine, meditate, and it does help. When you meditate, just don't think of anything. Try to just go into a neutral state, and you'll see that the energy will flow. And Tony, my favorite one that I always tell people, and people that know me know that I always say, breathe. I didn't put it here, but breathe. When we're upset, when we don't have control of what we're doing or emotions, we tend to forget to breathe. And breathing is very important, right, people? Because if we don't breathe, we can't live. There are a couple of techniques. We can do nasal breathing for a count of 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath for 4 and exhale through your nose again. That's a simple 4-4-4 routine. So inhale for 4 and hold it for 4 and exhale for 4. There are a couple of other breathing techniques that I show my clients. There's one that's it's for when you feel very stressed. So this is a quick review of that one. You're going to inhale up until you can't inhale anymore. Take a quick breath and then exhale for a count of 7. What does that do? That focuses you into your breathing, and your anxiety does come down a little bit. And that's another thing, breathing. Breathing should be through your nose. Exhaling should be through your nose. And if you look at a baby, that's where they're breathing through. As we grow older, we kind of go through the abdomen. So breathing techniques do help. Join a support group. There are plenty of support groups. There's plenty of presenters this whole weekend that have their own support groups, their own podcasts, their own information that they can give you. So write down their information and go into their websites and their Facebook pages or LinkedIn. Another thing that we can do is take a class you always wanted to take. I always wanted to take a painting class. I've taken one, but I'm saying about something that I can go on a regular basis. So I don't know what your likes are, what your dislikes are, but think about it. Something that you always wanted to do and didn't have the time. Time goes by so fast. Engage in a positive distraction. I have a few people that I know that started playing guitars. I myself give yoga classes, take yoga classes with my instructor, my teacher. And knitting, painting, dancing. Dancing is great. Playing a game on your phone, I'm not too thrilled about that one, but if that's what you prefer to do because you don't want to accelerate yourself too much, then that's fine. Volunteer your time to help another. Sometimes we heal by helping others. What do you think? Yeah. Journal daily about what you went through or experiencing or accomplished. Journaling is a good tool. Journal, pour yourself into that page. What you went through, what you expect, what you want your future to be like. How do you feel when you see someone that looks like your beloved? When you smell something that reminds you of them. So let's look into journaling. It could be something that will suit you. Schedule one thing each day that allows you to feel connected, cared for, and able to breathe more comfortably. Remember your thoughts, your feelings. These choices matter because you matter. You matter. That word, you matter, is important here. Loving yourself through grief will not take the grief away, or reduce that longing for what life was like. Yet it will help you create an awareness or balance living with your grief. Grief can take us to a level of loneliness that is unimaginable. But later on, until we learn how to be alone, a healthy alone, we are going to be growing into that at some point or another once we pass through acceptance. Loneliness is not a bad thing, but how you go through the loneliness has to be looked at. When you're feeling overwhelmed, exhausted, and dealing with the unknown, always, always choose love. Because that's what we have. We have love because we loved that person that passed. So let's love ourselves. So choose to choose to love yourself like your person that passed loved you. Wouldn't they want that for you? Replace self-defeating and self-limiting thoughts with lots of affirmations. I am strong. I am a warrior. I am loved. Treat yourself with passion, understanding, and support. Love yourself. Why not? Who told you you could? Be kind to yourself. You are here and you deserve to be loved. Okay, listen to this sentence again. You are here and you deserve to be loved, especially by you. And the way we tend to take care of ourselves. You know, when you're on the airplane, and this I use a lot, and I think a lot of the presenters did as well. When we're on the plane, we're given the instruction to put the air mask when it drops on ourselves first, right? Because if we don't do that, we can't help nobody. Self-love. That's another example of self-love. Have you ever thought about that? Yeah. Oh, and another thing, we forget that we need love. And these are some other tips here that I can just go through briefly. Allow yourself to feel the pain, like I had mentioned before. And if we don't feel the pain, and if you read the book, The Body Keeps the Score, it will go into what the body retains if we don't process the pain. I've seen a lot of people clients that have never processed the pain, and the body is showing up with all these ailments. And a lot of our presenters themselves have indicated back pains. I know a lot of people have autoimmune system diseases, arthritis, lupus, fibromyalgia. We don't actually think of the pain affecting our body, but it does. It's been shown. It's there. So in reference to don't ignore the pain. Acknowledge it. Think about where it is hitting you in your body, and do a lot of the other self-care things that I was talking about before. Practice self-love. Self-compassion is critical when you're grieving. Some people start feeling better in weeks, months, while others, it can take years. Yeah, I'm not giving you a timeline for this. No way. Who am I? This is a personal journey. Everybody goes through their own processes. It could take me maybe a year. It could take somebody 5 years. It could take somebody 2. I don't know. But you'll always be grieving because that person has gone. And at some point, even if you're driving, I know for me, when I'm driving the car and I think about something funny that my mother did, or my father, or my boyfriend that passed in 2018, or my uncle, or my son-in-law that passed in 2015, I still think about them, and the tear does still come out, and I still, feel sad because they're not here, especially my son-in-law with the 3 children. Their dad is not around, but we keep his memory alive. So self-love and keeping memories about our loved ones is also important. And it's important to be patient with yourself. Like I said, grieving process is long. Your whole life. You're missing this person in your life. So be kind to yourself. I know there are people out there that says, "Oh, you haven't finished grieving yet?" Oh, God forgive them, but they're ignorant in the fact of what the process of grieving is. Let your grief unfold naturally as possible. Do your best to control what you can control. Okay? This is another thing that we want to control things. Sometimes we can't. So we have to go, like I say, go with the flow. My favorite other word is, besides breathe, is whatever. Whatever pops up, I'll do. Take a minute out of your time and think about what your life meaning, and act every day and create something different for yourself. So, think about all this. Let's process that. You know what we don't do? Take a moment and just sit down and just don't do anything. There's nothing wrong with that. Some of us might want to just sit on the sofa and just listen to music and not do anything. Don't feel like washing dishes right now. That's fine. I feel like binging on some series. That's fine. That's self-care in reference to you not worrying about anything, doing something that you want to do. The other third about learning about ourselves. Acceptance doesn't mean goodbye. Accepting your loss is an important step to healing. And healing is another word that, it's very personal, how we heal and how long it takes us to heal. This other one, schedule, if you want to cry, cry. And you know what? Sometimes pisses me off is the word. If I want to cry, I cry. I don't care if it's in front of you, not behind you, or whatever. But that hiding because I want to cry, no, I'll cry. If you can't deal with it, then that's your problem, not mine. Love yourself, feel the pain without judgment, then exhale and remember to breathe. Talk to your departed ones. I do all the time. I fight with my ex-boyfriend, well, my departed boyfriend. He left me a mess to deal with. His mother's was the inherited part of his estate, and I have power of attorney. So every time something goes wrong, I start arguing with him. Like, you left this mess, and you better do something to fix it. I know he hears me. Make meditation part of your routine, as we mentioned before, as it allows you to spend time with those you've lost. Take one step at a time. One step at a time. One day you're going to look back and you're going to see how far you really have come. Give yourself that pat on the back that you're able to go through these processes. Learn to rest. See? Use this to rest. Don't let the sun in the mornings if you want to stay till 10 o'clock sleeping for, but you should have good, restful sleep. For your body to heal, it needs rest. Adequate amount of time to sleep, does affect your mood. If you're cranky, like that commercial with the Snickers that they're cranky because they don't have they're hungry. Well, this falls with the resting. People who experience sleep deprivation are vulnerable to a number of health risks also, including obesity, cardiovascular disease, and diabetes. So we need to remember to rest, just like the little kitty here in the picture. Obtaining healthy sleep habits will improve your overall quality of life. Sleeping habits, if you sleep and all you need is 6 hours of sleep, that's great. Some people need 8, some people need 4, but everything, like I said, everything is individual, personalized, and whatever you need. Make time for creativity or joy. What could that be? Let your inner child out. Let your inner child come out and play. They need to come out once in a while. Simple things make us so happy. Looking at a sunrise. Going to the beach, going to the beach and looking at the sunrise, the sunset, putting your feet in the water, putting your feet in the sand. Something like that just makes me happy. Whether it's being silly with your kids, play with your kids. We're so into adulting that we forget about being a kid. And that our kids need us also. Kids, grandkids, nieces, nephews, they all need you too. Taking a painting class of any simple pleasures, any tiny blessings. It's amazing. Little things that we can create with our hands. Beads, jewelry, candles, soap. Life is a blessing in its own. A lot of these things that we talk about, I can't focus. How do I get back on track? These are all things that make us feel exhausted. Allow yourself the space and time to heal again. How do I stop feeling like a failure? The truth is, it only means of getting anywhere good, setting realistic goals for yourself places you in a trajectory for feeling the opposite of failure, progress. We can't be anything we want, but we can be everything we are. Let me read that again. We can't be anything we want, but we can be everything we are. I like this one. I'm scared of making the wrong decision. The wrong decision is not making one. It's okay. Nobody said you have to be perfect, right? Nobody said you have to be perfect. You're the only one pressuring yourself, besides all of those other individuals that could have influenced you into that. Wow, we covered a lot of stuff. And I put this on. It says quiet. So you need some quiet time. When are you going to start doing it? Raising self-esteem, self-love, and confidence. In grief can be as simple as being able to validate that grief is hard. Yes, it is. Don't let anybody tell you it's not. When you lose your pet, when you lose your friend, when you lose your parents, your kids, your lovers, your partners. Yeah, life is lonely, but grief is hard. And how we process it is how we can get through it. Remember, we've never done this before. There's no manual to get through it. Until now, with our conferences and everybody reaching out and educating everyone, you know, we're trying to be a blessing to everyone with information, different types of information, different experiences. Our expectations for normal life after high stress and trauma are highly unlikely. It's never going to be the same. So now we have to go into another role, another type of life that we have to go through. I believe every griever can agree that nothing feels normal after the loss. Our expectations need to change to reflect that. Let's read that again. Our expectations need to change to reflect that. Yeah, it sure does. So in loving yourself, we will learn more about yourself. Think about that. In loving yourself, you will learn more about yourself. Learn what you like, what you don't like, what you could change, how you see your future. So in loving yourself, you will learn more about yourself. So, are you going to love yourself? because I love you. And that's all for my presentation. I can be reached through, I am a transformational life and grief coach, as I mentioned before. I can be located through Facebook, through my name, Ada Malave. My email, amalavevivera@yahoo.com. And LinkedIn, I'm also on LinkedIn with my name, Ada Malave. And I am here to serve you. We're all here to serve you, and it's been a pleasure and an honor to be here today. And we will be still presenting as we go along. We have a lot other presenters coming. Claire Schwartz is coming right after me, and the day will continue. And I love you all, and I'm here, and whatever you need. Thank you.
There we go. Everybody hear me?
I can hear you fine, Claire.
Very excellent. Very excellent. Good afternoon, everybody. Welcome to the Global Grief Conference 2023 and my workshop, Grief in the Workplace. Managing grief in the workplace, how to navigate being an employee, being an employer during really hard times. My name is Claire Schwartz, and I am the owner and founder of Miriam's Well Healing. And you can heal your grief. There are all of my bona fides. And I do this work because this is something that I have lived through with my entire life in terms of grief and trauma. And they say do what you know, but I'm also passionate about helping folks along the way with all the things that I have learned in my own healing. Just a quick note, if everybody would turn their phones off, that would be awesome, just in case no strange noises come through. I'm hoping I get through the next hour without being interrupted by a cat, but I can't make any promises. So I'd love to introduce my amazing friend, Professor Dave Roberts, my friend and colleague. I'm honored to have joined me today. Dave, tell the people all about yourself.
Well, I'll give you the kind of brief summary. I'm an adjunct professor of psychology, child life at Utica University. I am an author. I'm a retired addictions counselor and a clinical supervisor. I'm a blogger, and I recently joined the ranks of podcaster, among many other categories. So that is a very quick summation of me, and hopefully I'll be seeing some of you when I do my workshop right after Claire.
And I will be joining Dave for that workshop as well. So stay tuned.
And thanks for having me, Claire.
It's always a pleasure to work with you, Dave. So today, I usually like to start with just real life stories of loss and bereavement and how those things have interplayed in the workplace. We're going to talk about some facts about grief and loss. Then we're going to move into the reality of how bereavement policies in the US of A tend to work. Not too surprisingly, they are very inadequate and very uneven, and often make the healing process much, much harder. So we're going to talk some about that. Then I just want to take a sidestep over to any folks who might be joining who are levels of management or owners of their own companies, things for them to be thinking about. And this is something that I'm getting much more into in my practice, is advising organizations and companies as far as policies to support their employees, which actually supports their company. Some folks think that that's two different things. It's actually the same thing, because your employees are your most important assets, your most valuable assets. So if you take care of them, they will take care of you. So some thoughts about the employer side of things. And then just advice as an employee, advice as a colleague, and for folks like myself who are a solopreneur, I love that word, and open to questions and comments and all sorts of things, wherever you might be watching this on YouTube or Facebook. Please ask questions and let us know your thoughts. And so folks in the background will be letting us know what the questions look like. So hopefully we can respond to some of that as we go. So my grief at work stories really start when my mother passed away, which was the huge turning point in my life. I was only 25 and nobody of my age group had lost a parent. And so nobody quite knew what to do. And this was many years ago. So there was no talk about these sorts of things. It wasn't common in the culture at all to talk about these things. And it's just starting to shift somewhat. But back then it was very, very challenging. And that loss was the most difficult of my life. I was still unhealed from my own history of traumas at the time. And I barely scrambled through a few weeks to get through what I needed to with my own personal commitments. And then I kind of fell apart. I had pretty much what they would call a nervous breakdown. Luckily, it was right at the beginning of the FMLA, the Family Medical Leave Act. So my job at the time did allow me to take a few months off, which was good because I couldn't function. By the time I got back to my job, I realized I didn't want that job anymore. But I got lucky with that. When my stepmother passed away, it was a case of, well, here are the bereavement days, but you can just use up whatever vacation and personal time that you have. And I had to spend upwards of 3 weeks peeling my father off the ceiling and managing all sorts of legal and practical matters that were pretty much exhausting. And I got back to work completely fried. And here's how you can really make a difference if you are in HR or if you are running a company, running a department. I had completely lost track of how many days I had actually used. Did I have any time off left? I wasn't really sure what had happened. And because everything, as many of you who've been through this will know, everything becomes kind of a blur. And I went down to HR where I worked at the time and I said, can you help me out here? I really don't know how many days off I have left. And instead of sitting down and speaking to me person to person and saying, oh, yeah, I totally get that. Let's figure this out and look at the calendar, she bawled me out, scolded me like I was 5 for not keeping better track of my days. And I said, oh, I see. Okay. I see where your priorities are. And I don't think we said another word to one another until I left that company, which was not that long after that. So this is how you have an opportunity to make things better or to make things much worse. Because as you can see, that stuck. And so we have a choice to make, right? So those are some of my stories. I mean, as I've put call out into the world of tell me some of your stories. Some folks have had really terrible struggles with their job after a parent dies or after having cancer treatment, something along those lines. A friend of mine told me about 3 days after they lost their mother, work was calling and texting them constantly saying, why aren't you back in the office? I don't understand that. It's inhuman and it's inhumane, and it does not build good employees and it does not build your reputation very well. So these are some of the things that I've heard. On the flip side, to be fair, I've also heard another friend of mine, literally the day after his mother died, wasn't ready to deal with that reality, went back to work, and his boss looked at him and said, what are you doing here? Go home. No, I don't want to hear about it. You go home. You take all the time you need. We'll take care of things here. Oh, lovely. It really made things easier for them. So it really can go either way, you know. So Dave, I was just wondering if you have any stories that of either of your own or folks that you know who've had workplace involvement around grief and loss.
Well, Claire, I could share mine because it's a little bit different. Back in 2002, on May 26, my 18-year-old daughter, Janine, was diagnosed with a very rare form of cancer, Velia rhabdomyosarcoma. And it was going to require a rigorous course of treatment. And I had made, and the prognosis for her, quite frankly, was not good. And it turned out that she transitioned, and I use the term transitioned, others will say passed away or died or deceased. She transitioned 10 months after diagnosis, and this is how aggressive the cancer was. I immediately knew that I was going to take time off from work. And at the time, I'd been working for the state of New York for 17 years with many of the same colleagues and supervisors. So they were very supportive of my situation. And the director of the facility did whatever he could. He pulled whatever strings he could so I could take straight sick leave as opposed to Family Medical Leave Act, because Family Medical Leave Act would only allow 15 days, and that was personnel policy for any type of illness. And he basically hit the roof and said, if you can find a psychiatrist who will write you off as being unable to work because of the change in circumstances, you can take your time. As it turns out, I was going into therapy prior to Janine's illness because some other grief issues that surfaced recently with my mentor and my mother. So when I explained it to my therapist, I said, would you be willing to do this for me? He goes, well, I wouldn't be lying if I did. So he wrote me out with an adjustment disorder diagnosis, which made sense at the time. And I was able to stay out of work for 3 months. Now, when I came back to work, and this was at a time where Janine was doing better, he wrote me back on restricted duty. He did not want me doing supervisory duties. So I was basically doing case management duties. And I did that for about another year. About another year after Janine's passing. And then I went back to full duty. But I had the support of my colleagues. I had the support of administration. I had the support of staff. My colleagues, they were very understanding. Not everybody gets that, and I get that. But I was fortunate. And also, one of the things was just navigating the web of insurance approvals. I'm
going to talk about that.
I had the director's administrative assistant say, you don't worry about anything. Just give me the appointments. I'll handle the approval. So I had this entire network of people working with me while I was out on leave and when I came back. And I can't say enough about that. And I understand that that's the exception rather than the rule.
It's massively the exception. I'm so glad you had that support, though. What a blessing. Incredible blessing.
Yeah, the 3 days to resilience plan that most employers look at, 72-hour bereavement leave, that doesn't even begin to cut it.
Not even. No, not even. Yeah. So it comes as a surprise to a lot of people that there is no federal standard for leave for bereavement. And so every employer makes its own determination. So we're definitely going to walk through some of that. Part of the issue with the workplace, healing with one's family is an entirely different category, but the workplace is different because, everything is different. Expectations about where you put your time and your energy and your focus. People who know you because they see you every day, but that doesn't really mean that they know you. An entirely different thing, right? Then you've got hierarchies of bosses and underlings and all sorts of power things that happen that are quite different sometimes from what happens within a family. Boundaries, entirely different. Languaging, entirely different. Who says what to whom, when, and where is a whole landscape that is filled with minds. And that's on a normal day-to-day basis. Then you throw in something like this and it can get very tricky. Not to mention the fact that it's all tied to your livelihood. So that adds an extra level of stress for folks. All the more reason we spend so much of our lives at work. The fact that concentration of time and energy is not a supportive place when you have a loss can make things, as you said, much better, but can also make things much worse. So that's part of this unique construct of what we're looking at today. And I just want to add, we're not only talking about a loss, because other traumatic events happen in the world, whether you're talking about a national tragedy, i.e. 9/11, or the oh so common tragic and unfortunate mass shootings that happen. Conflict between employees can cause a great deal of trauma. discrimination of any kind, employees who've broken the law or who have either taken money from the company or used things inappropriately, some folks who have drug and alcohol issues who are on site. All of these things cause a great deal of tension. Those are the group issues. And then on an individual basis, an individual can be going through either a divorce or a custody fight, having had an accident. I would add to this list, having had a sudden diagnosis. Either they have to go into treatment, or suddenly their physical abilities change, or having gone through physical or sexual assault. And it's a long, long list of things that happen in life. So how the workplace works strategically to address these is super, super key to not only individual well-being, but company well-being. So here is my handy dandy. Unfortunately, there's nothing more up to date since 2015 and 2016, but these are the data pieces that are gathered by the Society for Human Resource Management. Quote unquote standard average bereavement leave days. For the loss of a spouse or a child, 4 days, really? And then 3 days leave, same-sex domestic partner, opposite-sex domestic partner, foster child, grandchild, parent, grandparent, or sibling. 2 days for a miscarriage. This boggles my mind. And relatives, other more distant relatives. 1 day for aunt, uncle, niece, nephew, or cousin. I just want to point out the disparaging, distance between relative of same-sex domestic partner, relative of opposite-sex domestic partner. I don't know why those two things are different. And then, of course, no leave at all for a friend, a colleague, or an animal companion. I know Dave and I are on the same page as far as our cats are concerned. I will not crawl out from under the bed for about a week, at least. So it's, to say that it's inadequate doesn't quite begin to cover it, but it's also terribly uneven. It doesn't leave room for any sort of religious or spiritual differences. I know in Jewish tradition, the mourning period is 7 days. So I don't know what folks are supposed to do with that. And it's interesting to note, I looked up the Society for Human Resource Management. Their own bereavement policy is less than this. So I thought that was very interesting. Like, oh, you study this, but you don't walk the talk. That's interesting. So just observing. So we're in a management position. As we've already said, you have an opportunity not only to make things easier, but better for yourself as well as your company. From a company perspective, it really doesn't serve to bring someone back when they are still in the fog of a loss. It is not only common, but fairly much unheard of for folks not to have at least several of these issues: lack of focus, lack of memory, poor eating and sleeping, other health issues which are exacerbated by the stress, distractions from what I call the business of death, legal steps, family challenges, logistical issues, and add to that funeral arrangements, travel arrangements. It's a big tangle of things that you have to deal with all at once, and all in a timely fashion, right at the moment where you can't think clearly. So do you really want an employee who is dealing with numbers and clients and deadlines and money under those circumstances? It certainly doesn't serve your employee, but it does not serve your clients or your company at all. And it will not build loyalty or reputation either. So here are some workarounds. I mean, and I will want to tap you, Dave, on some of these as well.
Okay.
PTO time can be very tricky because there are often rules about how much you can take, what happens if you run out. Can you take unpaid leave? A lot of folks can't afford that. So that can get very, very tricky. I'm really interested in how some companies are starting to offer ways to donate PTO where someone can give their own days off to someone else who's had a loss or a tragedy. That's a really interesting way to frame that. I've been told, so I can't give legal or tax advice, that there are things around that issue. So make sure that you check with a professional as far as legal and tax liabilities for that. But staying flexible to allow for working from home, and I would add moving responsibilities around, having reduced hours, all of those things make things a little bit easier. I think this is one of the few ways that COVID made things easier, because working from home became such a common thing. Any thoughts on any of these, Professor Roberts?
Professor. Usually when somebody calls me professor, I've done something, or it's something I haven't done. So hopefully it's either one of those categories. But I think the first thing, back obviously in the early 2000s, there wasn't anything such as, we didn't have COVID. We didn't have such a thing as working at home. Any type of bureaucracy, it's really difficult to work flex time just because of union rules and regulations, and
that too.
And that's the other part of that. But I would, with the staff that I supervise, I would do that whenever possible. I would just do it informally because, and especially, I had one woman who had, 10 kids, and she said, if anything jumps off where I need to be out of work, it's because of my kids. So I would work out some type of informal arrangement for her and keep that away from the powers that be. And again, the fact that individuals were flexible with me allowed me to, I think, do the same thing, realize the importance of that. I think the other piece, I think it's really important. This is something that was when you were talking about other individual challenges that employees could go through, such as illness and changes at home. I think as supervisors, we need to be as informed as much as possible, or know as much about the personal lives of our employees as possible, as much as they'll let us. Because typically when something happens at work where their work's affected, it's something that's going on outside of work. It's something that's going on at home. And the trauma that's going on at home may be very difficult to compartmentalize. So it's really important that, just as a standard of supervisory conferences or meetings, that you get an update of what's going on personally, so that if anything is going on at work, that their work performance is diminishing, that is a point that you can explore in terms of what's happening personally. I think that's really key and really important. The other piece is, I think employees would benefit from just basic grief and loss training, trajectories of death, how grief progresses. Too often, I think many still buy into the stage theory of grief, where grief has a starting point and an end point. Yeah. And when you couple that with the emphasis that employers put on productivity, on happiness, on functionality, it's like, well, all right, grieve and get it over with, and let's get back to work. It doesn't work that way.
Absolutely.
I think employers need to be educated in terms of grief, traumatic loss, vicarious traumatization, which could occur with a variety of different staff who may, one of their colleagues has experienced a similar type of death that they've experienced. It's going to traumatize them as well. It's just going to bring up those feelings. And the other thing with birthdays or death dates, One of the things I told my supervisor is that on March 1st, you're not going to see me. You're going to need a search party to find me. So I always put in for those days a year in advance. And on Janine's birthday in April, I always put in for those days in advance. So I told my supervisor, I said, hey, this is the way it's got to be. I'm going to put in for it now because I know I'm projecting that I'm not going to be as useful to you as I would on other days. So those are just some things that came to mind as I was listening to you.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's a moving target how we heal, and there is so much in the culture that not only that is woven into the culture about talking about death, illness, grief. We love to just push it aside and pretend it's not happening, but it is, and it does. And the more you squash it, the more damage that can be done. And that's true on an individual level and all the way out to, a national level. We love to put our heads down and just get back to work. Well, I've seen that break a lot of people, and even to the point of landing in the hospital. So it's not healthy. It's not worth it. And it doesn't serve anyone in the equation. So my feeling is always, let's do better. There's got to be ways to do better. And the ways to do better have to do with sharing and awareness and tools and compassion. And so these are just some of the practical tools. But you are right that, and I'm going to get to FMLA on the next slide. A lot of it has to do with bureaucracy. And again, you were very lucky, Dave, that you had someone that said, don't worry about the paperwork, I've got you. Because the hoops that you have to jump through can get very gnarly. And particularly for short-term disability, there are requirements for that. And it's also, as you know so well, grief is not linear. Healing is not linear. And so not only is that a problem in terms of the stages of grief, but the fact that it goes like this. And so after an employee returns to work, or after you return to work, you may take some time to go, oh, wait, how do I do my job again? And do I still, you can't just slam right back in full throttle. There may still be a lot of dodging and weaving that has to happen, more counseling, different kinds of support or triggers, as you so rightly put. After you and I have both had our primary losses many years ago. And so, as well as I do, that those days, they every year can be different. Some years are tougher. Some years are, okay, this is okay. I can handle this. But one has to always be aware, mine's March 19th. My mother died on March 19th. And I'm like, okay, let me just make sure I'm going to be okay that day. And then as you go along, you collect more dates.
Well, and I didn't mean I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, but before I forget, the other thing that employers need to be aware of is the days leading up to the actual anniversary dates may be more stressful than the actual date itself.
Oh, yes.
So they need to be very aware of any changes in behavior, any withdrawal, moodiness, mood swings, tearfulness, lack of more concentration than usual. Those symptoms or those behaviors associated with grief, those emotions associated with grief tend to become more intense in the days leading up to anniversary dates, birth dates. The other thing, if it's a terminal illness diagnosis, other things that employees need to be aware of, or the date that person was first diagnosed with cancer, the date that they first went into remission, the date that they were told treatment was no longer going to be a viable option, the date that they went into the active phase of dying. All of those dates are significant in addition to the standard milestone dates. So being aware of issues related to cause of death for employers is very key.
Absolutely. Absolutely. 'Cause I'll never forget, actually, that first that first anniversary, actually. And it actually, so as the first one was really hard, the second one was really hard. The third or the fourth started to ease off a little bit. The fifth one knocked me over. I mean, it just kept moving. And I remember there was one year, and I've now forgotten which one because there's been 27 of them, so they blur a little bit. But there was one year early on when every day from March 1st to March 18th was torture. And then I made it to March 19th. And then it was such a relief that the day had finally come. And then I went, oh, okay, now I can put that down. And I was much more wound. You're absolutely right. On those 18 days, that felt like forever. So that just getting through the one day didn't feel that bad. And then everything just dropped right off after that. So, yeah, that's exactly what I mean by the fact that it's a moving target. It's a living, breathing thing. So it's complicated. It's complicated. I just want to hop over to the Family Medical Leave Act info. This is tricky because there are all sorts of requirements, and you really want to make sure you get good advice from a legal professional about how to pursue this. It is technically not designed for grief. It is for the care of a loved one, and that leave ends if and when that loved one passes. Now, if you can get disability or diagnosis from a psychiatrist for anxiety, grief, PTSD, those can be covered as long-term mental health concerns. Everything requires documentation, death certificates, doctor's diagnoses, recommendations. So it's not something you can just check a box and go, okay, I'm leaving. So again, with the bureaucracy, that is the nature of things. So I always encourage folks, explore those options ahead of time so you have some idea of what you might be walking into, because when you do not have brain, which most of us don't under those circumstances, you won't be able to navigate that as easily. So make sure you get some facts ahead of time and ask for help getting that managed, if at all possible. So some ideas for what to do as an employee. It's not always possible for folks to build a nest egg. It's tricky, but it's very helpful, if at all possible, to have something to fall back on in case things get lumpy as far as how many paid days off you have. If you need to take unpaid, that's very difficult for some people. Self-care is usually the first thing that goes out the window. I know for me, I didn't eat well at all. I could drink really well, but that was a whole other problem. And my sleep got completely upside down. I was up all night and tried to sleep all day. And that didn't go very well at all. So making sure that you have not only your own plan, but have folks to remind you, did you take your medications today? Have you put all of this down for a little while and just go take a walk for 5 minutes? Give yourself some breaks, because self-care is absolutely paramount. You cannot expect your mind and your heart and your body to handle all of the things that you have in front of you if you are with poor eating and sleeping, and not just sleeping, but rest, which is a different thing. Actual healing can take longer than you think. And this gets into the time piece. Time gets very weird. Can feel like you're trudging through molasses while you're going through this process. So even more ridiculous for someone to expect you to just plop back into work in a few days. Even leaning into the process, it can take 6 months to a year or longer for some folks. It's not, unfortunately, something where you can plug into an app and say, how long is this going to take exactly? I don't know. Let me get you a number. It takes what it takes. It takes what it takes. Do look into if there's a bereavement leave policy at your company, and perhaps advocate for one if there's not, because it will happen at some point. Speak to your doctor, a therapist, a coach. Doesn't have to be me, whoever resonates with you, about starting that healing process, because waiting will not help. I have lots more ideas in my book, which I'll talk more about at the end, as far as navigating your own healing process. And as a solopreneur, part of it's a blessing to be on my own, but I don't have PTO. So that's a whole other problem. So it's a different kind of planning. Networking, and again, self-care. So being able to use your colleagues for advice and support is often really priceless. Again, you do your business no favors by going back when you are distracted and heartbroken and numb and confused. And repeating my points about go get some help, because that's sometimes the wisest thing that we can do. And so how to help a colleague? I get this question all the time. Because of those strange boundaries at work, how do you support a colleague? And I'm going to go through some of these and ask for your thoughts as well, Dave. So yeah, definitely watching out for platitudes. These are those things that are well-intentioned. You want to help someone, but you probably have put your foot in it without meaning to, but those things can be super painful. And those are also things that stick. You may make things worse, whether you mean to or not. Sometimes that standard comment can come flying out of your mouth, and not a good idea. Not a good idea. In particular, you'll get over it. Not helpful. It's one of my top 3 things. I would love to take an X-Acto knife to our language and culture and just remove that phrase altogether. It's not only unhelpful, it is unkind and unrealistic. Getting over, I mean, if you can even wrap your head around getting over the loss of your child, of your partner, of your spouse, of your parent, keeping in mind too, not everybody loses someone who is really, really beloved. Some family and friends leave what I call a lumpy legacy, where things have been very difficult, and you may not have all those facts. So making assumptions about someone that you don't know very well can be really hurtful. So just keeping those things in mind. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry to hear that. Is there somewhere I can make a donation, or is there a food train that's been started, or is there something that, is there a work thing I can take off your plate? How, in practical ways, make suggestions, but not assumptions. And I said, where can the company make a donation in a loved one's memory? That can also be meaningful. And just please be patient with someone, even if they're several months after a loss and you think they should be better, they may not be. So if their focus or their memory is spotty and lumpy, take a deep breath, respond with compassion, and just help them out, because they are probably very aware that they're not 100% and they are worried for their health or their family or their job. Just give them a hand. Just give them some help. And they will be pretty grateful. I can promise you that. And encourage folks to seek outside help. And it's not easy for folks to ask for help sometimes. Even and especially months later, if someone is struggling, we all need a little help sometimes. And even to just offer to take them out for coffee and just listen to what they might need. And folks may differ on this also. Some folks need to just vent about family difficulties. Some folks need to talk about anything but their loss. They're exhausted from talking about it. Can I please just talk about the Mets or my garden or the dog or anything else? Can we just talk about something else, or that terrible movie we saw last week? Sometimes it's just good to let them talk about something other than the tragedy that they've been through. So listen to what someone might need. Again, listening way better than assumptions. Anything pop to mind, Mr. Dave, about helping a colleague under these circumstances?
Well, I'm Mr. Dave. I'm not Professor Dave anymore. I mean, I must be out of the doghouse.
I'm working on it. I'm just working it.
Good. One of the things that I think we need to be aware of in these circumstances is the humanistic approach to supervision as opposed to the checks and balances approach to supervision.
Yeah.
And from personal experience, I can recall my own supervisor and mentor, who was the best supervisor and clinician I had ever seen in wrapped in one package.
Wow.
My mother had transitioned in 1994. She was my last living parent. And that really hit me because I really felt like I was an orphan. And I went back to work, and it was a weekend that my supervisor and I were working together. And I was, trying to just catch up on some paperwork and getting ready to do an assessment. And he came in to check on me. And I'd never seen this side of him before. He said, "Dave, are you doing okay?" And I said, "Yeah, I'm doing probably as well as can be expected at this point, but I'm doing okay." And of course I wasn't doing okay, but I wanted to just let him know I was. And then I said, he goes, "What are you looking for?" I said, "I need to get a psychosocial assessment." He goes, "You sit there, I'll get it for you." That gesture in and of itself was probably the most powerful because it said that he cared. And sometimes it's not what we say, it's what we do that helps. And his actions meant everything. The other thing that did, and even though it was an established play, I'd been there for a long time. I knew I knew my colleagues very well. I was not feeling safe. And particularly when we come back to work, the safety of our world as we know it is compromised, regardless of the loss. That safety net is now squashed and needs to be reevaluated.
Yes.
And for me, him doing that made it a safe place for me again. And doing that, especially with individuals who have had previous histories of anxiety, the world isn't a safe place. So as supervisors, what we can do after loss is make that workplace as safe as possible so that those individuals can function and take and look at the humanistic side of it as opposed to the performance end of it. Because I think if we take care of the humanistic side, eventually, and we're flexible with performance expectations, eventually the performance expectations will come back. But it's creating that type of environment where people are empowered to move at their own pace and to feel that where their grief is going to be respected, honored, and nurtured.
Yeah, absolutely. To be allowed to heal at their own pace, that's huge. That's absolutely huge. And what a lot of companies and employers miss is, like I said at the beginning, your employees are your most valuable asset. It is not contradictory to your bottom line to allow an employee to have some flexibility when they've had a devastating thing happen in their lives. It not only makes your employee feel valued and will build their loyalty, but they will also, as you are doing right now, tell folks, when I worked at this and such company, they were awesome. They really went to the wall for me. And as opposed to so many of the stories I hear of, even an old client reached out to me last month and was telling me about when his, I believe it was when his father passed away, and then his company let him go 3 days later. I said, what? And I said, did they know? He said, oh yeah, I told them, everybody knew. And I said, I don't understand that at all, at all. These things ripple out into the world, and especially in this day and age where you can look up a company's reputation for what's it like to work there. Are they looking after their people, or are they running people into the ground? Because people, human beings, have hard things happen in their lives. And we haven't even scratched the surface of what can happen in someone's world. And they also can happen in clusters where several things have happened at once. So this is the reality of people's lives. And when you are an employer, a manager, you have people's lives in your hands and their livelihoods and their futures. And are you building a safe place? And I don't mean safe in a namby-pamby way. I mean in a very real, we're talking about real things here, hard things. And building a safe place to deal with hard things will only make your place, whether it's your home or your business, better, as opposed to a place where folks walk in the door and you can feel the tension, you can feel the walls go up, where people are just doing their thing and they can't wait to get out the door because of how they're being treated. It matters. It matters at every level of life, of your family, and of your company. And I just want to pop back to my earlier point about how long this takes. There's a comment made that the time expands and contracts, and time is going to just go no matter what. Time is very dismissive of what you've been through. It will just keep going. And how we use that time in our healing process is absolutely key to how we come out the other side. And so it behooves companies to understand that, it might be a year, it might be more. It's a flexible, living, breathing process. And so you can breathe with it or you can strangle it. We have a choice. And I always encourage anybody and everybody around these issues to do things with compassion, compassion, compassion. And that is the case from the top down as well as from the bottom up. That's the key. That's the key, because one day it will happen to you too. And how will folks respond to you when you are in an hour of need and when you are hurting? So that's sort of the key to everything. It's the key to everything in hard situations. So this is sort of my standard Q&A, but if folks are listening and they have a question, I'm happy to read some of those. That's a good question. How should an employee respond when their supervisor demands get over their grief or I will let you go? Well, that's pretty illegal. It's Dave, do you have thoughts on that? Because that's a hard one. That's a hard one. I mean, and yeah, that's a threat.
Well, yeah, I think if I were an employee, I would, certainly as soon as possible, document the conversation, in terms of what happened and under the circumstances. And also I used to keep records on my supervisors because I didn't trust them. And I used to keep logs, and I would always at the end put down after that specific question, there were no other issues with my performance. So this way, if they could, and if there's a union, I would grieve it. If there's another chain of command, I'd go right over his head and say, look, I was threatened. I think this is illegal. I want to, and they should be aware of their rights in terms of what they can do. Can they sue? For me, I would demand another supervisor. I'd go right up over his head and say, I want another supervisor. And you need to do something with this one, because that is illegal. It's illegal. It's coercive. It's unethical.
Yeah.
I would never in my wildest dream think of doing that to an employee.
That's horrible.
It is horrible. It is. But is there a first time for everything? Sure. I wouldn't be surprised if there were employees who thought this way, but it's illegal. And I think an employee should know their rights. They should know what the chain of command is. They should know that they have the right to go over the chain, over to our supervisor's head if they're not getting satisfaction, and what their rights are grievable. That would be grievable and winnable. If that would be easy, that would be winnable.
Yeah.
It's illegal.
Yeah. It's a lot tougher if it's a small company and there is no chain of command. So yeah. But documenting it, absolutely. Not everyone is lucky enough to be represented by a union, unfortunately. But that is a hard and awful question, because people can be like that, and it's ugly. It's ugly and awful, and yeah. Start looking for different employment.
Yeah. I'd also consult an attorney if they don't have the money
Yeah,
for an attorney.
that's the next
legal
thing
aid
I
or
was going to say. Yeah.
something like that. I mean, it's just know that they have rights and know that. That unfortunately does happen, but it doesn't have to be tolerated. We are disempowered enough in early grief to be disempowered more by an insensitive employer.
Yeah.
And we need to be able to take back some of that power in early grief.
Yeah, exactly.
And any time during grief.
Yeah. And, it's a different age in terms of finding out, like I said, a reputation of a company, and to be aware of that on both ends.
Yeah.
So, yeah. How do we advocate? It's on a case-by-case basis, because there are no federal laws, and the state laws are not adequate. So it's a big slog. It's a big slog. There are larger companies that are doing things like unlimited PTO, but not everybody is Google. So, so it's very tricky. It's very tricky. But yeah, gathering together and advocating and talking to your state representatives as far as state laws are concerned, those things are very long and very slow. But yeah, just in general, advocating for mental health is a thing, as they say. So
in some ways too, I think we can teach people to advocate and let them know what resources there are that are available.
Exactly.
I'm a firm believer in that, teaching individuals how to advocate, even role playing how to advocate. Let them know what resources are available for them to do that. That's not only with workplace issues, but that's with any issue.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So I was just hopping over to, I mentioned my book before. This is the book that I initially wrote. Let me put that, there we go. It's got lost in the flowers. The book that I wrote when I couldn't find the grief and loss book that I wanted, because they were either 300 pages, which is more than a grieving brain can slog through, and didn't really answer the questions that I had. This is a nice slim volume that I wanted to just get to the heart of specific things about right after a loss. Even if you're at the beginning of your healing process, so it doesn't have to be in that first week, but how do you begin to navigate your healing process? Self-care. It talks about some business pieces, how to deal with those behaviors of others. Who do you want around you, and who do you definitely not want around you? Dealing with time, like I said before, the time piece gets very splungy. It's one of my words. Becomes not passing normally. So things that happened yesterday can feel like a million years ago, and vice versa. So how to deal with your sense of how time passes in the grief process. How to celebrate yourself and your loved ones and those who've passed during this process. Book can be found on my website, youcanhealyourgrief.com. I always ask, please purchase directly from authors and not necessarily from large conglomerate places that I won't name. Or you can just email me directly at youcanhealyourgrief@gmail.com if you would like a copy, or more than one copy. So that's where you can get that in your collection. And this is how to find me. I am growing and expanding my online presence. I can work with anybody in the US of A, and have worked with folks overseas as well, as long as we can figure out the time difference. And I have individual work as well as my 6-month online healing intensive, which I call Fearless Grieving to Fearless Living. And as I've said, I'm also building a branch of my practice to talk about exactly this issue in the workplace. How do you deal with grief and loss? And starting to advise companies and organizations to support their employees better and make their place of work have a better reputation, and it builds loyalty, and it builds advocacy for your company as you try to navigate the difficult things in life. They're going to happen, so better to have a plan for it for when it hits. So that's how to find me, Miriam's Well Healing, or youcanhealyourgrief.com. I am on Facebook, Instagram, not Twitter, but I'm also on LinkedIn. So reach out to me there. I really want to thank Professor Dave Roberts, my friend and colleague. Always honored to work with you and get your wisdom and perspective. That means a great deal to me.
Pleasure, Claire. Anytime.
And
Anytime.
I will be joining Dave on his workshop, which is coming up next on the conference. So stay tuned, and I'll see you in a little bit.
Yeah. See you soon.
Thanks, everyone. Be well.
Hey, everybody. I am just waiting for one other person to join me and we'll get going. In the meantime, I hope you enjoy the scenic view of my back wall. So there we go. We got Claire. I was just showing them the scenic view of my black wall. So, and passing the time that way. But anyway, let's, in the words of one of my favorite TV detective characters, Lily Rush on Cold Case, let's get down to it. So my name is Dave Roberts. I will tell you, more about myself towards the end as far as how you can reach me and what I do. But I'm an author. I'm a parent who's experienced the death of a child. I'm a recent podcaster. I'm a retired addiction specialist, clinical supervisor. I am bereavement support specialist. I've walked the path of a parent who's experienced the death of a child for over 20 years. And this presentation kind of grew out of my experiences or the challenges with it and what I've learned. The presentation is called Do We Survive Death? Signs from Our Loved Ones. And we'll kind of delve into the world of after-death communication and different types of ways that our loved ones have communicate in different categories of communication, of after-death communication. But before I do that, I want to introduce a good friend and colleague. You might have seen her in her Grief in the Workplace presentation along with me. Now the roles are reversed. I want to briefly introduce Claire Schwartz. And Claire, why don't you tell everybody who you are and what you do and what you're about?
Thanks, Dave. So I'm Claire Schwartz. I have a healing and coaching practice where I specialize in grief and trauma healing, supporting individuals and organizations in truths and tools about the grief and trauma healing process. And I am at youcanhealyourgrief.com and happy to connect with and support my friend and colleague, Dave Roberts, who is much wiser than I, and who has wonderful things to teach anybody and everybody who's lucky enough to connect with him.
I've been trying to convince my wife that I'm wise, but she hasn't bought that yet. But thank you for that. So, okay, I guess we go. There we go. There's the slides. Okay, before we get into the actual presentation, I need to tell you a little bit of background about me. I was always a person whose beliefs were very, very rooted in science, and they still are. As far as anything related to spirituality or signs from our loved ones, or the question of do we survive death? Does our consciousness survive in another dimension after our physical passing? Can we connect with that? Can that consciousness connect with us? Those were never issues that I even remotely entertained. I lived in the here and now, and I thought I was always going to live in the here and now. And though I'm no stranger to loss, the transition of my daughter Janine, and I use transition to talk about her passing from the physical realm into the spiritual realm. Whatever helps you conceptualize that physical passing, whether it's passed away, whether it's deceased, whether it's dying. I think it's important for us as companions, as grief coaches, as therapists, to work with that language that individuals are accustomed to. About 6 months after Janine transitioned, I began to experience some very unusual phenomena. One time I had a butterfly following me around the corner, hovering over my head. There was a song that Janine and I liked that I'd be thinking of, and all of a sudden would mysteriously appear on the radio or on my iPod shuffle list. And I began to think, well, maybe there's something more than the rational world. But it took me about 7 years to wrap my head around the whole concept of this and begin to integrate that into my grief. When I thought I was experiencing a sign, I was thinking, well, on the one hand, it's great. She's trying to tell me that she's okay, that we're going to see each other again. But on the other hand, it's a reminder of a physical absence. Now, 20 years later, when I get a sign, it reminds me of what we share, not what I don't have. It reminds me of her physical presence, her presence and the relationship that we do share, and a transformed relationship and spirit that we share. That transition didn't occur for me until 7 years after she transitioned. This was in Jean transitioned in 2003. I met Reverend Patty Farino in 2010, and we met through some very serendipitous circumstances, and she facilitated a spiritually transformative experience that convinced me that our spirits our consciousness does survive in spirit, that we can connect with it, with that consciousness, and they can connect with us, and that relationship can be two-way. And our subsequent conversations showed me she showed me how I could use signs to transform that relationship and strengthen the bond with my daughter. So the sign became an asset into my grief rather than a bittersweet occurrence. So this is how this happened. The other thing is that my intention is not to try to sway anybody on what they believe. Some individuals, they may not believe in multidimensional communication, that we live in a multidimensional universe or after-death communication. I can definitely respect that. What I'm just asking is just be open to the possibilities, consider it, find your truth within anything, and even if your truth is that you find no truth in it at all, but just be open to the possibilities. I never thought 20 years later I would be talking in these terms, but I am. And now I have firmly integrated metaphysical concepts, spiritual concepts, holistic practices with my science-based beliefs. And and for me, it's allowed me it's empowered me to expand my perspective and find peace. Okay, so let us begin. There is history to this whole thing with spirits and the spirit world and signs. It goes back to Greek philosophy. It goes back to the days of 600 BCE, which I don't know where that falls on the Greek or Roman calendar, but I think that's probably a pretty long time ago. This was back, there were individuals that they called walkers between the worlds. These were individuals that had one foot in the afterlife or the spiritual dimension and one foot in the physical realm. While they were in the physical realm, they would watch over the living. They would report what they saw in the physical world and go back to their spiritual advisors on the other side to report. And, you've heard the term guardian angels. Everybody has a guardian angel. A lot of us believe we have guardian angels. I look at these walkers between the worlds as probably the Greek philosophers' version of the guardian angels that we know now and that we have now. The two most pronounced walkers was one gentleman by the name of Alathetes, and the other one was Menippus. And Menippus actually supposedly wrote a book on his journeys between the physical world and the spiritual world and documented that. I have no idea where it is on the Amazon bestseller list, but I'm sure we can probably figure that out at some point. But and so this was documented. And if you want to find out more about where I got this information, there is a foreword in the book, The Afterlife of Billy Fingers by Raymond Moody, an MD who has done a lot of research with near-death experiences and shared death experiences. And he wrote the foreword for The Afterlife of Billy Fingers by Annie Kagan, and he talked about walkers between the worlds. These next two slides I'm going to skip because I just basically summarize those for you. And now we're just going to talk about after-death communication. Claire, you can jump in anytime you want with this too. So, and anybody has questions, we'll attend to those as well too. Frequently, post-death communication or occurs when individuals are in a hypnagogic state or in a state where one is half awake and half asleep. That kind of puts us into an altered state where I think we're more receptive to signs or nudges from our loved ones. And ADCs, if people are comfortable with after-death communication for religious or other reasons, they're often referred to as signs from our loved ones, whispers, or nudges from the beyond. Mm-hmm. So that's kind of the terminology for that.
I do run across folks very often, not only in terms of communication with a loved one, but who are in that between, that liminal space between asleep and awake. There's all sort, and this crosses over between the scientific and the spiritual, because scientifically speaking, they don't really know quite how things like dreams and memory and consciousness, we don't 100% understand how all of that works. So there are these between states where we don't, the idea of what's real and what's not, I'm not smart enough to figure that out. I do know, and principally I talk about the loss of my mother in the last workshop, but I've had over 40, I stopped counting at 40 losses. But absolutely, I've had those moments and periods where there's something happening. And in that between state, between asleep and awake, is often where those pop up. And then you become fully awake and you start questioning if that was real or not. What is real? It's real for you, right? So why isn't that sufficient?
Yeah. And and as I talk about later, I'll talk about now that the experience of science is a very subjective process. I can't consensually validate your experience because I'm not inside your head. But
right.
I can pretty much find out the significance of that by asking you a couple of questions in terms of what did that experience, how did that help you for the moment through your grief? Did that experience perhaps shift your perspective about life, death, and life after death? And essentially, how the person perceives that is where I'm going to meet them. And I would never tell them, no, I don't believe you had a sign, because one, that's going to destroy a relationship before it even begins. And secondly, I can't consensually validate that, but I can strive to understand the experience and still remain objective.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Are we ready for the next one? I guess so. Okay. Categories of ADCs or spontaneous ADCs. And this is what we're going to focus on primarily: orbs, apophenial images, and spirit visitations. Apophenial images are events that don't appear to be connected, but they are connected. It's like seeing a heart and coffee cup, a heart on a kitchen floor, a face in a grilled cheese sandwich, which actually there was such an occurrence of that. So there's also assisted ADCs or mediums, and mediums have become a very intricate part of the death system. And I'll just touch on this very briefly. The Windbridge Research Center in Arizona, which does a lot of research with specifically individuals who've had near-death experiences and other non-ordinary phenomenon, did some research in 2013, and they found, as of May 2nd, 2013, when they did a Google search on psychic medium readings, they found 1.5 million hits. I routinely ask my students now, when we talk about this in our death, dying, and bereavement class, to Google it in class. They've come up with 3.5 or sometimes 4.2 million hits. So it's 2.5 or almost really 3 times the number of hits in 2013. So they've become a very intricate part of the death system, because individuals who have experienced catastrophic loss and are having trouble integrating that loss want to know that their loved ones are okay. And sometimes, what they'll do is they'll enlist the services of a medium to help them connect.
Yeah. I've certainly had clients who've been very helped by that. Just the one tiny caveat would be, if you want to make sure you're going to someone who is not going to continually ask you for more and more money, because then that becomes usury. And but it certainly can be a very important part of the healing process.
Well, and the other thing I tell my students, know what constitutes a good medium. It could be word of mouth from other satisfied clients, but there's other places that actually certify mediums. There's a certification process. There's the Windbridge Research Institute that has a very rigorous process for certifying mediums, as well as I think Certify a Medium, which is overseen by Dr. Mark Ireland, whose father, Richard Ireland, was the the medium to the stars back in the 50s. And,
Yeah.
and Mark Ireland himself, I believe, has experienced the death of a child, and he has a very rigorous qualitative standards that he uses to certify mediums. So they're trying to apply science and to make sure that people don't get taken. And the good mediums will tell you, look, I can show you how to connect yourself. You don't I don't have to keep taking your money. I can facilitate this
Exactly.
for you, but I can show you how to do this. We could do some bonding activities, or I can show you some continuing bonding activities that will help you connect with your loved ones, so you don't have to keep paying them. So,
Yes.
okay, types of spontaneous ADCs or signs or nudges. Finding objects, these could be pennies from heaven. Seeing animals, particularly deer, is associated by many individuals as a sign of their loved one's presence. In the bird family, it's typically a cardinal. It could be a butterfly, a monarch butterfly specifically. Or it could be just any animal you have a fascination with.
Yeah.
Those animals may not only signify the presence of your loved one, but may contain some teachings and tools that can help you navigate through grief. So Native American teachings of animals and nature, I got into with Patty Farino's influence and guidance. Ted Andrews and Jamie Sams are two Native American
Yes.
elders who have written Ted Andrews' Animal Speaks,
Animal Speaks.
and Jamie Sams' Medicine Cards that
Mhm.
contains the teachings and questions that you would want to ask if you see a specific animal, either in a dream or a sighting. Or you can just go online and Google crow as a spirit animal. You could do that as well too. But that can also give you some rich material and food for thought that you can use as tools moving forward in your grief. Apophenia, we mentioned this, connections that appear to be random but are very much interrelated. Sensing a presence, there's a sudden feeling you're not alone. You may get a glimpse of an image over your shoulder. For me, sometimes I'll get a chill right down the base of my neck, right to my back. If I'm talking about my daughter or my parents, that's for me a way that I'll sense a presence. It's just a sudden feeling that you're not alone.
I'd love to throw in a couple of brief stories if I can about these. Is that okay?
That's fine.
For the one that, I mean, I'm a butterfly gal myself. That's one of my animal spiritual guides. But I'm just thinking in particular of a wedding that I conducted several years ago that where it was a very tense afternoon. The families were not vibing and the weather was not great and there was a lot of tension. So by the time we actually got to the ceremony, I was thinking, oh dear, how is this going to go? But they had told me that the bride's grandmother was manifesting as a butterfly. And sure enough, because of the strapless gowns that everybody was wearing, I saw quite a few folks with a butterfly tattoo on their shoulder. And so I incorporated that into the ceremony. And I got to that point of talking about how the grandmother had shown herself and she was the backbone of the family and she had just passed away the previous, I believe, month.
Mm-hmm.
And sure as dang enough, if a butterfly didn't fly right through the ceremony and everybody burst into tears. And I thought, okay, good. Now this is going to go okay. Because the sign just sort of connected everybody onto the same page and all of the tension just melted away.
And I think when that happens, it's kind of, you begin to evaluate whether or not coincidence needs to be in your vocabulary, because coincidence is no longer in my vocabulary. And the other thing is when other individuals come by and say, they were connected to your loved one and said, I got a sign from your daughter. That also is more consensual validation that in fact that the possibility, the great possibility exists that they are able to communicate in a different form of energy. I mean, if you look at it, we're all energy anyway. We're made up of, and if that's when we die, we may convert to just a form of energy that can be omnipresent everywhere.
Yeah.
Familiar. Oh, go ahead.
The other, sorry, just the one other one that I thought was really, it's related, but it's really a very modern sort of take on it. I have a client who last year lost her best friend, and who was an extraordinarily strong presence in the world. And I'm telling you, every single time we had a Zoom session, week after week after week after week, and it was always at just the right moment during the Zoom, the emoji would pop up on her Zoom screen of a thumbs up.
Mhm.
And I wasn't doing it, and she wasn't doing it. Do I know how that happened? No idea. But it was very, very interesting. Every single week, boom, there it was. I said, oh, hi, how you doing? That's all right. I'm taking care of her. I got her. It's okay. She's going to be all right. We're all breathing. It's good. And so, but she kept popping in. She kept popping in. And, you know, I'm not smart enough to figure out why that was, but it was very interesting.
Yeah. Well, and that's another way that science can manifest, or through electronics, particularly with younger spirits. They'll do cell phones. They'll do,
Yes.
you know, you'll see random, you know, screensavers of their pictures coming up without, you know, without provocation, cell phone activity, or if you have still, I mean, in the age of landline phones, would back in 2000, obviously, 2000s, we had a landline phone that could also manifest as well too. So,
Yeah.
Familiar smells and odors, floral scents. I remember after my mother transitioned, I was laying on the couch wondering how we were going to take care of my aunt, who my mom took care of for a long time. And this floral scent, it was immediately, I sensed her presence came, and I kind of figured things were going to be okay. And it turns out that they did work out. Spirit visitations, the waking vision. This includes partial visual ADCs, and this could be a spirit visitation, partial visual ADC, where you see head and shoulders, and where the rest of the body is just kind of a undefined mass of energy. These are again some of the categories. Hearing a voice, and that's maybe hearing a voice within, where you sense it's your loved one. And I remember being awakened in the middle of the night by a voice that I thought was my mother, and hearing my name. Feeling a touch. This could be a touch on the arm, a touch on the wrist, a touch on the shoulder. Objects moving. There was one situation where 3 months before retirement, my work keys disappeared. I looked everywhere for them, including the glove compartment of my car. And my daughter tended to be very much a prankster with me when she was younger, when she was alive. And in the same spot in the glove compartment where I looked at about 3 months earlier, sure enough, 3 months later, those keys were there. Pictures falling off of walls, and as I mentioned, cell phone or landline phone activity are other examples of signs. A lot of these.
This happens in my house all the time. I'm like, stop moving my stuff.
Yeah, stop moving my stuff. Yeah, stop it. You know, and it's but then again, I once I gave up any type of expectation of trying to find the keys, I ended up showing up anyway. So now what I want to do is just kind of give you some examples of some of the apophenial images, some orbs, and actually a spirit visitation which involved Janine's daughter and you know, my first grandchild, Brianna. And actually it's an animal visitation. There's a story I will share with that animal spirit visitation. Anyway, this was February 25th, 2013. I had come home from teaching a class at Pratt, a School of Art, and I was walked into my kitchen, and that is what my kitchen tile looks like. I looked down, and all of a sudden I saw this perfectly shaped heart in dirt in the floor. Now, this was about 6-7 days before the 10th anniversary date of my daughter's transition. And whenever you get into double digits as far as grieving a loss, it tends to be a very significant milestone.
Yes.
And typically these type of signs from her would manifest around that time. And I had told my wife Sherry, I said, "Honey, you can't clean this until after March 1st." And she is, you know, squeaky clean with everything. And besides, Patty Farino was coming in on March 1st because she wanted to spend that 10th anniversary date with us because she knew it would be a significant milestone. So I took a picture of it, and the good news is that Sherry was able to clean the floor on March 2nd. So that and all was well in my house. Got me out of the doghouse. This is actually a pet sign, and this was submitted by one of my students by the name of Ainsley. Her dog Archie crossed over to Rainbow Bridge, and she was walking her other surviving dog, and this was just right after a snowstorm. And the sun came out, melted everything except that, and that heart right in the middle of the, and she interpreted that as a sign from her dog, because she had been thinking of him at that particular time, and she wanted to share that with me and gave me permission to use that. And a lot of the slides that I have are actually from my students who have given me accounts of their own encounters with non-ordinary phenomenon. This is the infinity sign. This appeared on the inside of my garage door, which my garage is built like a fortress. So for anybody to get in and actually draw that would be probably, short of being Harry Houdini himself or another type of contortionist, you couldn't replicate this. It's the number 8, but if you take 8 and invert it and it becomes horizontal, it's the infinity sign, which is the sign of power and eternal love.
Yeah.
And that was in April of 2012. I remembered that. Remember that specifically. And April is the month of my daughter's birth. I also lived on Route 26, so we're off of a county road called Route 26. If you add 2 and 6 together, you get 8. So you can see kind of the alignment with the numerology. That stayed in intensity for years. That did not wane. And I also asked my wife Sherry not to clean it, and just because it was a conversation piece, but that was on the inside of my garage door window. So let's go. Now we got infinity times 2. This was in April 2013. This was the cork board on the inside of our shed. And I was in the house doing something, probably on the computer for school. And Sherry comes in and calls says, Dave, you got to come out and see this. There were 2 infinity signs, crudely shaped, but you can make out that they're 8s.
Yeah.
And my mother and daughter were both born in April. And I did go to a medium about 6 months after my daughter transitioned. And I was willing to throw my beliefs out the window because I was just so desperate to connect with her that I was willing to embrace non-scientific ways to do that. First thing that the medium told me was that I see a woman, one young and one old, in the kitchen, and they're baking together. Now, my daughter Janine was very close to my mother Sadie, and they used to spend hours in the kitchen together. Janine wouldn't cook, but she would watch my mother cook, and they would have conversations. So that validated
Lovely.
the medium reading that I had 11 years later. Claire, you got any thoughts? I'm going to throw the next slide up. But orbs, do you have any thoughts before we go into the orb piece? I got a couple of examples of those.
I've never seen infinity signs. I mean, it's always the infinite possibilities, though, of how those connections happen. And I don't know if you're going to get to this, but a lot of times it's out of the corner of my eye. Especially the cats. Mm-hmm. Cats are mischievous creatures. So I will see out of the corner. A couple in particular just love to hang out, and they will harass my current cats too. That's always interesting. Mm-hmm. The cat is staring in the corner, and you go, "What are you looking at?" Oh, I get it. Okay, who is it? Oh, it's Duncan. Okay, I got it. Well, that's understandable. He was 18 and old, and he told me he wasn't going anywhere, so he's been hanging around. He's been over there since 2011, and he shows up quite often. Great spirit he was. So yeah, absolutely. It's the corners of the room and the corner of my eye is where my cats tend to show up.
Oh, well, the other thing too, animals and children are more sensitive to are more attuned or more receptive to getting signs that perhaps a lot of adults are, because they have high alpha brainwave activities. And I remember my cat Bootsy, who transitioned in 2016 to Rainbow Bridge, who was Janine's cat, and then who became mine after Janine transitioned. He would scratch at Janine's prayer card on the refrigerator, and he would meow at it. And I would look at Cher and say, I wonder if he's sensing her presence. So children and animals are very receptive to non-ordinary phenomenon because of their high alpha brainwave activity.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely.
But thanks for sharing that, Claire. And if anybody in the audience has any questions, we'll get to those as well too, because I want to save some time for that. Orbs. These are a common sign of the presence of our deceased or transitioned loved ones. I describe these as circles of light energy that usually appear somewhere in a picture that's taken of the deceased loved one's family or friends. Sometimes orbs are confused with water spots, but you can tell a water spot from an orb. An orb has a very distinct shape. It has a very distinct shape, and a lot of times has some detail within that distinguishes it from a typical water spot. So, all right, let's go to the next one. This is me at the Bereaved Parents of the USA conference in 2011. I had the privilege of being the opening keynote speaker.
That's you?
That's me.
Wow.
Well, that was me when I was probably about 50 pounds heavier. And that lady next to me is a woman by the name of Diana, who was the head of one of the Bereaved Parents of the USA chapters in Long Island. And I sat there after our keynote speech. Somebody took a picture, I don't know who it was, with a digital camera. And I'm going to see if I can, you can kind of see, I got my laser pointer. You can kind of see, there's my daughter's picture. There's a picture of me wearing a Tigger keychain. Tigger was my daughter Janine's favorite Disney character because as Tigger bounced and he was the only one. And I like to think that all of our loved ones are Tiggers because they all have their own unique qualities. And as you can probably see right here, this looks like a definite orb right on my left shoulder.
Yeah.
And the left side is typically feminine energy anyway, and the right's male energy. But that's something that appeared, and so I obviously included that.
Tigger is also joy.
Yes, Tigger's joy.
He's just joyful and fearless.
Yeah, that would probably epitomize my daughter Janine, joyful and fearless. It probably epitomizes many of our transitioned loved ones who have those qualities. And I think we're all Tiggers. I think we all have that uniqueness, unique ways of expressing joy, and unique ways of being fearless.
There's another workshop, the Pooh characters in the healing process.
Yeah, based on Benjamin Hoff's book, The Tao of Pooh. I think that would be really a good workshop to do. So
well, we'll talk about that.
Absolutely. This next one, this was a fundraiser for our local Compassionate Friends chapter. I helped establish that chapter in 2011. I'm from upstate New York, so I was in the Utica, New York area. And it started raining and a little thunder, and all of a sudden I had this digital camera, I started snapping pictures. And all of a sudden in this bubblegum pink sky, I saw these three very definitive orbs. And how I interpreted this for me was that this was our children weighing in, saying, thanks for establishing the chapter. We're with you, and we're here to support you. And that's probably one of the more, for me, the most probably fantastic orb pictures I have, and I always include that in the activity. And you can see up here, these may be orbs, but I kind of thought these might have been more water spots. But these are the three that I think definitively, and you can see kind of the detail within as well too.
Yeah.
Okay. Any questions? Anybody have questions? Hit me up. This is from one of my Utica University students, Callie, whose grandfather passed away. She was in transition. She was in Florida, and she was thinking about her grandfather. I think this was, I don't know if it's, I think it looks like sunset. And she took a picture, and this kind of red image with an orb in the middle appeared, and she interpreted that for herself as a sign from her grandfather. And I asked her again if I could use that in my presentation. She said absolutely. So again, this was more validation when somebody else experiences phenomena that I'm experiencing. I think from a scientific perspective, it gives us more anecdotal evidence that these things do, that these phenomena are real. And again, it's not science, but if you see enough patterns and enough of these patterns manifesting over a variety of different situations, then you have to kind of, I think we have to determine, how does this all fit into the picture of science? Spirit and dream visitations. I got two. And this is a quote from Trevor Noah, but the highest rung of what is possible is beyond the world that we can see. Trevor Noah used to be the host of The Daily Show. And he also wrote his memoir, Born a Crime. And he was born in South Africa. And he was born to the union of a German man and a black woman. And back then, it was a crime for any type of interracial marriage to be consummated, or any births from interracial marriages were considered to be illegal and a crime. So that's why he called his book Born a Crime. So it was a memoir about him growing up as a child during apartheid. But this quote resonated because a lot of times what is possible is beyond what we can see in the physical world. It can become more multidimensional given the circumstances. Now, this next picture, and I just want to make sure that this is the next one that's coming up. I'm going to show you, involves my granddaughter. And I'm looking at the time, and I know we got about 22 minutes. But this is going to take me a couple of minutes to set up. So bear with me. This was back in 2014, and I was slated to do a presentation with another brother from another mother. And I consider Tony Lynch to be a brother from another mother. But this another brother from another mother by the name of Chris Munch. Me and him were going to do a presentation at the Compassionate Friends National Conference in Chicago. And again, the Compassionate Friends is a national organization with over 500 local chapters that supports families who have experienced the death of a child. And we were going to do a presentation together. I was stoked. I was excited. And I wanted this to be the best presentation possible. So what I did is I called in wolf energy. And I have a wolf prayer that I typically use, when I'm feeling challenged, or when there's a major decision, or just when I need some inspiration. So I called in wolf energy, and wolf has characteristics. They're the teacher, the pathfinder, the protector, and they also know when to walk away from dysfunction, more so than humans do. They will walk away from dysfunction. If you see a lone wolf, it's either they're finding food for the rest of the pack, or they're walking away from a dysfunctional pack. But I called in wolf energy to the extent that I just said, I need you with me. I need your inspiration, your guidance, your traits with me. I wanted them integrated. Turns out we went to Chicago. We were expecting 32 people. We had a room that probably fit about 40 people. We had 105 people in this room. We had people laying on the floor, laying against the wall. It was like a scene from Woodstock. And the energy in that room was incredible. And it was one of the best it was probably one of the top two presentations that I was ever involved in. And we were so excited with the response that we got that we vowed again to do it the following year in Dallas. And that was the last year that we did that together. So in the meantime, my granddaughter Brianna, who was probably about 12 years old in this picture, was vacationing with her family at the same time that I was at the Compassionate Friends Conference in a state park called Green Lake. Now, for those of you who are not from the upstate New York area, Green Lake is near the Syracuse, New York area, which is upstate about an hour from me. And it's just a normal state park. So her aunt took a picture of my granddaughter Brianna and her cousin Mia. And the minute I saw this picture, when Brianna showed it to me, I said, honey, you got to send this to me. And she has given me permission to use it because, as she always tells me now, she goes, Grandpa, you can make me famous. So we're going to make her famous. And we're going to show her this. So this is the next slide. And I want you to tell me what you guys see. There is my granddaughter Brianna, who is very much the spitting image of her mother, physically and personality wise. Her cousin Mia, tell me what you kind of see over Mia's shoulder.
I see a wolf in the tree.
There is an image of a wolf in a tree.
Yep.
Now, being the skeptic, and I think you need to be when you see something like this. They went where that wolf appeared to see if there were any footprints or tracks. There were none. They checked with the park ranger. There was no wolf sighting, okay, in that area. And in Green Lake or Green Park or Green Lake State Park, you're not going to typically see wolves. I showed this to an individual who was of Native American heritage, and the first thing she said to me, that's wolf spirit. Mm-hmm. So what this told me was not only validated the presence of wolf at that workshop, that my prayer had been answered, that my intention had been fulfilled and answered. What it told me is that if her father or my wife or me weren't going to be around, her wolf was always going to protect her. She was always going to be protected.
Yeah.
And for somebody like myself who had so much guilt over the fact that I didn't see my daughter, cancer sooner, especially in early grief, that I kicked myself over the things I should have been, that I should have done. This was validation for me that not only was my daughter worth protecting, but perhaps that I was worth protecting as well too. And that gave me a lot of peace. Yeah. And I had one student, when I showed this picture, the first thing she said was, holy bleep. And that's what I love my students, because of the fact that their responses are unfiltered. And when I saw that, I had a similar reaction. So that to me is a very magnificent sign.
It is.
And yeah, I like wolf energy too, Tony. I think that's something that I incorporate a lot of in my teaching. I always wear something to honor wolf, whether it's a pendant, a medallion, a shirt. Wolf is never that far behind, never that far away from me. Dream visits.
Ooh, ravens are powerful.
Yes, crow is another one of my go-to totem animals.
Mine too.
Yeah, crows honor the past as your teacher, the present is your creation, the future is your inspiration. They're omens of change. They teach us how to overcome our fears. They're very adaptable. They take whatever the earth gives them, whether it's grain, whether it's meat, whether it's vegetation. They learn to be adaptable. They can shape shift to any situation. And being adaptable is one of those skills that I think we really need to, and be able to shape shift is something we need to develop in grief. Raven, the difference between a raven and a crow, raven is just a little bigger than a crow, but they're about magic. They're about finding the creation within ourselves and about shape shifting, but they have very, very similar characteristics to crow as well too. The other piece.
And ravens, just to add, ravens have symbology throughout different spiritual constructs in terms of whether you're talking about Celtic or Norse or Egyptian. They have reflections in all of those constructs that are created, that are, connected to grief and death and being between worlds.
Yep. And this was a visit that I had. This was the basement of Utica College where I used to teach, where I teach classes occasionally. The dream I had was a raven flying right down the hall, dropped on my feet, and I gave him a piece of raw chicken to show him my gratitude. The drawing for this was drawn by Marco Farino, who is Patty Farino, the co-author of the book that I'll tell you about shortly. He's a graphic designer. He did this for me because it's such a powerful visit that I wanted to have it, captured. Dream visits. Bill Guggenheim and Judy Guggenheim wrote a book called Hello from Heaven, which is probably the first book documenting about the categories of after-death communication. There were 17 categories that they documented through interviews with a variety of different people. At that time in 1996, they had estimated through their interviews that 60 million Americans had a dream visit without having any prior after-death communication experiences. Dream visits are very powerful. This is where we're having almost a real-time conversation with our deceased loved one. It's if they are alive. And a lot of times in these dreams, a boundary will appear that it could be a bridge, a river, which separates the afterlife world from the physical world. And we'll want to cross that boundary with them, but they'll tell us, no, you can't cross now. You need to go back, complete your mission on Earth, and we'll have eternity to spend together. Were you going to say something, Claire?
Just that, I love the depth and breadth of all of these. It's a wide berth of so many different stories. But I'll let you continue. I'll have some thoughts when you're done.
Okay. This is the last piece that I have before I sum up. This is from a young lady by the name of Paige, and I'm going to read her email, read the highlights of it. Hello, Mr. Roberts. I was in your death, dying, and bereavement class last semester. I wanted to share a story that you might find interesting or even want to share in your class. I am okay with it if you want to share it. My niece's uncle passed away very suddenly last night from a massive heart attack. The troopers found him on the side of the road in his truck at 2 a.m.-ish. This morning, the troopers arrived at her house to let the rest of the family know what had happened. When my niece, 4 years old, came out of her room, the troopers started speaking with her father and her uncle's parents and goes, "Is my Uncle Brian dead?" And everyone was shocked because the police hadn't even mentioned what happened yet. I truly think that he came to her after he passed because they were extremely close. I just wanted to share and maybe get your opinion on the situation. Thank you for your time, Paige C. I told her, I said, I have heard similar stories where a deceased individual, transitioned individual, their spirit leaves and they visit for a loved one before they go to the other side. That could also be considered part of a shared death experience where, which was also documented by Raymond Moody, but that is very typical. And again, a 4-year-old isn't going to have the capability of even making up something to that extent with that much detail. And I thought that was another powerful evidence that our loved ones do survive in consciousness after death. It's just some more food for thought.
Yeah.
So what I did is, I think as Claire, I tried to provide a breadth of stories, a breadth of experiences, a variety of different types of examples of non-ordinary phenomenon for your thought. But just a couple of things to wrap up. The perception of signs is a very subjective process. It's unique to everyone. What is constant is that a perceived sign is always a product of what is happening in the present. So if we are thinking of our loved one, if somebody mentions our loved one and we have that type of a sign, that person will interpret that as communication or contact from their loved one. We have to assume that these encounters with transitioned individuals are real and important, and focus on the effect these encounters have had on their grief experience. And that's, as clinicians, as coaches, as companions, We need to find out, what impact did that have on your grief experience? Did that help shift your perspective about life, death, or life after death? How do you feel now after the experience? That's what we need to focus on. And even if we don't believe in non-ordinary phenomenon, we can ask these questions and still maintain our objectivity in the process. When working with grieving individuals, encourage the development of coping skills, caution them about over-reliance of signs from their loved ones to provide them comfort. Typically, I've talked to individuals who have gotten a sign and say, well, why haven't I gotten another one? Well, the perception of time on the other side, from what I've read, is very different. And I think in the afterlife of Billy Fingers, Billy, during one of his communications with the author Andy Kagan, said, look, I know you want me to come down all the time, and I'm paraphrasing this, but we're busy up there. We got a lot of stuff going on. And he said, but trust me, I'm with you. And their sense of time is much, much different than our sense of time here. Look at the underlying connections of signs. For example, numerology or other events that preceded the sign. Those are things that I would look at and make those connections as well too. Okay, my contact information.
I did want to add that one piece that it's so important that we don't overlay, as practitioners, we don't overlay our judgment on our clients.
Yep.
It is that, they say, well, I saw this or I experienced this. What do you think? And I go, well, it's not important what I think. What did you think? Is that meaningful for you? And I've had clients get quite upset that they have had no sign, even though they're asking and asking and asking and asking. We'll just be patient. You never know. And they will shift their perspective, or they'll just lay back a little bit, and it shows up. It shows up. And but the most important piece is it's in service to the healing process. It's not our job to say, well, that's weird, or that can't be, that's, we do a disservice to our clients when we impose that on them. It doesn't matter whether that, again, it's in air quotes, whether it's real or not. It is a valid experience and response, full stop, end of sentence. And how that integrates into their healing process. And I just want to support what you're saying. On the flip side of that is, it's not the only part of the healing process. It's one piece.
Yep.
And to encourage the other coping and healing steps that we help our clients with to truly facilitate that turning of the page into a more healed space.
And we have to take a holistic approach to the grief process. Individuals who are grieving, mind, body, and spirit, that all has to be included. And,
Absolutely.
And psychological, emotional, and spiritual.
Absolutely.
Okay, for those who want to contact me, you can find me on Facebook, LinkedIn, Instagram. I have to live up to my son's billing of being the world's oldest millennial, so you'll be able to find me on social media. Email is bootsyandangel@gmail.com. Bootsy and Angel are my daughter Janine's 2 transition cats. Personal website is bootsyandangel.com. Book website, which I'll get into in a bit about the book, is psychologyprofessorandminister.com. So that's how you can reach me. When the Psychology Professor Met the Minister, this was co-authored by my sister from another mother, Reverend Patty Farino. And it basically details a spiritually transformative experience I mentioned earlier that helped me find peace with my daughter's transition 7 months, or in 2010, 7 months after that transition occurred, as well as how our marathon conversations demonstrate how psychology and spirituality can work together to help individuals transcend loss. And for the present generation, the younger generation, for all generations, the importance of critical thinking to facilitate that process. And also, I have joined the growing rank of podcasters, number of podcasters. I just launched the Teaching Journeys podcast. I've dropped a couple of episodes already. One that features Patty and myself, and another just me going solo. I am going to be, I'm in the process of having pre-podcast interviews with potential guests. And Claire, I'll be looking you up for that as well too.
Be my pleasure.
Yep. And you can find it on Apple and Spotify. So give it a listen, subscribe, spread the word. The motto of the Teaching Journeys is we are all teachers and students. Let's learn from each other. And I think with that, that is all I have. That's all I have. Let's see comments. Yeah, my son's grandfather had a dream of Tim before he learned that Tim had died. And yeah, I mean, that's also very typical, those type of premonition dreams or where they come to you prior to leaving the body or shortly after. So it's it's very typical of those experiences. So thanks for sharing that. If there is nothing else, is there anything else that anybody has before we sign off?
Just thanks for being a guide, Dave.
Hey, thanks for being a I want to say witness to my journey, a passenger on the path. And as I said, one of my favorite quotes from Ram Dass is, "We're all just walking each other home." So let's continue to walk each other home.
You bet.
In the spirit of compassion and love and helping others transcend catastrophic challenge. So with that, I am going to sign off, say goodbye. Claire, thank you again. Tony, thank you again for hosting this and for allowing me to and everybody else to share our messages of hope and healing and share our tools. And with that, I wish everybody peace, and I will see you soon. Take care and enjoy the rest of the conference. We got some great speakers and presenters coming up. So thank you.
Welcome, everybody. Tony, thank you so much for the opportunity to be here today. My name is John Polo. So today we're going to talk a little bit about finding love after loss. I could talk about this for days with you guys, but we're just going to look at a couple main components here today. So to start, I have a cup in my hand, okay? Everyone sees I have a cup. For the purposes of this analogy, when I talk about the cup that is in my hands, and I talk about the cup being full, I'm not talking about with liquid, okay? I'm not talking about with liquid. When I speak about the cup being full, for purposes of this analogy, I'm talking about the love that I had and still have for my wife, Michelle, who passed away 7 years ago, okay? This cup, near just over 7 years since she has passed, this cup is just as full today as it's ever been. It's just as full as it was when I fell in love with her in high school. It's just as full as when she broke up with me in high school and I was shattered. It's just as full as it was 7 years after that when we reunited. It's just as full a year after our reunion when I proposed. It's just as full today, more than 7 years out from her passing, is when she got sick with cancer, after she died with cancer. This cup, the love that I had and still have for my late wife, Michelle, has not changed at all in 7 years. It's still full. It's still overflowing with love. What happens when a widowed person chooses to put themselves out there again, when a widowed person chooses to open themselves up to romance, to companionship, to love, what happens is the new person just gets their own damn cup. We will go back to this analogy at the end of my hour, and I will elaborate on it some more. So as I said, I could talk to you guys about this subject all day, but I want to narrow it down to a couple main points that I see with clients and widowed people as they get back out there. So a couple things we'll talk about here. Comparing. Happy and sad all at once. How to get back out there. And judgment from others, okay? Those are a couple things we're going to talk about. Let's start with this, though. A question that I see a lot from clients at conferences, etc., is how do I know if I'm ready, right? How do I know if I'm ready? Here's what I'll say about that to start. You came to this grief conference, you looked at the agenda, and you're still with me here 3 minutes and 10 seconds into my presentation. That would give me some indication that perhaps you're a little closer to being ready than maybe you even think. The other thing I'll say is, you know, when we decide to open ourselves up to that again, to romance, to companionship, to thinking about dating again, we're not signing a contract with the dating gods saying that we absolutely have to stay in the dating world for the rest of our life once we enter it. We can dip our toe into the dating pool. And if we are not ready yet, if we do not like the temperature, right, we can take it out and reevaluate. Let's start with the 4 biggest reasons, as I see them, that people self-sabotage, okay? The 4 biggest reasons, as I see them, that people self-sabotage. In no particular order: guilt, fear, self-esteem, and self-worth. Now, self-esteem and self-worth are actually my favorite things to coach, and I can go on for days and days about them. We're not going to look at those today, although they are huge for all humans, but especially after you have experienced a profound loss, and if you're a widowed person trying to rebuild your life, they're huge. But for the purpose of right now, let's look at guilt and fear. So guilt and fear for a widowed person who is thinking about stepping back out there into the dating world, they tend to come early on. Maybe the very first time you think about it, the very first time you're at Target and you notice somebody you think is attractive, the very first coffee date, the very first kiss, right? They can tend to come early on. People are usually able to tame them, okay? They're usually able to do the work, whether it's with a therapist, a coach, a book, by themselves, whatever it is, and they're usually able to do the work to tame those things a bit. Those things, though, can come back with a vengeance. It's not guaranteed, but sometimes they can come back with a vengeance once you actually start to fall for somebody, once you actually start to fall for somebody and to build a life with somebody, the guilt and the fear can come back. Now, let's just start with guilt for a minute here. This is a huge subject that I'm only going to spend a couple minutes on today. Guilt can look different on everyone, right? And I certainly dealt with it at different times as well. As I was rebuilding my life, as I was trying to live my life again, and certainly when I stepped out there into the dating world. Here's one of the things that really helped me. It was being honest with myself about the fact that Michelle was no longer an option here in the physical world. And that was a very hard thing to admit to myself, to make myself aware of, to live with that truth. But my late wife, Michelle, is and was no longer an option here in the physical world, in this human experience. And when I came to peace with that, as uncomfortable as it was, it allowed me to shed a lot of the guilt, because I wasn't choosing someone over Michelle. I wasn't picking someone over Michelle. I wasn't looking for someone instead of Michelle. I was hoping for companionship again. I was hoping for connection again. I was open to and eventually seeking love again. You know, on social media, and I'm on social media, I have a big social media presence, but on social media, a lot of what we see and what we hear is all about self-love this and self-love that. And I think self-love is so important. I'm 38 years old. I hated myself for the first 32 years of my life. One of the reasons that I love talking about self-esteem and self-worth so much. Hated myself for the first 32 years of my life. Now I really like myself. Now I have so much self-respect. Now most days I even have a ton of self-love. So I know the importance of that. But I also know that we're human. We are human. And when we were born into this world, into this human experience, we were programmed to desire things: community, family, friends, companionship, attention, affection. And for 99% of us, romantic love. And when I can put that fact that I'm a human who was programmed to desire these things alongside the fact that Michelle was not an option here anymore in this human experience, those are two things that really help me work through my own guilt. Let's look at fear for a minute. So I'm going to outline for you guys a couple of reasons why widowed people might feel fear as they step back into the dating world. I'm not trying to make you more scared than you already are. Please know that. If you came into this thinking you were only maybe scared of one thing and now you're going to be scared of 4 things, that's not my intention, to make you more scared. But I believe that when we are aware of what's going on in us, we can then begin to do the work, right? It's like a 12-year-old kid who thinks he's afraid of dogs. Are you afraid of all dogs, or are you only afraid of pit bulls, right? Just being aware of what's going on inside you is helpful. So here's a few reasons that widowed people might feel fear as they step into the dating world. The fear of rejection, right? Of course. The fear of settling, right? Waking up 2 years from now, coming to the realization that you picked the wrong person. The fear of making bad decisions, which we can be more likely to do if we're not in a good place. I don't care when people start dating again. I know widowed people who have, met their next person 2-3 months out. It can happen. I don't care when people start dating again, but when we are in a better place, we make better decisions. There's no doubt about that. The fear of falling for someone and getting hurt, right? That's a big fear. The fear of losing someone again, falling for someone and having them pass away. The fear of you dying and the person that you have fallen for and have built a life with now has to go through this widowed experience, and you knowing the pain of that and you fearing that, right? For me, this is probably my biggest fear, this next one, if I'm being honest, the fear of being a caregiver again. I was a caregiver for my mom from age 12 to 27, caregiver for a year when my dad had cancer, and then a caregiver for Michelle for 2.5 years. It scares me. It really scares me. That is my biggest one. Again, it's about being aware, identifying what your fears are, so that you can then decide if you want to do the work, look those fears in the eyes and proceed or not. I will never tell anyone when it comes to this type of thing, get over your fear. Just push forward. That is for you to decide when it comes to this type of thing, 100%. Here's one of the ways that I was able to push forward. I asked myself if I could do it all over again. If I could do it all over again, knowing that Michelle was going to get sick so quickly after we reunited, knowing that she was going to die, if I could do it all over again, would I? And the answer every single time, without hesitation, was yes. It's not always easy work, but I have chosen to live my life from a place of love and to not let the fear, the natural fear, it's okay to be afraid, but to not let the fear dictate how I proceed, how I move forward in my life. Let's talk for a second about how to get back out there, right? Most of my clients are 40 and above, and I have a lot of clients in their 60s and 70s who haven't dated in 30, 40, 50 years, right? How do we get back out there? So let's look at a couple of things really quick. Telling people you know can be huge. Telling people you know, right? Family, friends, acquaintances, that you're thinking of getting back out there. Now, sometimes I will tell a client that, and maybe my client will have dinner plans with her cousin Susie the next day, and she'll be like, well, yeah, I can't tell Susie though, because Susie doesn't know anybody. And here's my advice for that. You don't know everybody that Susie knows. That's the first thing, okay? And the second thing is, maybe Susie actually doesn't know anybody right now, but you don't know what amazing man is going to move across the street from Susie in a month. So when we put our truth out there, we open more doors for people that know us or care about us to maybe help us get out there more, right? Maybe that they know somebody. That's a really basic suggestion. Here's another one. So sometimes I will be having this conversation with the client, and I'll say, okay, let's imagine that you're going to go to a 4th of July barbecue, right? And you're sitting around a table with 8 people, and you don't know anybody there but the host. But the host tells you to sit there, so you're sitting with 8 strangers now. And there's a person around the table who is going up to everybody. She's going around the table. He or she's going around the table. And when this person gets to you, as they did with everyone else, their question is, so what about you? Are you married? And 99% of the time, when I ask a client that question, the client will come back and say, well, John, I would say I'm a widow, right? I would say, well, I'm a widower. That's what I would say, John. And I'll say, okay, that's fine. That's true, right? It's true. You are a widowed person. But here's my issue with that. If there was somebody around that table who caught your eye, right? A man or a woman across that table who caught your eye, who you were interested in. And that person, you caught their eye and they were kind of interested in you as well. All they heard in that moment is that you're widowed. They have no idea how long it's been, but even more important than that, they have no idea if you're back out there in the dating world, if you would consider being back out there in the dating world, if the thought of dating again makes you want to vomit, right? They have absolutely no idea. So I believe that it's about opening as many doors as possible for yourself when you're looking to get back out there. What do I tell my clients to say in that situation? Well, I'm widowed. My person passed away 2 years ago. I've got back out there in the dating world a little bit, but I haven't met anybody special yet. What you have done is you've told everyone in there, including the person that caught your eye, but everyone else as well, because you never know who they may know, that yes, you're a widowed person, but you're back out there in the dating world. You're open to the concept of meeting somebody again, but it hasn't happened yet. Again, it's about opening as many doors as possible. You know, another thing that we'll see on social media a lot is, you know, love will really just find you. It will just find you, right? And if I'm being honest, I'm a believer in fate in many ways. So there's some truth to that, in my opinion. But you also got to help the universe out. We got to help the universe out. A couple other ways to get out there. We got to get out of the house. Online dating is a thing. And as horrible as it can be, if you've ever been online dating, you know, right? It can be horrible. It is a thing. And a lot of people meet amazing people online. So that is definitely an option for finding love again. But other than that, in order to meet someone special, we got to get out of the house, right? So every time you step out of the house, what do you like to do? Getting involved in book clubs, getting involved in cooking classes, volunteering, going out with friends. Expanding your circle is going to make it easier to possibly meet somebody. I also encourage people to think about their past. Like what happened with Michelle and I. We reunited after 7 years, right? So sometimes there's somebody in our past who maybe was a great friend, or who was an ex who, you know, would be a great person to consider now. We have to think about that as well. Stepping outside of your comfort zone is huge, not only when it comes to this, finding love again. When it comes to rebuilding, stepping outside your comfort zone is huge. It's uncomfortable. That's why it's called the comfort zone, right? Stepping outside your comfort zone is uncomfortable. But every person I know, let's just focus on widowed people here. Every widowed person I know who has stepped outside their comfort zone, it has eventually paid off. Maybe not the first time or even the 14th time. In some way, shape, or form, it has eventually paid off. Every widowed person I know who has smashed their comfort zone eventually has been happy that they smashed their comfort zone. And being open-minded is so unbelievably important. Now, I wasn't very open-minded before about a lot of things. I think my career as a coach, having done almost 5,000 coaching sessions, has opened my mind to so much because I see all these other human stories. Being open-minded about how it could happen, about what you're looking for, I think is absolutely huge. There are people I know who were on a Facebook group unrelated to dating who found their next love on there. There are people I know who were online dating who started talking to somebody out of the country and have found their next love that way, right? So outside of your comfort zone and keeping a wide open mind, huge. Speaking of a wide open mind, one of the things I see a lot is widowed people who say, well, you know, I'll only date another widowed person. I will only date another widowed person. I gotta tell you, I think that's a huge mistake. Obviously, it's your life, and you should completely empower yourself to do what you want to do. But with all my experience as a coach, with everything I've seen with friends, with everything I've seen in my own life, there are non-widowed people out there who are amazing and supportive and loving. I've been in a relationship for almost 2 years now. Allie not only allows me to talk about Michelle, she not only allows me to carry Michelle's love and memory with me every single day. She not only allows and understands that my Michelle cup is always going to be overflowing, but she actively includes Michelle into our conversations, into our dialogue. It's fine to prefer a widowed person. I know I did. It's fine to prefer a widowed person. But I don't think that we should put ourselves in a box where it has to be another widowed person. And again, that's where smashing your comfort zone and thinking outside of the box are huge. Let's talk for a few minutes about comparing. First of all, know that it's normal. If you have struggled with this, if you're struggling with it right now, if you struggle with it in the future, it's normal. It's okay. There's nothing wrong with it. My whole thing is, if your mind or your heart take you there, okay, just don't unpack. Just don't live there, right? I was on a call once with a client and she said, you know, John, I'm worried I'm going to start comparing. This is a client who's about 3 years out. She wanted to step into the dating world, was terrified of it, which we understand, right? And she said, I'm worried that I'm going to start comparing. And I said, well, give me an example. Like, I'm going to put you on the spot. Give me an example of a way that you might compare or that you're fearful you might compare. And she said, well, like, I don't want a smoker. I said, okay, anything else? And she said, well, that's all I could think about right now. I said, okay, I have no doubt that your fear of comparing is real and that you probably will at some point and we'll need to work on that. But I said, let's just focus in for a second on the example you just gave me. I don't want a smoker. That's not comparing. That's not comparing. That's something that you don't want. Knowing what you want or what you don't want is very healthy. So we need to make sure that if we think we're comparing, we're actually comparing, okay? I want to read a page of my book to you guys right now. So give me 1 second as I open it up here. So this is a book about widow dating, okay? Page 32. Fill your own damn shoes. This is an analogy I use with my clients. It's much better when spoken. But since I really want to include it in this book, here it is in the written form. My wife's shoes are in the corner. They are her shoes, just sitting there. Do not touch them. She was 1 in 7 billion, just as I am, just as you are. I don't want another Michelle because there will never be another Michelle. What I want in any new love interest is what I also want in myself. To be the best version of themselves that they can possibly be. In other words, fill your own damn shoes. There's one more page I want to read to you guys from my 4th book. But before I do, let me say this. It's not the Michelle bar. I don't have a Michelle bar that Allie needs to meet or that previous women I dated needed to meet. That's not the bar. It's the John bar. It's the I know what it's like to be in a happy, healthy relationship. And after everything I've been through, after rebuilding myself from absolute ashes, from my life just being shattered, after rebuilding myself from that, I refuse to pick the wrong person. I refuse to settle for anything less than someone who will be a huge addition to my life. My peace is too important. It's not the Michelle bar. It's the John bar. Let me read this one more page to you guys. This is from my 4th book, which is not a dating book, but I still put it in there because I put some of my favorite quotes in here. It says, my wife was amazing, absolutely amazing. But the truth is, she is not the only amazing woman to ever be born. As I hope to fall in love again one day, I don't compare new love interests to her. That would be a disservice to them, to me, and to her. She was 1 in 7 billion, just as I am, just as you are. There will never be another Michelle, just as there will never be another John or another John and Michelle. When looking for love again, I'm not looking for another Michelle. I'm simply looking to find another human who I adore. Let's go to the next thing, guys. So I'm going to take a sip of water. This is actually my cup with water. This is not the Michelle cup. It's a different cup. I want to talk about happy and sad all at once, because here's the reality. When a widowed person finds someone special, when a widowed person finds love again, society thinks you are good to go. You're good to go. There should be no pain anymore. You shouldn't be talking about your person anymore. You are good to go. What society doesn't understand, many in society, I should say, is that when a widowed person finds love again, it can bring with it a new form of grief that you didn't even know existed. And by the way, let me just pause here and say, when I say widowed, I don't care if they were your spouse, your fiance, your boyfriend, girlfriend, somebody that you loved, that you planned to spend your life with. When a widowed person finds love again, it can bring with it a new form of grief that they didn't even know existed. Because as unpredictable as grief is, we kind of get to know our grief a little bit. We kind of get to like know what to expect a bit. But then you find love again, and now it's a whole ball of confusion because you're happy, but you're sad. And you're with your new person, and maybe you love them, but you still have the cup for your spouse. And it's just this big ball of confusion for so many people. Let me give you guys an example. I had a client in her early 30s who could not conceive with her husband. They couldn't conceive. Her husband passed away suddenly. A few years later, she goes out there, starts dating, falls in love. She gets pregnant. Everyone around her thought she was good to go. But as she's pregnant and preparing for this beautiful child that she eventually had, she's having all these mixed emotions because she wasn't able to experience this with her husband. I want to read one more page from my book to you guys that I think will paint the picture in a different way. So it says, if you are going to try to date her, this book is written from the widow's perspective. It could be her or him. Let me make that clear. If you're going to try to date her and eventually love her, it is vitally important that you understand how she can be both happy and sad all at once. Please do not ever think to yourself, well, I should be enough to make her happy. Her husband died. She has been through hell. The pain from a loss like that does not simply just go away. There will be times when she is happy. There will be times when she is sad. There will be times when she is both happy and sad. Example. My wife and I got married at a courthouse 4 days after her diagnosis. 5 days before her first surgery was scheduled to take place. She was violently ill, couldn't stop throwing up, and was in extreme pain. Immediately after the wedding, we headed to the ER where we would stay for 5 days until her first surgery. This is my story, just in case it's not obvious. After the cancer came roaring back and she was pronounced terminal, we decided to plan a real wedding. She died 2 weeks before our wedding ceremony was scheduled to take place. I had dreamt of her walking down the aisle since I was 17 years old, and I never got to. Now, imagine I fall in love again. Imagine I have a real wedding one day. Imagine I am watching my beautiful bride walk down the aisle, this new woman who I have fallen in love with. Do you think I will be happy? Hell yeah, I will be happy. Do you think that part of me will be sad, knowing that I never got to watch Michelle walk down that aisle? All capital letters and bolded. Yes, part of me will be sad as well. This is one example of how we can be both happy and sad. This is one example of how grief never fully ends. Please know if you're out there right now and you're experiencing that type of thing, happy and sad all at once, or if that happens at some point in your future, please know that that is 100% normal and that is 100% okay, regardless of what anyone else thinks or regardless if anyone else understands. Let's talk for a few minutes about judgment. I'm gonna make this relatively short because I could go on all day about this one too. We're talking about some huge things here today, guys, and I'm breaking it down into really small pieces. The people who want to support you are going to find a way to support you as you grieve. The people who want to support you are going to find a way to support you as you rebuild. The people who want to support you are going to find a way to support you as you start to live again. I have always said, I never, ever, ever expected anyone to understand my pain. I knew that they couldn't. I always expected everyone to respect my pain. When we empower ourselves to grieve the way that we need to grieve, regardless of what anyone else thinks or what anyone else says, we are setting the stage so that when we start rebuilding, now we're empowered to rebuild our way. So that when we want to start living again, now we're already empowered to start living our way. And all the beautiful things I've written in the last 7 years, heartfelt things, my most popular piece ever is called Sit Down and Shut Up. I wrote it 13 months after Michelle died. It was on Valentine's Day. I had had a little bit too much wine. And I was witnessing another widowed friend being judged because they wanted to open their heart up again to romance, to companionship, to love. It's the one time I got really, really angry. It's my most popular piece ever. If you are dealing with judgment from other people, I know that it hurts. I have been there myself. You have to empower yourself. It's not about me wanting you to. You have to empower yourself to grieve your own way, to rebuild your own way, and to start stepping into life again your own way. And if that means you want romance back in your life, companionship back in your life, etc., even if they don't understand it, even if it makes them uncomfortable, the people who want to support you are going to find a way to support you. And the same people who criticized you for the way you were grieving are likely to be the same people who criticize you once you want to start living again as well. Let's talk for a few minutes about confusion over what I want. I know that this was a huge thing for me, and I see it all the time with clients as well, okay? Take another sip of water here. 1 second. So again, this is incredibly normal. And I want to tell you guys a real personal story here. So Michelle was at hospice for 22 days before she died. And the hospice social worker pretty much saved my life, if I'm being honest. Without getting into any details, it's important for you to understand how close I felt to this human. So about a week after Michelle passed, long story short, I was having coffee with the hospice social worker at hospice, talking to her about my grief and all this that was going on. And I said to her, don't take this the wrong way. I am in no way, shape, or form thinking about dating again or anything like that. It was a week after my wife died. But I said to her, I already know at some point in my life, I'm going to want to find love again. I was 31 at the time. I said, at some point in my life, I'm going to want to find love again. And I told, again, this human who I felt very close to, I said, that makes me a horrible person that is coming out of my mouth a week after my wife died. And she looked me square in the eye and said, John, that does not make you a horrible person. You had an amazing love. It got cut very short. And it's normal and it's okay to know that you one day are going to want that again. That was possibly the most helpful thing anybody has said to me in the 7 years of being a widower. By the way, no matter what age you lost your person, it got cut short. Whether you were 20, 31 like me, 88 years old, it got cut short. And no matter what age you are, I'm here to tell you, even if you don't believe it, it is possible to find love again. The amount of clients I have in their 60s and 70s who find love again, it is possible. Now, over the last 7 years, what I have wanted has changed a lot, right? I went from, I'm eventually going to want love again. Like, I know that. I don't know when the time is going to come. I don't know if it's going to be in 6 months, 6 years, but I know I'm going to want it again. I went from that to, I don't think I really want that anymore. I don't really want that anymore. Maybe I just want to like be single, maybe play the field a little bit, etc. Then I went back to wanting love again. Then I went for a long time where I was I just want a girlfriend who lives like down the street for the next 50 years. Can I just like find a girlfriend who lives down the street for the next 50 years? Sign me up for that. That would be amazing. This happens to a lot of widowed people. What we want changes. Let's look at why that happens for a few reasons, okay? So first off, fear. The fear we talked about before, that can change things. Loneliness. Maybe you were absolutely insistent that you would never ever want anything ever again, but now it's a couple years out and the loneliness is really getting to you and you're having a shift, okay? Guilt. Guilt can be another reason that this shifts. Grief. After a truly profound loss, grief never fully ends. Grief never fully ends after a truly profound loss, but it changes. It evolves. It continues to look different over time. And that fact makes it kind of likely that what you want might change as well. But it's not all stuff to that level necessarily. There's also small reasons why what we want might change. Let's look at a smaller reason. Some of us become very used to our own space. So, if I want my home to be nice and neat and organized, it is. If I don't want to clean up for a month, okay, right? So we become used to our own space. We become used to kind of like writing the script for our own life. And as much as we miss our people with all of our hearts, we become used to that. The other thing is a little bit bigger though. And I talked about it a little bit earlier. If you felt broken, if you felt shattered, if everything you knew about your present life, your future, got destroyed when your person passed, and maybe even you felt ripped of your identity, and you didn't even know who you were anymore, and you've had to rebuild not only your life, but yourself. Some of us become very protective of that. We become very protective of that, of the hard work that we have done, of the peace that we have been able to find, of perhaps the happiness that we have been able to find. And we don't want anyone messing that up. And that is another reason that sometimes what we want can change. I'm going to read one more page of my dating book to you guys, and then we're going to go to the next thing. So it says, more basics. She is always going to love her husband. The statement above is absolutely no reflection of her feelings towards you. Oftentimes, falling in love again brings with it a tremendous amount of guilt and fear. The fact that she is willing to open her heart up again to love is so brave. When our person passes away, a part of us goes with them. We are, in effect, like a stranger to ourselves. We have to rebuild. Yes, you're getting to know her again, but keep in mind, she's likely getting to know herself as well. The reason that I read that page to you guys is, if that's true, if we have to kind of rebuild ourselves, if we have to kind of get to know ourselves again, of course, what we want, not only even just with dating, but in life in general, it could change. And that's normal, and that's okay. There's a couple other quick things I want to talk to you guys about today, and then we'll have some time for questions. So 3 things. I will sometimes have a client call me, and maybe she'll be a couple weeks out from her husband passing. And obviously, as we would expect, she's a mess, right? That's what we would expect. But we work on a couple things on that call, and maybe by the end of the hour, she feels a little bit better, right? Just a tiny bit better, realizing she has someone that, can help her a bit, right? And then, she'll call me 3 weeks later and the same thing, right? Second call, she's a mess, as we would expect. But we'll work on a couple things at the end of that hour, maybe she'll feel a little bit better. And then I won't hear from her for 2 months. And she'll call me after 2 months. And as soon as we get on the phone, I hear a difference in her voice. I'm like, whoa, what's going on? You sound happy. And she tells me that she met somebody. Again, I'm going to go back to, I don't care when people start dating. I don't care if they start dating 2 months out, 2 years out, or never date ever again. I don't care. My job is to help people get to the best place that they can be at in their life and with themselves. But here is my concern with that client. If she didn't do the work, if she didn't allow herself the time to grieve, and everyone's different, so perhaps she did, but let's just say she didn't. What happens is she's putting all of her happy eggs into that one person's basket. All of her happy eggs are in that one person's basket. So ideally, what I would like to see happen for people is for them to build up some of their own happiness, some of their own peace. And then if they meet somebody, that person becomes an addition to their happiness and not the sole reason for it. Next thing I want to say, when we're talking about rebuilding ourselves, when we're talking about rebuilding our lives, it can seem completely overwhelming. And I think so many of us, because of what we've been through, we kind of become programmed to think that only bad things happen, right? I think some of us forget that amazing things happen in this human experience as well. And my philosophy is, we're always one thing or one person away from life feeling fundamentally different. My wife was amazing. And I will love her every day and miss her every day for the rest of my life. But she was one human. She completely changed my life in high school when I fell in love with her. She changed it again when she broke up with me. She completely changed my life when we reunited. My life was changed again when she died. But she was one human. We're always 1 or 2 new friends away from new laughter. We're one new hobby or interest away from a new passion. We're one new job or career away from liking our job or our career. We're one relocation away from new opportunities. We're one love away from having love, that type of love, back in our lives. The 2 most difficult things I coach, as far as kind of like getting people to trust in me, the first one is the way that we speak to ourselves, because I'm big on that. The way that we treat ourselves. So many of us are mean to ourselves. We're abusive to ourselves. We never give ourselves credit for things. That is something that people have a hard time with, because it's not how we were raised, especially in generations older than me, right? We're not supposed to be nice to ourselves. We're not supposed to give ourselves credit for things. That's one of the things that sometimes I get pushback on. And the other one is when somebody wants to find companionship again, romance again, love again, and they can't. And they become convinced that it will never happen for them. They sometimes get a little frustrated with me when I play devil's advocate, but here's what I'll say. I will never, ever, ever tell anyone, oh, it's going to happen for you. Oh, love will just find you. I don't know that. What I know is that it's possible. I was having dinner with a friend a couple of years ago, a local widow here in Illinois who I became friends with, in her, I think, late 50s. And she said, I just have to accept that it's never going to happen for me. And I looked at her and I paused for a second. I just let the moment be. And I said, you have to accept the fact that it might not happen. Please don't live in that place where you have made it a guarantee that this is not going to happen for you because you don't know that. The amount of times I have had clients call me on a Tuesday and they are done. They are done. They're done with the dating world. They're done with online dating. They're done because that last guy, was a word I won't say on this grief conference. They're done. I don't understand, because they're in their 70s and I'm not a 70-year-old woman. And I don't understand because, they live in a small town with only 300 people. And I don't understand. And then they call me 2 weeks later. And they're like, John. And I'm like, yes. And they're like, are you sitting down? I'm like, well, I sit for my video chats. But since you and I do phone calls, no, I'm pacing. I pace. I'm like, why? And they're like, you need to sit down. And it's a story about an old high school sweetheart from 30 years ago emailing them. It's a story about, even though they live in a small town of 400 people, connecting with somebody amazing online dating. It's a story about being in some kind of Facebook group that's unrelated to grief or dating and stumbling upon this new human. It's the story of I had given up. I had given up. Because who wants to be back out there after you thought you had your forever? And then somehow, some way, they stumble upon somebody amazing who brings that type of love back into their life. And the reason I say that type of love is because we can have lives that are very fulfilling, that are full of happiness and love and peace, even if we decide never to go back out into the dating world, or even if we never meet someone special again. We can have very full lives. But for those who want it, it is entirely possible. I'm going to say one more thing here, and then if we will have a few minutes for questions, I think, if we have any. So I told you guys about my Michelle Cup at the start of this hour. I met Allie, my current girlfriend, and if you're wondering, it feels incredibly weird to say the word girlfriend at the age of 38 years old after I was married. Just incredibly weird. I can't even imagine for some of my clients who are in their 50s, 60s, and 70s how weird it is to say boyfriend or girlfriend. So bizarre. But I told you guys about my cup, and Allie and I will be celebrating our 2-year anniversary on July 3rd of this year. So about 8 months in to our relationship, Allie told me she loved me. And I told her I could not say it back until I was 100,000,000% sure. I could not do that to her heart. I could not do that to my heart or my life, right? If I was going to say it back, I was going to know for sure. So I did come to the place where I knew for sure about 11 months in. And on our 1-year anniversary, I told her back. I said, I love you back. 4 months after that, she started saying, but you love me so much. And kind of like in a little bit of a funny way, like it was cute. It wasn't like, pushy or anything. And I used humor to deflect. And I deflected. Boy, did I deflect. And the reason I deflected is because I wasn't there. I loved her. I was happy in the relationship, but so much, I wasn't there. And sometimes I would think to myself, well, like, that's for Michelle. Like, that's so much. That's for Michelle. And then we took a trip this last March. So almost 2 months ago, for her birthday, for Ellie's birthday. And something shifted for me on that trip. And on that trip, I had moments, quite a few, where I thought to myself, damn, now I do. Damn, now I do. I do. I love her so much. Damn, I do. So I sat on that, wanted to like process it. 2 weeks later, I was sitting at the airport waiting for the plane to arrive as I was headed to speak at a conference. And I pulled out my phone and I typed in the words, I love you so much. So was capitalized. And I looked at it for about 2 minutes. And I pressed send. And y'all, I gotta tell you, I got really sad. I got really sad. I just sat there and looked at my phone thinking to myself, how are you saying this to another human? Like, how'd you just say that to another human? You know, when Michelle and I were apart for those 7 years before she came back into my life, I always loved her. Like, yeah, when I dated other women, I had feelings for some women. I never loved anyone else. And that love for Michelle didn't go away in those 7 years that we were apart from high school to reuniting as adults. It hasn't gone away in these 7 years since her death. And I just sat there and I looked at that text and I thought to myself, how are you saying this to another human? I love you so much with the SO capitalized. And then it hit me that my Michelle cup was still just as full. It was just as full. Even after I said that to Ellie. Even after saying I love you so much to another human, my Michelle cup was still just as full. It did not go down at all. It was overflowing still. The only thing that changed was that my Allie cup got a whole lot more full. That was the only thing that changed. So, those are the end of my comments here today. I hope that something here proved helpful for you guys. As I said, I could talk about this stuff all day. I wanted to break it down into a couple of the things that I see the most with widowed friends, widowed clients at conferences, etc. If you are interested in learning more about me, here's how you do that. I'll give you my website and then I will tell you what you can find on the website, okay? So it's johnpolocoaching.com. I'll spell that for you guys. JOHNPOLO, like Marco Polo, coaching.com. On there you will find my 4 books. Easiest to read books you can imagine, even if you have horrible grief brain. I designed them for people like you and me. The first 2 are just grief and healing and a lot of rawness. The third one is about dating as a widowed person. The 4th book is called The Stupid SHIT. I won't swear here, Tony. The Stupid SHIT That People Say to Grievers. Okay, so those are my 4 books. I have 2 podcasts out. I do one-on-one coaching sessions, monthly workshops, 11-week groups. Go around the country and speak. So you can find all that information on my website, or if you just want to follow me on social media every day and not look at anything else, that's awesome too. You can find all of my social media links on my website as well, okay? I'm going to go and see if I can pull up a chat here. Okay, so I don't know how to use the chat. So that's all I'm going to do today. Oh, let's see. Something popped up. So she said, I just started dating again and I'm scared. She's scared as expletive. I'm gonna respect Tony because I don't know if he wants me to. I have a potty mouth. I'll be good on this one. Working on it. Thanks for sharing your experiences. Thank you for watching it. It is 100% okay and normal to be scared. Again, you know, we don't want to wait in life until we reach a place where we're not scared, where we have no fear. And I'm not just talking about dating, I'm talking about anything. I had a client once say to me, you know, my goal is not to be afraid anymore. And she was talking about like everything. And I'm like, ooh, that is a lofty goal. It's a great thought, and maybe you'll get there, but that's a lofty goal. What if we had a goal of, I'm going to start identifying what I'm afraid of, and then trying to work through those things so that maybe I still feel the fear, but I do not let the fear stop me. Okay, so I think that's all we have because I don't see any more questions coming up here. So thank you guys so much. We have some more great presenters here on the last day of the conference. Stay tuned, and I hope this was helpful to you guys. Have a great day.
Well, hello, beautiful people. So grateful to be here today. My name is Choice Simmons, and I am not only grateful to be here, I am so grateful to be a first time presenter for this Global Grief Conference today. I want to first start off by opening up in prayer. Then I would love to tell you a little bit about myself. Then I will begin my presentation, which is on self-love, self-care after loss. All right, if everyone can please close your eyes, bow your head. If that makes you feel comfortable, do whatever you would like to do. I will begin my prayer. Our Father, I want to thank you first and foremost for waking each and every one of us up this morning. Thank you for the leaders and the organizers of the Global Grief Conference. Thank you to all the presenters, all the panel speakers, all of those who have tuned in all weekend, and all of those who are tuning in today. Lord, I ask that you bring each person under the sound of my voice the comfort and strength that they need, fulfilling the promise that you are near to the brokenhearted. Surround them, O Lord, with a community of people who will show them love, compassion, and care, and give them the ability to love themselves and to be patient with themselves as they navigate their new normal with grief. I ask that you help them in their darkest moments to cling to you, giving us the strength that we need to bear our heavy burdens until we can again feel the warmth and love of your compassion and see the fulfillment of your light in our lives. Lord, I ask that we are mindful and that you continue to give us mercy and grace, especially to those who are struggling to navigate and comprehend life's hardships during their time of loss and grief. Cover us all, Lord, and allow the knowledge and suggestions that I am sharing today to resonate in the minds and hearts of those who are listening. My goal is to reach at least one today, Lord, but I know your goal is bigger. Let this be the experience that they have been waiting for, O Lord, to begin or to continue on their journey to self-love, self-care, and to find healing and hope again. I pray that I am able to decrease as you increase. Give me the words to speak. And in Jesus' name I pray. Amen. Amen and amen. All right, you guys. So just to tell you a little bit about me, I am first a child of God. I am a mother to a 18-year-old son who is graduating high school next month. Guys, when I tell you I am nervous, I am nervous, but I am excited. I am grateful to see this young man grow. I am grateful to see what's next for him on his next journey. I am a sister mom to my brothers, 2 brothers. I am a 2-time Amazon bestseller author, an entrepreneur. I'm a licensed educational therapist, a certified grief support specialist, and coach. Now, besides all of these titles that I have, all the accolades, all that God has done in my life and has helped me to achieve, besides all of that, you guys, I too am a griever of many loss. My most significant loss was my mother, who passed at the age of 43 on my 21st birthday. With that being said, you guys, I not only sympathize and have compassion for the grieving experience, I also understand grief. I understand the feelings, the emotions, and the process that we all go through and continue to go through. It's not something that goes away. It's a endless navigation in our lives. My discussion today, I will be presenting on self-love and self-care after loss. I believe a lot of us experience a lack of so many things after we lose our loved ones, after we lose something that is so significant to us. I also believe that, especially those who have been caretakers to their loved ones or who've always been the backbone of the family, we tend to forget about ourselves. We tend to focus on everyone else's healing, and we focus on what everyone else needs, and we forget about ourselves along the way. In times where people are navigating different gates of grief, such as a loss of a way of life or a loss of livelihood, a loss of a loved one, loss of pets, and so many other significant losses, I understand that no matter the types of grief or loss or how long you have been grieving, you may still be struggling to live a full and complete life on your own without that loss that you have experienced. That person, that pet, that place, that thing, whatever that loss is. And that's understandable. The moment that we lose something, our loved ones, we have to understand that our life now has a new normal. It is known that grief and loss affects the brain and body in so many different ways. They can cause changes in our memory, changes in our behavior, the way that we sleep, the way that our body functions. It affects our immune system as well as our heart. It can also lead to cognitive effects such as brain fog, physical effects such as exhaustion and weakness, and psychological effects and mental health disorders such as psychological distress, body stress, anxiety. It can lead to depression. It leads to fear, confusion, obsessions dwelling on the past, fear for the future, sadness, loneliness. It also leads to apprehension about our future. When we lose something, especially someone who is so close to us, we tend to fear what's next. We forget that we are the ones that are still living, and we look to all that we have lost and forget how to live lives. And these things, grief can change our lives for the worse over time, especially if you do not address it. Today, I want to provide at least 13, maybe a little bit more helpful suggestions and tips to help you take care of yourselves after a loss of any kind. Because as I mentioned, loss is not just the loss of a loved one. Loss can be a loss of identity. It can be a loss of your health, your independence. It can be a loss of a pet. Loss is loss, and no matter what that loss is, you have to understand, and others around you have to understand that that loss is very impactful on your life and what your life is going to be moving forward. So tip 1 that I would love to share is to give yourself permission. Lower your expectations. Lower the expectations of yourself. When you are grieving, you cannot expect yourself to run at full capacity. Because as I mentioned, all of the things that grief affects, how it affects us mentally, how it affects us physically, how it affects us cognitively, psychologically. Many times we think that our grief should just be over after a certain amount of time. People even tend to make us feel like we should just get over our grief and move forward as quickly as possible. But you have to give yourself a break and don't expect yourself to perform as well as you used to prior to your loss, because that loss was significant. Give yourself permission to really feel your loss. You deserve to be able to feel it and navigate it. As uncomfortable as it may be, it's necessary. Do whatever it is that makes you feel comfortable, regardless of what other people think. It's important to educate others that it will take some time for you to move forward. It would take some time before you're able to perform back at a new normal, because life is no longer normal after we lose something. If your life is so busy that you don't know how to slow it down to take some time, I believe that you should find at least a few minutes each day to really feel your loss, to really feel and find an understanding of those feelings, to be able to identify what those feelings are doing to your body. That way that you are able to begin to tackle this new normal. Step 2 or tip 2, listen to your body and be gentle with yourselves. If you need to cry, I say it all the time to people who I work with and to family and friends who are also grieving. If you need to cry, then cry. If you need to just sleep and to be with yourself and try to process all that's going on, then do that. If you need to talk to someone, seek out someone who will listen to you. If you need to reminisce, then take the time. It is very important that your grieving process is done in the way that you feel it needs to be done. Go with the flow. That's my motto. And it rhymed, you guys. Go with the flow. Treat yourself as you would treat a good friend that is going through the same loss. Be kind to yourself and put your self-criticism and judgments aside. You are doing the best that you can, and you have to understand that one day at a time, 1 minute each day, it will get easier, but there will be some days that are still unbearable. Beginning the work is what's important. Taking the steps is what's important. Tip 3 that I think is helpful as you're going through your grief and as you're finding self-care and self-love. Keep a journal. Journaling is a great way for you to release the thoughts and the feelings that you have inside. I would like for everyone who's following, if you can, to take the time to get a sheet of paper, get 2 sheets of paper, or open up your notepad on your phone. And I want you to jot down some helpful information on taking a self-care assessment. A self-care assessment will help you track the healing by doing a personal checklist. This can be done weekly. On that self-care help list, self-care assessment on that sheet of paper that you're going to grab, you're going to write down 3 things. Physical self-care, you're going to write down psychological, emotional self-care, social self-care, spiritual self-care, and professional self-care. When we're grieving, we are not our best selves in all of these different areas. We're not our best selves physically, we're not our best selves psychologically. Depending on how fast you go back to work, you may not be your best self at work. Sometimes our faith is lost because the loss that we may have experienced. And it is very important for us to assess those things in our lives. That way, we're able to see where we are lacking, as well as get the help in the different areas that we may need to get the help in so that we can heal. After you write down those 4 key topics, I'm going to say them again to you guys. Physical self-care, psychological/emotional self-care, social self-care, spiritual self-care, and professional self-care. I want you to make a list, 1, 2, 3, and a star. 1 will represent, I do this poorly. 2 will represent, I do this okay. 3 will represent, I do this well. And 4 will represent I would like to improve in this area. Under physical self-care, I want you to assess yourselves in eating healthy foods. 1, 2, 3 are star. Taking care of your personal hygienes. Same thing. 1, 2, 3 or star. Exercise. Wear clothes that help me feel good about myself. Eating regularly. Participating in fun activities. Getting enough sleep. Going to regularly medical appointments. Resting your body when you are sick. Taking care of your overall physical health. Take the time to assess yourselves in those different areas. When it comes to your emotional self-care, assess yourself by asking yourself, do you take off from work, school, or other obligations when you're just not feeling up to it? Do you participate in hobbies or get away from distractions such as your phone or your emails? Do you take the time to learn new things, to disconnect from work or disconnect from school or disconnect from those things that may be taking so much of your time and energy away? Do you express yourself, express your feelings in a healthy way? Do you do things that are comfortable? Do you allow yourself to step out of your comfort zone? Do you find reasons to laugh? Talk about your problems or deal with your emotional self-care? Those are just some examples of a self-care assessment ideas that you can assess as you are finding ways to love yourself again, as you're finding ways to heal while you're going through the grieving process. Another activity that you can do is take a sheet of paper and create a simple chart. Across the top, you're going to write very good, pretty good, okay, great, or I don't know. Down the side, you're going to write emotionally, physically, spiritually, relationally. Now with this activity, what this assessment would do is you would use this information to process your grief, to see where you are right now. Along the way, you will see where you have grown, as well as see where you need to continue to do work. Those are just 2 helpful journaling ideas that you can use to help you with your self-care and loving on yourself while you're going through your grief journey. Now, what do you do with all of this information? I'm a firm believer that we have to be able to identify with the things that we are dealing with, or those things will eventually deal with us. You can use all the information that you gather in your self-care assessment, as well as your self-care personal checkup. You can take all that information to see how you are processing your grief again, and to see where you have grown. Just imagine, I wanted to share this example. Just imagine your feelings and you're holding in all of these feelings, right? You don't know what to do with the feelings. You don't know why you're not able to process the feelings the way that you are processing these feelings, but you know that you're feeling some kind of way. So tip number 4, I feel that you should know how important it is to manage your feelings, letting go of those uncontrolled emotions, and letting others know what you need while you're going through your healing process. So the example I wanted to share is what happens when you buy a soda, you may drop the soda, or like little kids who are very curious, they may shake the soda up, right? They just shake, 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 shake. And then they take the top off that soda. The same thing that happens when we remove the top from that soda is the same thing that happens when we're grieving and we do not process our grief. After shaking up that soda and removing the top from the bottle, everything inside of that bottle explodes all over you, everyone, and everything that's around you. So understand how vital it is that you tackle and address the grief and the feelings that you are feeling inside, figuring out ways of how to control those feelings and those emotions, and letting people know what you need during this process so that you can grieve and process that grief in a healthy way. Now, some healthy ways to release what's on the inside, also dealing with journaling, is by writing a letter to yourself, or even writing a letter to a family or a friend. Writing what's called a grief letter. We as grievers have to understand we cannot expect others to know what it is that we need. You know, sometimes we sit back and we say, well, they know I'm grieving. Why don't they do this? Or why don't they call more? Or why don't they come by? Or all of the thoughts that we hold inside, we wonder why. But we can't expect for others to know what it is that we need while we're going through our grief process. So communicating to our family and our friends how they can support you so that they know how to provide the help that best suit you is what's very important. That's what you will put in your grief letter. What is it that you are feeling? Explainable or unexplainable. You may not be able to explain why you feel the way that you feel, but you know you feel these feelings. Letting them know what you need. That's what's going to help you in a way to help you overcome and to process your grief and to begin your healing process. Another helpful letter that you can write is a letter to yourself. You're asking, a letter to myself? Yes, a letter to yourself. It is a wonderful way to process the thoughts and emotions that you are holding inside. Try to write a letter to yourself and present it to yourself, to your future self, to your present self, offering hope for the future. And let me say that again. Try to write a letter to your present self from your future self years from now, offering hope for the future. Because when we're going through our grief, I can imagine, and not just imagine, I know we live in the now. We don't see the future. What hope we once had is lost. So by writing the letter to yourself, you're able to tell your future self that this too shall pass. You're able to tell your future self that the hope will come again. You're able to let yourself know that in time and in your own timing, this is what life will look like again. You can also write a love letter to your loved ones, those who you have lost, or those who have walked away from you and has caused you to experience some type of grief. And in that letter, you're going to let your emotions just flow. You're going to get it all out of you. That's the key. The key is always to release what's on the inside, not to be like that soda bottle that has been shaken up so many times and then the top is released and everything on the inside explodes in an unhealthy way. All right. So, tip 5. Remember, if you need counseling, get it. Don't pay attention to the stigmas of if you go to a counselor, you're crazy, or the thoughts that you may have in your head that says, I can solve all these problems by myself, because you can't. It's too much. And grief is so consuming that some days are worse than others. So get all the support that you need. There are many bereavement support groups, as well as counselors and spiritual advisors who specialize in grief and bereavement counseling. Seek them. Don't hesitate to contact a medical or a mental health specialist if you're feeling helpless, hopeless, or if you're feeling suicidal thoughts due to the feelings that you're feeling inside. It's okay. It's okay to seek the help. It's okay to know that you cannot do this alone. All right, so I'm not sure how long everyone has been sitting, but I'm a firm believer that movement is important for our bodies because it releases the endorphins in our body. So I want everyone to stretch your hands up high. You don't even have to get up. Or if you want to get up, stretch, 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 stretch. Hold it for 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Release. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Do that a couple of times to stretch up. Inhale. And then release, exhale, just to get your body moving. That leads me to my number 6 tip. Making sure that you eat well, move your body, and get physical exercise. Sometimes when you're grieving, you don't want to eat. Or sometimes you numb those feelings by eating too much and eating junk food. So be mindful of what you're doing and why you're doing it. Are you eating too much because that makes you feel good and it takes the pain and the feelings away? That's called emotional eating. Or are you not eating at all because you just don't have an appetite? If you don't have much of an appetite, eat healthy foods in small portions. Moving your body will also help you to clear your mind. And in the present moment, if you exercised prior to your loss, try to maintain the same routine. If you did not exercise prior to your loss, then I suggest that you speak to a medical professional first before you try something new. Always speak to your doctor first before trying something new. Any physical exercises are routine. Physical exercise can help you improve the way that you feel. And as I stated before, movement releases endorphins. Suggestion, tip number 7. With obtaining a proper diet, you should also obtain proper rest. Maintaining a healthy diet, getting proper sleep is essential. It's key for functioning as well as you can from day to day. Too much sleep or a lack of it is common in grief. People who move more or who grieve more are more than likely going to experience more symptoms of either taking too long to fall asleep. They may wake up off and on in the middle of the night. They may not get proper rest. They may spend a significant time just laying in a bed thinking so much that it is hard for them to fall asleep. If you're finding it difficult in any type of way to get the proper rest that you need, don't think in your mind that, oh, I can just function off of 3-4 hours of sleep, because some of us can, we really can. But we also have to understand that when we're lacking the things that our body needs, when we're lacking rest, the proper rest, eventually it catches up to us. We become cranky, irritable, easily frustrated, and we just snap at people, sometimes intentionally, sometimes unintentionally. So if you're having any troubles with getting the best rest that you can get, please seek a doctor. Please seek a doctor. Tip 8, revisit any old hobbies or try new ones. Did you used to play an instrument? Anyone? Did you ever have the feeling or ideas that you just want to learn to paint? Did you used to love to garden, or did you always want to learn to cook a different genre of food? Did you set goals to do something before you're lost that you have not done yet? Well, right now is the best time. It is the best time for you to indulge yourself a little bit, to encourage yourself, to be creative, to step out of the grief box and to do something with yourself that will make you happy, that will make you feel good. That leads me to tip number 9. Take the time to do things that you need to do for yourself. When you feel up to it, engage in activities to which you feel drawn to. It could be something as simple as visiting a friend or visiting a place that you haven't been in a while, taking a long walk by yourself, or calling up a friend who you haven't seen or spoken to in a while and taking a long walk with them. You can do something as simple as reading a book or taking a cooking class, gardening again. Those are just some examples of things that you can do for yourself to help yourself along your grieving journey. Tip 10, pamper yourself. Treat yourself well, honey. You deserve it, sisters and brothers. All that we carry, no one can carry that weight for us. So pamper yourself. Allow yourself to be loved on. Allow yourself to be free without breaking your budget. Now, that's another thing that grievers tend to do. They tend to overspend, or they make hasty decisions in quick processes when they should just allow themselves to deal with things a little at a time. So whatever you do it with wisdom. Don't go back and say what Choice said, go buy a new car, because if you can't afford that new car, don't get that new car. Do it with a budget. Do things for yourself that are helpful, like being with people who are nurturing, participating in inexpensive activities, and spending time out in nature. Which leads me to tip number 11. Spend time in nature. Spending that time outside and around God's creation can be so grounding. It can bring you fully into the present moment. Taking everything in and opening your senses up to the entire experience. Just being one with nature. Even if you're just sitting outside and walking in the grass and feeling the grass between your toes, or sitting on your porch and allowing the wind to just blow and hit your face. Being one with nature, seeing the trees, watching the butterflies fly. You deserve it. You deserve all of these things, all of these tips. You deserve the healing, not to be in sorrow or pain or be burdened forever. Tip 12, be aware of others' reactions. Many people do not know how to react appropriately to your grief. Some are more comfortable than others in responding to your grief and your situations and the way that you feel. But be aware that there are some people that find it very difficult. They find it very difficult. They have no idea how to address you or address the loss. They have no idea how to talk about death, but also about how the individual is grieving. They have no idea how to react to an individual who is grieving. So always remember to be true to yourself first, always and foremost. Know your limits and let others know if they're saying something inappropriate. People just don't know sometimes. They may tell you things like, you should be over it. No, you shouldn't. You loved and then you lost. And because of that, you're grieving. So it is okay to take your time to process all of that. It's a lot to process. Tip 13, find fellow grievers. If you may be tempted to isolate yourself, don't do that. Find others that are also going through what you're going through is tremendously helpful in your healing process. You can check with local churches that offer support like Grief Share. You can check with hospitals that offer bereavement support groups, or even Facebook and finding social networks, social groups that will help you and that will allow you to be comfortable during your grieving process. Your grief journey is that. It's yours. So during the grieving process, it is very important that you remember that everyone experiencing grief experiences grief differently. Do what feels right to you. During this process, remember to be compassionate towards yourself. Please, please, please take these ideas that I have provided today as suggestions. This is not a one-size-fits-all when it comes to grief. Your process and your journey is yours. Your grief is unique. Your process is unique. Your journey will be unique as well. No one can tell you how to walk in it. So take care of yourself. You are valued. I want you to know that you are loved and you are necessary. We need you here. We need you here not only because of how valuable you are, but also so that you can carry on and live the legacy and share the memories of your loved ones. I want you to find your way back to hope. It may not seem like hope is there, but you will one day find your way back to hope. I remember when I realized that moment that I realized that I had to find a way to live again. I had to find a way of sharing the memories of my mom and my loved ones and my son who never got to meet her. I had to find ways of carrying her on, not staying in the sorrow or living in the pain, but finding the purpose. And that's how I got to the place that I am today. I understand that the puzzle of your heart would never be complete again, but you deserve to be whole. I want you to hear me when I say you deserve to be whole. Your loved ones will want that for you. So remember how valuable you are. Remember how much you are cared for and how much you are needed. I hope that these tips that I shared with you, I hope they have resonated with you. I hope there was something that you were able to take away, whether it was the self-care assessment, whether it was the personal check-in, some suggestions that I have provided to you that you can do to love yourself, to care for yourself. I would love to take what time I have left to open it up to any questions that you may have, any thoughts that you may have, whatever takeaways or what stood out to you. If anyone has anything they would like to say, we can take the last few minutes to discuss that. Thank you guys so much for being a part of this presentation. Remember to love yourself. So I don't know where the questions come from, but if they pop up, great. If not, thank you again. You can reach me either on Facebook at Choice with a Y, that's CHOYCE Simmons. You can also reach me on Facebook at Beautiful Minds LLC, or you can reach out to me on my website at www.choicesimmons.com and find more information on my website at www.iamchoicesimmons.com. Thank you guys so much for this time. Again, I hope you all had a great time listening to all of the presenters that have been presenting over this weekend. Have a great one. Any questions? Suggestions, thoughts, takeaways? Blessings, everyone. Continue to enjoy the Global Grief Conference 2023.
you need to be receptive to the larger picture of you. It is the loss of someone or something loved for a short time. We'll still get through this.
My name is Nancy. I'm an RN, a life and a pain coach, a Christian mental health coach, and a bunch of other stuff we'll get into. This has been a wonderful weekend so far, with all the presenters, their time, their stories. It's awesome. During this grief conference, we have an opportunity to hear great stories and have been given useful tools to help the taboo and be open to express ourselves with grief. It's so hard to express it. We need to be Hi. we we need to be more expressive with grief. We need to open up the whole taboo of it. We need to be more receptive, and grief is more than just losing a person, because technically when you talk about grief, that's what everyone goes to. It's a loss of someone or something loved or of great value. There's usually 5 stages in grief, but Dr. Jennifer Martin adapted 7 stages of grief for chronic pain and illness, because grief is different. And when it comes to chronic pain and illness, it's a whole different ballgame. So I'm going to tell you the 7 stages, and then after that, I'm going to share with you some of my writings. But number 1 is denial. Number 2 is pleading, bargaining, and depression. Number 3 is anger. Number 4 is anxiety and depression. Number 5 is the loss of self and confusion. Number 6 is reevaluation of life's roles and goals. And number 7 is acceptance. The stages I mentioned above are visited numerous times in a lifetime. We'll go over them and over them and over them, and that's okay, because that's exactly what life is. There is no rule when it comes to grief. According to Arthur Golden, grief is a most peculiar thing. We're so helpless in the face of it. It's like a window that will simply open on its own accord. The room grows cold, and we can do nothing but shiver. But it opens a little less each time. And one day we wonder, what has become of it? Today, I will be sharing my journey with you through grief, chronic pain, and illnesses. I will be reliving decades of my past writings. Alexander Johnson said, "To keep a journal is to know the present is still under consideration, merely a first draft of our experience," which I thought was a pretty cool thing. In doing this, I will be connecting my writings to the 7 stages I mentioned above. You will notice the stages continually repeat themselves, and it's been a long time. This is decades and decades of writing. So the first one I want to talk about is denial. And all this, it's from my personal writing. It feels as if I was cheated from ever knowing what a normal life is like. It would have been so much easier to accept small setbacks, but everyone in my family has had a traumatic experience, at one point in their lives. It's as if you're just starting to stand up when another tsunami strikes and causes you total chaos again. Yet another emotional disaster to deal with. What I guess my biggest regret will always be what life would be what life would have been like for my family had it not been struck by those traumatic life-altering events. I'm not talking about natural things, but the physical and emotional pain caused by another person. If the other person had not done the evil they did, what would life have been like? I'll never know, but mourn all the possibilities that could have been. The possibilities are endless. Everything and everyone has to rearrange with every trauma. Everyone's destiny was changed. And that was the first one, which was denial. And that is a big denial to carry. That one was a very big one because it's talking about multiple people. And when things happen in your life and you have no control over them, and there's always a cause and effect, there's gonna be grieving. It's gonna cause you to grieve. Things that don't settle and sit right, you may not know what its name is, but it's grief. The next one I'm gonna be speaking of is bargaining. I can't think. My thoughts are all tangled in my mind like a spider web with no way out until the spider determines it's your turn to be eaten, to be released from the web. Freedom only through death sounds awkward when spoken in such a metaphorical manner. But that's exactly what life is. You just wait till it's your turn to be set free of all the torture at another's hands, set free from all the pain you suffer. Your mind can be put to rest. Your heart will be guarded, will be graded on its own true merit, not by what others perceive to be the truth. You'll be free of all those who judge you without just cause. In the end, you will be the one judge by the one who knows what true pain is. I just hope I have done what I was expected to do. I know I made mistakes, but I hope I've paid the price for them on earth. I just want to be free of these chains that hold me down. Free to know that there is a paradise waiting for me. The chains are getting heavier and I am getting weaker. The price of happiness on earth is too much. I'm just a poor soul. My riches were used up for the good that I have already done. I don't belong on this earth. The prison in my mind can no longer wait. I am tired and have no more to give. And that one was pleading, bargaining, and desperation. And if you listen to the words, that's exactly what they were saying. You want things to change. You think, okay, if I do this, this will happen. If I do that, that'll happen. You know, you're just desperate. You're pleading with people. You're saying, okay, kind of you're showing them an x-ray to show them how sick or how broken you really are. And denial of someone else's illness because it's invisible to them. They don't see what's going on inside your body. The body could easily be, it could be just closed, put some makeup on, you look good, that's it. You walk out the door, that's what you're going to be judged on, not knowing that on a regular basis, the horrible pain that I've dealt with for 3 decades. The next poem would be about anger. And it is so hard to constantly fake your way through life, always trying to fit in, never being recognized for anything, even in a room with my closest kin, trying to fake you have no pain or no limitations. Why do I put myself in that situation and expect a different result? I know that is the definition of a crazy person. I feel weaker and defeated by my own decisions, trying to be part of something all my life, but now I am excluded. I have got to get a new group of people who accept me as I am. Happiness is not easily found when you are slowly beaten down. My coping skills are something I am not able to do. I just watch all the people my age having a great time, making money, vacations, going out, all the things I was supposed to be doing. My life got displaced, not wanting to do anything or not knowing the meaning of life every day, not finding any other community to be a part of society or sense of belonging or friendship. I could only rebuild myself so much. But after my back surgery, I was in so much pain and denied it, thinking I would just go back to myself. After all the work it took to get there, I wasn't going to stop wanting to go back to nursing. I didn't work so hard on strengthening my body to just stop. All of a sudden, I had depression of how much I hide that no one can make it easy for me. It's hard enough on this journey, but to have no purpose or value is the worst possible ending. And now that one was anger. And you could see how things, you get angry. You're judged a lot. When you're sick, people see you, they're like, oh, you don't look sick. Exactly what does a sick person look like? I mean, even people that have known me forever, they didn't even know. I just started walking 4 years ago. No, actually, not even 4 years ago, 3 years ago. And that was after I did 2 total knee replacements. For 18 years, I was using a walker or wheelchair or anything else, but I could not walk on my own. And there's so many people that don't even know this. And that's the sad part. They don't even know that I was in a wheelchair. I mean, 15 years? I mean, I don't go around going, ooh, ah, every time. I take my time. At that point, I would take my time walking. I don't like to be the center of attention. I don't draw myself to that. However, realistically, I wish people would open up their eyes and see and understand there's a human being there. There's something more. That's why when I read about the life coaching, I was like, wow, this is like the closest thing I could do to nursing because I loved my job. I loved going to work. I loved everything about it. But it was difficult. And I'm still I'm still taking my classes for my nursing. As a matter of fact, right about now I'm doing my CEUs. It's coincidence this and that are due the same day. I have to write them up now. And people are like, oh, you're not a real nurse. You weren't there long enough. I take care of disabled people on a daily basis. And that doesn't include myself. That doesn't include my illnesses. But if my experiences are real, they're life experiences. I have been educated. I do have the merit. I have the credit. I have the diploma. I have the certifications. I have it all. But sometimes you're just not anything when it comes to certain things in life. I mean, just being told, oh, don't worry, you don't have to go to work tomorrow, but I do. Or you have nothing better to do, so you could do that. I mean, these things are humiliating. They're so hurtful. It's like getting a stab. Yet people do it repeatedly. And illnesses, especially chronic, will progress. And my illnesses have. So, yes, I could walk pretty good now. But again, life isn't finished yet. And with illnesses, they continue. Now, the next poem, it's going to be about anxiety and depression. And this one is it talks on its own merit. Why do I breathe? Why does my heart continue to beat when all I have has been taken away? Why do I still exist in this cruel world? Will I ever come alive again? Will I ever have a reason to? When will this dreadful journey end? When will I be able to be myself? When will this mental torture end? Why can I change things? I have been criticized and tormented by the tongue of another. I have no way out. I only exist without direction, without any purpose, just breathing. Why is my heart still beating? That was written at a very tough time. And you wonder how much you can take. And I don't know, it's amazing how much you can take. But it's not right what people do. It's not right what people say. It's hurtful because just because you don't know nothing or you don't know anything, if you know the person's sick, you don't have to know details. I did show people my x-rays and MRIs with all the screws. It didn't matter. It didn't make a difference. It didn't. See, people have their own perception, and in that perception is how they think it is. So they see you fine and dandy, but guess what? You only see me maybe 6 times a year, 7 times the most. I mean, I could fool you for 7 times a year. I could fool anybody. There's no way I'm going to wear myself on my sleeve. And those days, I just stay home. And honestly, I realized for the last 30 years, I spent most of it in bed and in pain. And I still had things to do because when you're a caretaker, that doesn't matter. You know, when you have a flare up of something, it doesn't matter. You lay down, you rest, you lay down, you rest, you do. I mean, you do the best you can do. If I know something is coming up, I'll take the time and rest because that will take me days, weeks, even months to get over it. It depends how much I did and how much the price of my physical pain, how much I have to pay for it just to have a good time, just to spend time with my family or just to do something out because I'm still alive. You know, I'm gripping for that purpose. I keep on gripping for it, trying to find it. I love people. I'm definitely a people person. I enjoy speaking to my clients and they understand I'm real. I'm the real deal. I'm not transparent. I don't lie. And I do what I do. And I'm good at it. And I don't say that about too many things. But my whole life, I've been a people person. So I know there's something good that's going to come out of this. But when? I don't know. The next poem is going to be Lost of Self and Confusion. There appears to be more to this world than just being alive. You are given life from the beginning. To live is to have adventure, learn new things, feel all emotions from sadness to extreme happiness and everything in between. With luck, you'll have a balance. This is being alive. Then there's death. You've lived your legacy, and now you're resting in eternal peace. Your memories are all that remained behind. However, between life and death, there is a state of mind where you can go that is neither life nor death. It's an in between. Technically, you're breathing, so you're alive, but something is missing. And you are still walking the earth, so you're not dead. You seem to just exist. No more emotions, you just exist. Inside, you exist as a person you really don't know. A part of you that you never knew existed, nor would you have chosen if given the opportunity. But you don't always get what you want or deserve. Sometimes you've fallen down so many times that the strength inside you has been exhausted. It's become so hard just to exist. You are ignored as if you were invisible. You're not living day to day, but minute to minute by minute. Existing in this world is not what you want out of life. You long for what was. You want to laugh so hard that no noise is coming out. Your belly is aching and tears of joy are rolling down your face. You're able to love freely, trust others, and enjoy the good things in life. Whether it is dancing or sledding, it doesn't matter if it's you're good at it or not. You just do it. However, in the midst of all the joy, you cannot comprehend that others are not able to do these things. It's not because they don't want to. It's because their life is different. The people that just existed have had so much heartbreak, more than the average person. The pain and sorrow is overwhelming. Trauma and tragedy, year after year, with no breaks to regain their strength. They were strong ones, a person that would stick out in the crowd. But all that has been taken away. They have no energy to fight anymore. They are tired from the years of being used repeatedly, always giving others the benefit of the doubt, always looking for their pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But all you see is nothing. No matter how hard you search, you've been used and abused once too many times. You are as good as your last performance and quickly forgotten thereafter. Emotions are not felt. You're numb to the world around you, and you don't really care anymore. You function as an automatic pilot, more of a robot than a human being. Yet you're still functioning without direction or purpose. Your sense of belonging has disappeared, and you don't know how to get out of the webs of confusion that fill your mind. You don't want to hear the voices in your own head letting you know constantly that your life has no meaning or direction. You try constantly to block all the negativity that has filled your life. It is so hard to wake up and hard to fall asleep. Like I said before, you just exist, not living and not dead, just in a permanent limbo state of mind. That is really confusing, losing yourself. It's almost like I say it's the gray. It's not white or black, it's gray. And when you get to that point, it's hard because if you're numb, that means you feel nothing. So even the happy things won't matter. And a lot of times with illnesses and pain, it consumes you. It eats you. It eats at you. And it eats up your body. Chronic pain will, because that means there is a chronic illness that will continue to progress. Yeah, my knees got done, I told you, but now my fingers are falling apart. I'm like, this is a joke, a real bad joke, you know? But I know how it feels. I know that gray limbo area. Nobody wants to be there. That's when you're really, really in a bad place. All these are places that you have to get out. You have to fight your way out of them. You got to make yourself stronger than them. But in continuing, the next one is reevaluation of life's roles and goals. Searching for the truth in the midst of these memories. Trying to find meaning to a life that's haunted by deceit. How does one begin? Excuse me. How does one begin to repair oneself? Do I hide for fear of being neglected? Do I not love for fear of being rejected? How do I begin to put myself together again? How do I free myself from the chains? What has kept me for so long? Being overly careful with everything I say or do. If I don't break free, I will be doomed to this world of misery. If I do break free, What chances do I have of not being brought back by life circumstances? There are always circumstances that we cannot control, yet they control us. How do we begin? I'm afraid to take the first step. I've been stripped of all my innocence toward mankind. I've lost hope in finding good in others when the bad is so easily seen. I could see through the false smiles of the faces that have lies behind them. It's like the snake that camouflages in a beautiful wilderness. You may not notice it at first, but it's sure to show its true colors when the opportunity arises. How can I learn to lick my wounds and start over? The answer is not easily found. And the answer is not easy to find, but anything worth anything is never easy to find. So sometimes we got to find ourselves. We got to continue reevaluating our roles and our goals, and we have to just go for it. Do what we have to do. I mean, diseases and illnesses and pains, they're not going to go away. You know, they're not, unfortunately. I wish I could take all my patients and everyone and just do a magic potion and tell them, okay, life will be good. But I would be deceiving them. Yes, you do try to make the best of all situations. And if you get stuck, that's when you have to find someone to help you get unstuck. Because being stuck is not a place to be. It's not acceptable. It's not acceptable for you. It's not your fault you're sick. It's not your fault that anything happened to you. It's not your fault that you have rheumatoid arthritis or fibromyalgia or pancreas, something, you know, long-term lung disease. I mean, there's so many things out there, but you're still alive. You're still part of something. And you know what? For all the people that want to make you feel you're not part of something, those are the ones you got to say, well, I'm out of here. I'm out. You know, I got to find myself a new group that accepts me, because I don't have to fake things. I shouldn't have to. Yeah, I'm not feeling well. I could just say, hey, I'm not feeling well. Catch you the next time. And the other person will say, fine, because they understand. But, you know, life isn't that easy. The last poem I'm going to read to you is about acceptance. And it could be called the stage of adaptation or integration. But how have I survived the pain my body is in? God has all the answers to the questions. I live daily without knowing the reasons for the pain I have lived with. When it becomes so overbearing that it's my closest physical relationship, when I think I can no longer bear it and close myself off from this world, that's when I feel you are close to me, draping your arms over my shoulder, letting me know I am not alone, even in my darkest hour, when the grief of my physical pain overpowers me. I know I'm not alone. How can I begin to explain the beauty of you? You are the Alpha and Omega of my soul. With the battle of pain and grief, if it hasn't been taken away all this time, is there for a reason. One I can't begin to explain. I open myself up to others to relieve their burdens of life and offer words of compassion and empathy. As my wisdom grows through grief, I choose not to let the darkness ruin the beauty that's right in front of me. The green leaves on the trees or the flowers calling attention to themselves to be admired. They have had to survive the yearly storms to come back bigger and stronger year after year. Pain cannot be measured or compared.
Done.
Mhm.
You had an hour.
That was an hour?
I thought you had an hour.
Yeah.
What did he say?
How long did I talk for?
No, I thought you started at 5:45.
So it should be 6:45 now? Come back bigger and stronger year after year. Pain cannot be measured or compared. It is unique as the person comparing illnesses and living with regret. It is not what we built for. I am a child and I will do what's bestowed upon me, sharing my story to those who need to hear it, making me wiser, for I have known what it feels like to be alone and not accepted into society, but still standing strong for those who need me. I have no ulterior motives but to help you feel love and let you know you are not alone. You are a child of the Most High. My pain will become my legacy, surrendering it up to gain internal peace. I can't stop. I must continue gaining wisdom for sharing my story, one of my pain and grief to those who need to hear it, making my words felt to the core of their soul. My yesterdays are gone, with it my former self, to the reality of today. I am not the maker of my journey. It already has been planned by a higher power. I will find my place in this world through faith. My failures are all part of my destiny, and I will no longer cry about yesterday, but I would look forward to the future. Goodbye. I
Hello, everybody. Wow, man, this has been an amazing day. It's been a phenomenal weekend, right? And we still rolling, man. We still rolling. We still got more presenters coming, and it just doesn't stop, man. It just doesn't stop. And so I want to do a very great segment over here today. I got a very special guest that's coming on, and we've talked several times. And this man is just fun to be around, fun to talk to, and he has a lot of things that he's going to be bringing to the table. And so you guys sit back, enjoy this interview that we're going to be doing, but also take away the tools and stuff that he's going to be sharing with us. This is going to be my friend, my brother, Dorian Johnson, man. And so I'm going to be bringing him up, and you guys sit back and you guys enjoy. All right. Well, hello, my friend.
I have goosebumps after what you just said. And you are so kind and forgiving for as much harassment as I give you.
you know, man, I give it back in return. So it's not like, you know what I'm saying, it's a one-sided thing. You already know. You know what I'm saying? It's on.
You and I also both know we only harass the people we like.
Man, you already know, brother. You already know, right? You know what I'm saying? So yeah, man, thanks for being on this segment with me.
Oh,
And
I'm
you know,
absolutely honored.
yeah, man. So we talked a little bit, and you said that you got something you want to share and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And we've already done a podcast. So if you guys haven't already, you know, his segment in the podcast of the Grief Let's Talk About It podcast on YouTube, you know what I'm saying? Go check it out. His segment will be up in the next couple of weeks, and you guys don't want to miss this. He goes deep into his loss and his journey, and you know, the work that he's doing. It's just phenomenal, just freaking phenomenal. So, you know what I'm saying, let me just put it out there again. The Grief Let's Talk About It podcast on YouTube. Subscribe to the channel. Make sure you guys are, you know, and check out, make sure you guys go and check out the other interviews we have up there. We've got some amazing guests, some live panel discussions, and you know, without further ado, Dorian.
Oh, thank you. Now, we had such a fun time in our first segment of our podcast and that. So what I want to do is I want to share a few thoughts, but part of it has been what we've talked about in the past, but I want your feedback and that a little bit, you know, in our conversation.
Yeah,
I think, you know, from our panel last night, from different things that we've talked about, I think one of the biggest things that I have absolutely learned is that we have to normalize something that is absolutely not normal. Something that when we go through grief, whatever it is, that we can look at somebody and say, you know what, that's grief. What you're feeling, that's grief. Well, and they say, well, yeah, but it wasn't somebody passing away. It wasn't, you know, the end of a relationship. It wasn't this. It doesn't matter. That's grief. That's grief. And so I think the normalizing, and I loved our panel last night because with Harvey, with Jay, with and bringing Michael in with you, and I seriously, I love your story. And whenever I talk to people about being able to be a part of this network, I tell people what a great honor it is for you to have started all of this to be your dream. And everybody's like, oh my gosh, that's amazing, right? And so, and to see you as a pillar of strength for me because of the things that you've gone through, but not letting all of that define you because of the situations you've gone through. We're not saying, you know, I've been homeless, and I'm talking about me too, you know, being homeless, being, you know, having to turn my back on, you know, people in my family because it's so toxic in that. And yet to look at this and have people say, you know, I never would have guessed you would have gone through that, you know?
Yeah.
And so I think part of this is normalizing being vulnerable, being able to look at somebody and say, it really doesn't matter what they think about how I'm responding to different things, whether they think my humor is a good coping skill, whether if I am touched by something, I'm okay shedding tears. And if somebody isn't okay with that, that's okay. It's normalizing what needs to be normal, right?
Right. Yeah.
And even especially as men, we've talked about this quite a bit, especially as men, being able to look at somebody and say, whatever is on your mind, however you feel, it doesn't matter because I'm not bringing judgment to the table. I can't judge you. I can sit with you and I can understand that I don't understand so many things that you've been through, but that's not on me, you know?
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
You know? And so I think, you know, the other thing we've talked about big time is to go through certain things and normalize the idea of
it's okay to be happy, especially after losing a child, especially after, going through all of these things that we feel like we may be a failure at, but we're not a failure. Just because we fall down, just because we fall flat on our face, doesn't mean that we have failed at anything. It means that we are learning from this experience. We're learning from different things. In the book that I co-authored, it's about climbing the mountain that my son climbed, on his last hike, and to put together different life lessons about it and attaching different virtues that go along with it. I share sometimes that there are places where it's really rocky and it could be dangerous, it could be overgrown or whatever. But if we trip and fall and we scrape our knee or cut it or whatever, and we get just so mad, and yet if we realize that while we're down there, if we look at the overgrown grass and trees and bushes and all of that stuff, and we see a fawn, a baby deer, or a nest with eggs or baby birds in there that we never would have seen from the top down. What an amazing experience. But we had to have an experience that would put us down on our knees. And all of a sudden, we can take that and say, what else am I missing? What else am I missing? What other things can I find? And I don't have to be compelled or put on my knees because of tripping and falling in that.
Right.
What are your thoughts, Tony?
I mean, I think it's amazing, right? Because that's when we're down on our knees, we've been beat up by life so much, right? You know what I'm saying? And we're down there and we're in the gutter. It's when we tend to pay the most attention to everything.
Yes. Yeah.
And to me, it's a sad thing, right? That it takes that much to beat us down in order for us to pay attention to those things. When, if you get up in the morning, I always tell people when they ask how I'm doing, I always tell them, look, man, I'm 10 toes above ground.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what I'm saying? As long as I'm 10 toes above ground, I can deal with the rest of the day, no matter how it comes, because I got the biggest part out the way. I'm alive.
Yeah. See, and the night before, it may be, if we realize that, okay, if we're above ground in the morning, but the night before we've had these experiences and they're not, something has triggered us to the point where all we want to do is just, we say to ourselves, I'm just tired and I don't want to do this anymore. But that doesn't mean that we're going to do anything about it. It just means that I just need to go to sleep. I need rest. I need to be able to put all of this behind me, take those 10 toes, hit the ground tomorrow and say, I'm going to take whatever I learned from that fill in the blank show that was yesterday and start walking forward, because I always know that if I have a day like that, something is trying to hold me back from sharing something with somebody I'm supposed to see today. And all of a sudden the light will come on, and all of a sudden I'm able to share the light that is in me coming from me with somebody else. And they're just like, you have no idea how bad I needed to hear that. But I had to go through something so that I recognized what was going on in somebody else,
Right. Right.
And so, no, go ahead, please.
No, I was going to say, look at it this way as well, right? What if tomorrow never comes?
Yeah.
What if tomorrow never comes? If it never comes, are you satisfied with the way you lived the day before?
Beautiful question.
So
What a
when you
beautiful
close your
question.
eyes, you see what I'm saying? If you,
Oh,
when you
yes.
close your eyes, tomorrow's not
Yes.
promised to either one of us.
No.
We would love to think that tomorrow is promised to us, but it's not.
Yeah.
So what if you don't wake up tomorrow? Are you okay with how you lived your life the day prior?
Yes.
Right? When you leave this place and you go to heaven, or if you don't believe in heaven, if you go to the afterlife or whatever you believe, are you going to be okay with the conversation that you have when you meet back up with your loved ones or your friends that you've
Yes.
lost before you?
Yes.
Right? You know
Yes.
what I'm saying? I
Yes.
said that before,
Yes.
right? Tomorrow's
Yes.
not guaranteed for no one.
Yes.
That's
Yeah.
why today is a gift.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
You cannot
Yes.
predict the future, right? Is you know what I'm
Right.
saying?
Yeah.
That's why it's called the present. It's a
Right.
present.
Right. Right.
We are both fortunate enough to be breathing this air that we are right now, to be doing the things that we're doing. I know when I close my eyes tonight, after all of this is over, I am going to be ecstatic because of what I did today.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
therefore, if tomorrow don't come, I'll always have today.
Yes. Yeah. And to me, that thought, I've had to pull myself so far back. So when somebody will say, well, where do you see yourself in a year? I don't. 5 years? I don't. 6 months? I don't. Well, how can you even live that way? Because I have to be aware of what's going on right now in this moment. Because guess what? If I'm not aware in this moment, 6 months, a year, 5 years down the road, it doesn't matter. Right. It's never going to matter because everything lines up the way it's supposed to if we are aware of what we're supposed to do and who we're supposed to talk to and all of that. And so I think not just are we proud of what happened today, I think it's the fact of the people who we have been around. Yeah. Have we done enough to propel them forward so that they take an example or of what we have done in their lives and build on it? You know what I'm saying? Because because like, for example, I mean, I don't know how many notebooks I have full of notes and conversations I've had with people and that. And so could someone pick up where I have left off because of not only my words, but my actions and all that? And they say, I see how this is supposed to go. Right. So if you don't wake up tomorrow, could we all, because of your example, because of what your vision is, could we pick this Global Grief Network, the conference up next year and keep going with it the way that you wanted it to and build on it? Absolutely.
Well, okay. Let's change that a little bit, right? Because you got to remember, I'm building my vision off of it, and I've had people to do it. So if someone was to pick it up, you know what I'm saying? I just laid out a blueprint.
Right.
I want you to make it yours.
Right.
What does it look like to you, right? You know what I'm saying? Don't give a damn about what I did the year before, right? This is yours.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I want you to do better than I want you to take what I'm doing and propel it through the roof. So the next following year, someone takes it and throw that one through. Because you know what it does? To each one, we teach one.
Yes. Yes.
Right? You know what I'm saying? Look, I'm building a vision. I am building my dream, and I'm bringing people with me. And I want to inspire them to take my vision and grow it to a point to where, you know what I'm saying, like I only become a myth, right? The guy who started it. I'm just a myth after that.
Right. Yeah. Well, and to that point, that's like putting somebody on a pedestal. At some point in time, you can kick that pedestal out. The myth, maybe not so much a myth anymore, right? Okay. So I look at this, and you and I have, after our conversations, you know, with some of the panel discussions, we continue our conversation. Mm-hmm. And part of that conversation was, I'm honored to be a part of this. And you turned it around and said, well, what do you want to do? And I said, I've got, you know, some ideas and things. He's like, and you said, well, let's do them. And I said, okay, how can I help you? And you said, how can I help you? So 2 big visions put together, working in tandem, but separate. Mm-hmm. I think that's, you know, to your point, I think that's how it needs to be.
Yes, but now you have to understand, like when it comes to your vision, I'm a passenger. I'm a
Right,
passenger on your
right,
vision. It's
right,
not about me, right?
right,
I may have some knowledge that can help you,
right,
but see, I receive the knowledge that comes to me as well that can help me. You know what
right,
I'm saying? So
right,
when I'm riding in your boat, you're the captain.
right. Exactly.
I'm just
Yeah.
along for the ride, you know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I'm
Yeah.
taking notes of the things that you're doing. And you know what I'm saying? I may add in something, or I may come to you and say, hey, this one right here may not work too well, but I don't know. What do you think about it? Right? I
Right.
can't make that decision for you. You know
Right.
what I'm saying?
See,
If you decide to
and
go, you know what? I'm going to
I,
try it anyway. I'm going to go, okay, yeah, not a problem.
yeah.
It's,
See, and
it's
to
not
that
about me.
right, and to that point, the biggest thing I hear from that is there's so many times, I like to sit back and observe, but all of a sudden something that may be weighing me down, trying to figure out how to do something, there may be something I notice that you do without thinking or whatever. I'm like, that's the answer. Or even if you're not doing it and I see, a little piece of paper with a note on it, and I say, well, that's the answer to what I need to do to add to
Right,
my vision,
right,
my dream.
right.
Yes. So that may be part of it where um as we go fishing, you're not going to outfish me, but as we go fishing, um did you hear that, Joan? Thank you. Thank
I'm
you. Thank
already
you.
hearing it. You know, I was going to laugh about that, right? You know what I'm saying? Because we still got that fishing trip coming up. But you know what? It's not about the amount of fish that you keep, man. It's the company
No.
that you keep during the fishing trip,
Yes.
right? You
Yes.
know what I'm saying?
Yes.
I've always there, man, I've gone out many times with my friends and been skunked.
Yeah.
Right. You know what I'm saying? I've watched them catch fish and things like that and still had a great time
What's
because
the
we were
experience?
able to
What's
leave
the
that place.
experience?
Yeah, it's the
Absolutely.
experience, right? It's the memory.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Because that's something that we can catch fish anytime.
Yeah. It's
We
not
catch
about
fish anytime. But when
if
you're
some
out there and you're just talking and laughing and you know what I'm saying, sharing
yeah.
snacks and
Yeah.
drinks and things like
Yes.
that,
Yes.
it's the memory that you create because
Yes.
tomorrow may not come. So
That's
if I
right.
don't wake up tomorrow, I want the memory that I had with my friends the day before. You know what I'm saying? I want them to go,
Yes.
man, we had a blast. You
Yeah.
know, I don't know what they're going to say about me. Hopefully they
Right.
say good things. I know
Yeah.
there's going to be some people that's going to say some bad things too. I'm okay with that because you
Yeah.
know what? I'm not here to listen to it anyway. So
Right.
it
And we've
don't
already
bother
lived,
me not
yeah,
one
we've
bit.
already lived through it. We've already lived through
Exactly.
some of the worst
Exactly.
things that we could ever dream that we would never have to deal with. But no matter what, look at what we're doing. We're taking and that's the next thing that I want to talk about is to take our grief, to take the things that we have learned and to give it its own life. You know what
Yes.
I'm saying?
Yes.
And so whether we use words, whether we use paint and do a painting, whether we use words and put it to music or whatever. I looked up some of the greatest writers, some of the greatest leaders, and some of the best things that they did. For example, Shakespeare, some of the greatest writings he has were based around the grief that he felt from the loss of his son. And so to look at that we quote Shakespeare all the time,
Hmm.
but we have no idea what he was going through
Right.
to
Right.
get there. And we quote and we're just like, how great are those words? But we don't know, all of the emotion, everything that
Mm.
he was trying to give life to in this sonnet, in this play, all of that, so that it could get out of him and he could share it with others, right? We also don't know what I love. I am so in honor, in awe of Abraham Lincoln and his leadership style.
Right.
Okay, because he had gone through so much grief and loss, and it didn't start from the loss of his son in his presidency. It started way back,
Yes.
But to look at this and I love watching, I love noticing how he would approach different things, and it wasn't a knee-jerk react. It was looking at somebody else and say, okay, well, what do you think? Tell me your thoughts about it. And some of the letters that he would write to the loved ones of people who he was close to, who had passed away, the beautiful way he would say, you're going through something that everybody has to go through. And I'm sorry you have to feel your way through this, but here is the only thing that I can share with you from my experience. Time isn't going to heal the wound, but as you get down the road, you're going to understand how to deal with certain things so much better, so much easier, so much. And know that I love you and I will do whatever I can do to help. But this is your own grief journey. And you're going to have to understand and learn certain things that no one else can teach you.
Right.
You're going to have to figure this out on your own. But I've been there. I've done it. You can make it through. Everybody does. And I'm sorry. I'm sorry that you have to learn this way. There are lots of times when I have asked myself about certain things. You know, I'm like, okay, I love the lesson that I learned, but I hate the manner in which I had to learn it. Right. And so to look at it like, you know, to lose my son, the collateral beauty involved with losing someone, such a good example of just being, just self-governing, just the words that I was able to say to him just before he left. I'm so it's what a parent would always hope to say, because I was teasing him about the hair on his chin. And I'm like, you know what? Thank you very much. Yeah. He was. Now, why would you do that?
I understood that one right there.
Yes. So I kept telling him, you know what? That's looking good, but maybe we should go get something to just fill it in right here because it's not growing very well, young man. You know, but you know, it led to the conversation. I was able to look at him in the eye and say, you know what? Maybe you understand now why I let you make all these choices and I didn't put extra rules on you, because you were able to govern yourself so well. And you made all these choices that you have become who I couldn't be more proud of who you have become.
Right.
And those are the exact words I said just before he left for his hike. I would love to have another conversation with him, to be able to see him and look at him and say, thank you for what you have shared and how I've been able to receive all this and share it with other people. And to share the fact that what a great example you are that I can use. Right. And yet that's not possible. That's not possible to do. But the lessons I have learned to normalize the conversations with other men, with other people, there are certain things that I can look at somebody and say, you know what, I don't understand the trial that you're going through right now because I'll never go through it. I mean, there are certain things where I can honestly say I will never go through that kind of a trial. Okay. And yet I could look at them and say, but I understand because of losing my son, because of other things that I've gone through. I understand what it feels like to not be accepted or wanted or needed or loved or, you know, any of these things. And what do you want? What do you need? How can I help? And all of a sudden that just breaks walls down. That even takes one brick out of that wall. And all of a sudden it falls down for me. They may hold it up for everybody else, but they know that there's a connection there, that we can have these conversations. But I go back and say, I don't like how I had to learn, but I love the lesson that I can connect with Tony Lynch about. Right.
See, I like that. I want to add to that though.
Okay.
You know, if at all possible, We may not like the lessons that we've learned or how we learned those lessons, correct?
Yeah.
But it's the same concept is when you get a cool breeze that comes across your face on a summer day, you never ask where it comes from.
Mm-mm.
No one knows where it comes from. It just
No.
comes and then it goes. It's the same thing like these lessons in life that we learn. They come and they go, right?
Yes.
If we like to call them storms.
Yeah.
And you tend to go through these storms. You figure out how to move through them. Some people get stuck in them. Some people get
Yeah.
bounced around and kicked out the other side. I'm a firm believer, and this comes from having to learn. Every time I've ever felt the cool breeze upon my face, I always think that there's a million butterflies flapping their wings. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, wow.
Think about that.
Wow.
You know what I'm saying? Cause and effect, the butterfly effect. It's just a million butterflies flapping their wings, and that wind picks up over time and it's grabbing, you know what I'm saying, with the motion. And so what you're feeling is that effect from it. No one knows. No one knows, but it's a
no.
beautiful concept though, right?
Yes. Yes. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, it's a beautiful concept.
Yes.
Or let's say for instance, you're going through these storms and everything. Maybe it's just life catching up with you from everything that you've done in the past. You know what I'm saying? And that same concept is happening in your life. You get to a certain point and those things start to catch up with you. Right? And
Well, the
all
good
of a
and the
sudden-
bad.
Right.
The good and the bad.
Both
Yes.
the good and the bad, right? You know what I'm saying? So now
Yeah.
you're sitting in there because life needs to teach you a lesson.
Yeah.
You need to learn something so you don't keep repeating the things that you've done in your past.
Yeah.
So we call those storms. I
Yeah.
like to call them growing pains because if you can muster up the strength to stand inside of that storm and extract the information that is giving you, your storm eventually loses the strength that it has to keep doing
Yeah.
the things
Yeah.
that it's doing to you,
Yep.
right? And you
Yep.
find yourself walking out through the other side and you're going, ooh, whoa. When is the next one coming? Because now instead of wishing for the storm to dissipate, wish for the strength to go in and learn from it.
Yeah. Yeah.
So
Well,
when I go through those storms, I go, okay, I did something. So this is just the yin and yang of my life.
yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I've had the good, the bad has
Yes.
to come with it. So there's something that I need to extract from it. Once I extract it, I come out the other side. So when I see the next person going through their storm, I can throw them a lifeline and say, hey, this is what I've done. It may work for you, it may not, but I got many more where that comes from.
Yes.
Eventually, I can throw something in there that you can grab onto, and then that's going to help you start to extract from that storm.
Yes. And to that very point, how many farmers look and say, oh, good, here comes another storm because we need the rain, right? And how often, okay, so if the storm is coming, not only maybe it's been, a hot patch of weather and we need to cool it down. We need the rain. We need the water for the crops. And yet we also say, I love watching the thunder or the lightning and listening to thunder. I love how often we say, oh my gosh, what a beautiful rainbow.
Right.
There's so many things that a storm can do for us. And even if it germinates different things, the pollen gets, knocked off of different things and it's all part of the process. And so I think, what I'm saying?
Oh yeah. Go ahead. I'm gonna add to it when you get there.
Okay. So my thought is I feel like excuse me, when we you say, sometimes we have these storms hit us out of the blue. Sometimes we have tornadoes hit us just right in the back of us or in front of us or whatever. But in the middle of that tornado is the most peaceful part of the storm.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So to stand there and just say, okay, I don't know. And that's the biggest thing I've learned is that when something hits me, to just stand still, because there's nothing I can do to change that storm. There's nothing I can do to stop the wind, stop the rain, stop all of this stuff. But it also allows me to calm every part of me and be ready for that tornado to hit me as it passes through. And guess what? that part is never as bad as the first.
That's true. That's true. And what if it was just that simple? What if it was just that simple? These storms come into your life, right? You know what I'm saying? And the first time you probably go through something horrible, you think
Yeah.
that the world is falling
Yeah.
apart on you, but somehow, some way, you manage to pick yourself up and you dust yourself off and you take a next step. If you're not fortunate enough, it'll knock you down and you'll find an excuse to be down because you feel that you may feel that it's a little bit safer, staying out the way, So you tend to do things like self-medicate to keep from having to experience something like that again.
Yes,
It changes
to
your
numb yourself
reality.
off. Absolutely.
Right. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it'll change your reality. But, now what if you had the courage enough as you going through this storm to grab what I like to call that wooden, you remember those wooden stick horses?
Yeah.
The wooden sticks with the horse head on it, right? What if you can grab one of those, and lasso into one of them and
Oh
just
my gosh.
ride it out? And you know what I'm saying? Just ride it
Yeah.
out. And instead of looking at the destructive nature of the storm, look at the productive nature of the storm. See,
Oh, yes.
a lot of people, I believe, don't understand what the process is, right?
Agreed.
We talk about the journey. We talk about the journey of our lives and things like that. And I say, yeah, the journey is a small part of it, but you have to fall in love with the process.
Mhm.
You have to fall, and this is just for me. Take it for what you anyone that's listening, take it for what you want. For me, when they said you have to fall in love with the process, I started thinking to myself, the process, what in the world is the process? And I used to tell
Yeah.
people, I told people till I started, I've grabbed on to something until I figured it out. I was like, I fell in love with the process, even though I didn't understand it. I fell in love with the process, even though I didn't understand it. And then when I said it again, I said, I fell in love with the process. And I turned around and looked in the mirror. I said, it's me.
Oh my gosh.
I am the process. I am not the person that I was when I first started this journey. The process was me growing and taking the things that I've learned and decided that I loved serving other people.
Yes.
And in
Yes.
order for me to do that, the process had to change me. It had to mold me. It had to knock things off of me. You know what I'm saying? And then because every time it knocked something off me, I was in a rush to try to pick it back up and put it back in, right? But I realized it didn't fit. It was replaced by something. See, all those things that I thought that I needed that held me secure, I no longer need. All those things that I thought that I needed in order to survive, I realized I didn't need those neither, right? So what was left? It was this human being in a world having the best human experience that my soul craved.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? And
Yes.
then I started telling myself, I said, man, I need to have some one-on-one time with my soul. And
Yes.
what that meant for me was, my soul wanted to go out into the world and explore and, touch things and, laugh, because the soul never got old.
No.
The soul never gets old. It's like a child in this world, right? So when we go through these grieving processes, you ever wonder why sometimes you get a memory from someone and it makes you laugh, right? I have a different philosophy when different philosophy when it comes to that, right? When we sleep, we're not busy. We're not busy. We're in a relaxed state. This is why we don't remember some of the dreams, but we remember certain people's faces when we wake up and never even met that individual. So what if while you're sleeping, your soul decides to leave your body because it's not busy. It doesn't have to stay contained. It can go out into the world. It can go out there and connect with other souls out there. And you know what I'm saying? And just explore. That's why you may have dreams of being in Paris but never been there. You have dreams of seeing this guy walking down the street and both y'all lock eyes, but you never met this dude before.
Yeah.
But there's a sense of familiarity to
Yes.
it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You may see yourself driving in a car that you never even driven before, but you know that what it feels like.
Yes.
Can you imagine your soul going around like, oh, it's like a child, right? And the world is this playground. And come on, man. Remember when you was a kid and you saw the little playground with the cars on them?
Oh,
right?
yes.
You know what I'm saying?
I still
And
do.
before-
I still do.
Me too, right? But then you know, as you get older and think, well, even when you was a child, before you got on that car, on that little rocking car, you knew that you wanted to be on there because
Oh,
there was
yes.
something familiar about it.
Yeah.
There was something familiar about it.
And you know,
Mm.
and you know what it's going to feel like all the way back, all the way forward.
Exactly.
And, you know, the
It's
whole,
that
yes,
sense
yeah.
that you've already done this before. Trees that
Yes,
you've
yeah.
never climbed, but you felt as if you climbed them before.
Mhm.
And then once you do it, it's like deja vu.
Yeah. And how many times do we look at somebody and say, have we met? Tony, have we met?
Exactly, deja vu. I know
Yeah.
I've met you before. And that
Yes,
person's like, I
yes.
don't know. But
Yeah.
deep down in your soul is like, no, you don't understand. Last night, it was a whole bunch of us flying around the
Mhm.
city.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Getting into all kinds of things.
On stick horses, flying
On
around,
stick
you know.
horses or fighting with sabers and stuff, right? There's some part of that I believe is true that we hold on to.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? And it goes
Yeah.
back to something, it goes back to a saying, and people can take this for what they for. You know, I'm not a very religious person. I do believe in God, right? You know what I'm saying? I have a hard time with religion because I've seen too many people do bad things to other people in the name of religion.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
I struggle with that a little bit, unless it makes you a decent person.
And
Now, you know,
spirituality is definitely different.
right, it's totally
Yes.
different. It's an acceptance of everything
Yes.
and everyone, regardless of what you believe, right? You know what I'm saying? I can accept that a person is an atheist or that a person is a devout Christian or a Mormon because it doesn't bother me not one bit.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
Yeah.
I accept the person. I look at your character and and I look at your actions and see if those things match. All the rest of stuff don't really matter. You're a human being just like I am. I may just be a different color in a physical form, but even then, that doesn't bother me neither. You know what I'm saying? I have friends from every walk of life, and I've been blessed and honored to have these individuals in my life and have that support. So, having an open mind and thinking about those
Yeah.
things, it's a way to get yourself caught up in a lot of stuff as well, right?
Yes,
Because not
yes.
everybody has the best intentions for you, but that's a chance that you take. Just because one person don't have good intentions for you, you learn, and then you can make a healthy decision to leave that individual alone.
That's
But
right.
you have 1,000 different other people that want to love on you, that want to support you and lift you up, and that's the world that I live in.
Yeah.
You know,
And you know what's interesting is I had a conversation after our panel discussion last night with somebody, and the question came up because I have guarded my heart
Mm.
for so long. Okay. And she and I were having this conversation, and she said, well, what's the purpose of that? What do you gain from it? What do you gain from guarding your heart? You can't be who you truly are. You can't offer the very best parts of you if you guard your heart. And I'm like, oh my gosh, okay, that's a huge concept. That's so deep. But if you think about it, so a lot of what I have put together, not just in honor of my son, but learning from it, is everything is based around virtue, whether it be courage or vulnerability, authenticity, integrity, wisdom, all of that. So if I can protect myself by the use of virtue,
Hmm.
and it means that I accept the other person, I accept where they are, I understand where they are. Maybe I don't understand where they are, but I accept the fact that I'm not going to stay that close, and I can offer all of whatever they need: kindness, compassion, humility, gratitude, even gratitude for the lessons that they're teaching me by verbally beating the tar out of me.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm so grateful for, learning all of this stuff. And so to go back to the storm comment, to go back to the experiences, to go back to, I've mentioned that I had somebody, and this is another lesson that I learned. I had somebody look at me and say, you know what, you need to write the rest of your story. That's great. You wrote a book about all of this stuff, but what about the rest of your story?
Right.
Where's it at? So what are the virtues that go along with writing the rest of my story? If I am the process, what are the virtues of that process day in, day out, moment
Yes.
by moment, what virtues, awareness is a virtue, time is a virtue, hard work is a virtue. What virtues do I need to not only be the process, but allow that process to work outward of me?
Yes. And you have to let it work inward in you as well.
Yes,
So
yes, yes.
there's a give and a take. You got the
Yes.
outward manifestation that people are going to see. And then you have
Yes.
the inward, you know what I'm saying, intake of the
Yes.
process that other people won't see. But
Right.
you would notice the difference.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So it works in you and then
Yes.
it changes you and people see the work that you've done.
Yes. So last night on our panel, the questions were, one of the questions were, who are you doing this for? And you know, and we had that great conversation about, well, you know, if you're doing it just for everybody else, what are you getting from it? I can tell you it's so much easier in the beginning to work and deal with someone else's stuff, because it's so easy to forget yours and go help them weed their garden and all of that stuff, right?
Mhm.
But what I realized is that in helping other people out and talking through, I would hear myself say things that I was like, where did that come from?
Right.
And all of a sudden it was the outward manifestation of what I needed. So at the same time, in tandem, I'm not focused solely on me. I'm not focused solely on them. I'm saying I'm open. I'm receiving what I need. And someone has shared, not just one person, but the fact of the word grace. And I
Right,
did not
yes.
understand how big of a concept the word and the whole notion of grace is.
Yes.
Offer yourself a little bit of grace. We have to do that. I mean, we have to give ourselves a little bit of room to grow, patience, compassion, kindness. We don't offer ourselves grace like we would give to someone else if they made a mistake.
This is true. And it goes to something that I've learned a long time ago when I was taught grace by a person who destroyed my life, right? I was taught how to forgive because I never wanted to be treated. I never wanted to treat someone like that. And so I began to change the way I saw things and allowed myself the grace to receive.
That's
Right.
huge. That is
You
a
know what I'm saying?
huge concept. Oh, yes.
Yeah,
Huge
even through the
concept.
beat downs and the bad times and all of the destruction that this individual has caused in my life, I allowed myself the grace to receive what that person didn't want to show. So what I mean by that, a person would treat you badly because their whole entire life they've been treated badly.
I see what you're
What
saying.
they don't
Yes.
show is that deep down inside, the reason why they're doing it is because they want somebody to see them. They want somebody to see their heart. Not everybody is bad.
Yeah.
They just
Because
do
they're
bad
hurting.
things. They're
Yeah, they're
hurting, right?
hurting.
So
Yes.
it allows me when I see that, and I know that you're doing it to me, I'm going to take it. You know what I'm saying? It's like getting hit by Mike Tyson over and over and over again. And then eventually you get up in the middle of them, right? And instead of throwing a punch, the first thing that you do is lock them up, right? But not a lock up to go and take them down. It's a lock up so you can feel his heartbeat or their heartbeat. And then from there, because when you're that close, they can't hit you anymore. They have to stop swinging eventually, and they have to grab you back. And then they kind of get a sense of what you're bringing to them, and they kind of hold you. It scares them, so they want to push you away.
Yeah.
And you get back in there again. You take those blows again, right? And then you grab them again. And then eventually that embrace becomes a little bit longer. Then after a while, y'all just on the ropes like this. Y'all ain't even throwing punches anymore. Y'all just coming at each other just to hold each other. See that?
That is a beautiful lesson. Oh my gosh. That is just
it's like
huge.
hurt people.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? But hurt people are hurting because someone forgot to love them.
Yeah.
Change your mind about that.
See,
Change
and,
your mind. Hurt people all the time. I used to be
Yeah.
one of those dudes. You know what I'm saying? I used to be one of those. I used to be one of those dudes, man. I was a hurt dude, and I was really good at hurting other individuals. I was good at holding a mask. See, if I do enough violence, you'll stay away from me.
yeah,
It was my
yeah,
my protective mechanism. You know what I'm
yeah.
saying? I can hurt you, and then you'll think about coming into my space the next time.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But it's
Yeah.
like after a while, somebody came to me and said, "You know what, man? No matter what you do to me, man, you can't stop what I'm about to give you." And that individual was God, because I kept fighting him. I was like, "Man, God, what you want from me, man? What you want from me?" And I fought with him. And every time I fought with him, I got so tired. And eventually he was like, "Look, man, eventually you're going to have to rest. You're going to have to rest, no matter how hard I swung at him, no matter how hard I fought him." You know what I'm saying? I eventually, it was like I was so tired that I had to embrace it. I had to embrace him. And when I did, he embraced me back, and I pushed away from him. Said, "No, no, no, no. I'm so mad at you right now."
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? I'm the boxer in the ring.
Yeah. Yeah.
And
I just
you're
coming
right.
with haymakers
Yeah,
because it
throwing hate makers,
doesn't
right?
matter.
I'm throwing those
Yes.
hate makers. That comment right there said you will give in before God will. Yeah, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right. But now ask yourself, what about the atheists? You know what I'm saying? What about those individuals who don't believe in God? How do you approach them? Right? So you have to use different metaphors. You have to be diverse in your approach to these individuals. You know what I'm saying? You can have a good heart. You can have a damn good heart and still hurt other people
Yeah.
because you don't know what it's like to have someone give a heart back to you.
Yes.
So
Yeah.
you have to be diverse in your approach when you go into these individuals.
Right.
Yes, I use metaphors like boxing because it makes sense to me, right?
Yeah,
You know what I'm saying?
yeah.
You could be an MMA fighter. Use any metaphor that works for you. You don't have to necessarily take mine. You know what I'm
Right.
saying? I did it because it works for me.
Yeah. And
You
you
know
know,
what I'm saying?
I can tell you that that's the beautiful part about grace, about virtue, because you know, in the English language, it means excellence of mind and excellence of character. But
Right.
in Greek, it means a manifestation of power. That's huge. That is such a big concept, but it has nothing to do with race, religion, culture, gender, anything. It's the fact of being able to offer respect in any, however a person knows how to receive it. Kindness, even logic and reason can be is known as virtue, but sometimes you have to add just a little hint or whisper of moral virtue, whether it be kindness or compassion, in offering that, because logic and reason definitely is based around facts. Let's talk common sense, right?
Yeah. Now,
And
go ahead.
all I
I
can
want to add to it.
okay, because all I can say is that if I approach somebody with, well, this is just the facts, it's just the way it is, you're kind of an idiot because you did this and this and this, right? Instead of saying, okay, what was the purpose in you doing this? Help me to understand what you were trying to accomplish, because you're using a screwdriver to put in, where you could have used a hammer or a wrench or whatever. So you're causing more damage with a screwdriver than you are, but you're still trying to put in the light fixture or do whatever. So if they don't understand that, the logic and reason, you're like, you're an idiot. Why would you do that? Look how much damage you caused. Da, 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 da. But if we understand where they're coming from and say, oh, the respect, I need to honor what they're trying to accomplish. What was the end result? And maybe they're a little kid. Maybe they're 3 years old thinking, I'm going to do this for my dad or my mom to help. And they've seen them use a screwdriver before. Maybe it worked on other things. But in our mind, if we're 3 years old, because we've never been taught certain things, that's our capacity. That's our capacity to receive. All of a sudden, we need to approach it differently and just say, well, you're not an idiot. I see what you're trying to accomplish. Let me share with you the tools, other tools involved, right?
Yes.
So all of a sudden we offer the grace, we offer the compassion, the kindness. Here's the logic and reason. Let me teach you. So if you're trying to put this light up, where's the electricity going? Because that can be dangerous. All of a sudden, the teaching moment is a big one, but that kid is never going to or adult kid is never going to forget that lesson where somebody took the time all day, if it needs be, to say, you know what, I see what you're trying to accomplish, and you're brilliant when it comes to wanting to put it together that way, because I never would have thought that way. But let's work together to do it right, to do it the way it's supposed to.
Yes, yes, yes. And it goes back to the question that we have in the comments. They said that, when I was talking about the atheists and how you approach them, if you're a religious person or anything like that, it's like, how do you approach them? The same way that you would want somebody to approach you, right? You know what I'm saying? You would want
Absolutely.
somebody to approach you like a human being, because at the end of the day, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what you believe. You're still a human being. You still live on this earth. You still breathe the same air that I do. You still go to the same stores. You still put on your clothes the same
Yeah.
way that I do. You still go to sleep. If you
Yeah.
don't sleep, I'm up there too.
Yeah. Yeah.
So your approach, no matter who they are, I approach people the way I wish someone would approach me when I was down in the dirt,
Mm-hmm.
right? You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And I just learned how to speak to them.
Yeah.
And when I realized that they was atheists, I know that I'm not going to come at them using religious slangs. I'm not going
Right.
to talk to them
Right.
about God because they don't want to
Yeah.
hear that, right?
Yeah.
What I
Yeah.
am going to do is going to go, sir, ma'am, I see you. I see you,
It's huge.
right? And
Huge.
my
That part right there is
Right.
huge.
Right.
I see you.
I see you, regardless of what you're portraying yourself as. I see you,
Yeah.
and I see that opening that you'll welcome me in. I see the fight that I'm have to go through in order to get that hug to you. But
Yes.
you know what? You're worth it.
Thank you.
You
Yes.
are worth
Yes. Yes.
me taking the chance to go into. You know how many people I've approached in that same way that are still my friends today? And they will tell you, because I did not look at them the way that everybody else they see. When people are used to being treated a certain way, they tend to do the same things because that's what they're used to.
Yeah.
You're going to approach them. Don't approach them the way that the first person did, because you don't know the damage that was done to them.
Exactly.
I had trust issues, right? You know what I'm saying? I used to have to. I used to struggle with trust issues. I used to struggle with commitment issues because I've been hurt so bad, right? Until somebody said, "Hey, man, what's going to happen when somebody earns your trust?" Now that's a deep statement right there. That's a deep statement right there, because after that, I was like, man, ain't nobody gonna earn my trust. They ain't even worth it, and this, that, and another. Until somebody saw me homeless out there on the street and said, "Hey, man, let me take you to the house so you can get a warm meal and take a shower, and you don't have to sleep on the street tonight. You can, you know what I'm saying, you can crash out on my couch." You know what I'm saying? I don't have clothes. You know what I'm saying? I don't have these things. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't. Me taking
And we
a
asked the
shower and
question,
feeling-
what do you want in return?
No,
What
well,
do you
I
want
used
in
to think that
return?
too, because people used to always do that to me. Like, if I give this to you,
used to
what
somebody
do I
wanting
need to? Yeah, what do you want from me in return? So I'm always on the defensive.
Yeah.
So that was a huge thing. But then I realized
Yep.
not everybody was the same way. Not everybody was the same way.
Right.
Not everybody
Right.
was out to hurt me. Right? You know what I'm saying? But
Yeah.
this individual, for the first time in a very long time, showed this compassion. And when he said, "Man, you know what I'm saying, you ain't got clothes," I'm like, "No, man, I've been in, I'm out here on the streets, man. I ain't got nothing. He goes, man, come on, man. I'm gonna take you to the store and get you some clothes. You need some clean socks, some clean underwear, man. Let's get you some, let's get you some clippers so we can shave you up and get you looking good. You know what I'm saying? As a matter of fact, here's the keys to the car. I'm like, hold on, what you mean the keys to your car? Yeah, here's the keys to the car. You know what a store is, right? Like, yeah, man. But like, no, man, here's some money. Go to the store, grab you some clothes. You know what I'm saying? Get you a nice pair of shoes. So I had an individual do that to me, and it was because of the fight, and he saw something in me, and he decided to go, man, I see you. And you know what I'm saying? I want to open up that little part that you have in your chest right there to massage your heart, to let you know that I have no ill intentions towards you.
And he holds the keys. He holds money. Two things that we think no one would ever offer.
You just gave me your car.
Yes, and says, I trust you first.
Yes. I trust you first. And I was so nervous. I was like, no, dude, why don't you go to the store with me? I don't want to overspend your money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
And I don't want you worried about, you know what I'm saying, me taking your car and everything. Even though I was, my mindset was, I was just coming out of the streets. You know what I'm saying? I'm just coming from being a gangbanger, and I didn't have everything stripped from me, my ego, my pride. I had nothing else left to fight with, but I was willing to fight.
Yep.
I was willing to fight for my protection, because that was one thing that I learned at an early age. No one was ever going to hurt me again. And I was going to do anything and everything I could to prevent you from hurting me. And that meant that, hey, if I got to get you first, I'm going to get you first. And this man showed this kindness, gave me his keys. He's like, no. He goes, man, I'm tired. But you know what I'm saying? If you want to go to the store and get some clothes and everything, there's the car keys. See, he didn't after that, he stopped trying to give them to me. He put them on the table. He goes, I'm not going to give it to you no more. The keys and the money is right there on the table. I'm going to lay down and go watch some TV. You know where it is. If you want it, you go get it.
You take the responsibility.
Yeah.
It's
okay.
Again, you and I have talked. I threw out that quote from The Legend of Bagger Vance.
Yes.
I love that, because so many times we're so afraid of asking or making it seem like we are a certain way when that's what we're used to being viewed as, right?
Yes.
And so, that quote, when Will Smith looks at the little boy and says, well, about the time you get the courage to ask me is about the same time I'm going to tell you yes.
Exactly.
And we're not used to that, because we're so used to everybody just saying, well, let's figure out a way that you can earn it, or whatever. Okay.
Yeah. Well, it goes when we talk about grief, right? And this
Yes.
whole weekend that we've been doing, you know what I'm saying? And the amazement and the amazing presenters that we have, right?
It's been amazing. It's been beautiful.
Right. It's been beautiful, right? And so it goes back to what you just said. Hey, by the time you get the courage to ask me, Tony, the answer is already yes.
Yes.
Look at what we've managed to do, right?
Yes.
I mean, we even broke the internet yesterday. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, I love that.
We had
I
so many
love that.
people, attendees and everything, they wouldn't even let me back on Facebook or LinkedIn. I was down to one streaming yard. I was like, oh my God. So not only did these people, I didn't, when I got up the courage to ask them, they had already said yes. We got first-time presenters that came through, and they've been rocking it. Right?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying?
It's been amazing.
We've had, think about that. We've met people yesterday that became, part of this family that we have right now. That to me speaks volumes. It's like you said, by the time you get the courage to ask me, the answer is already yes. Look at what they've done. It was never about me. I just had to get the courage up to ask them. And they were like, dude, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me? Yes. God, yes, right?
Yes.
They've come together and they've stayed inside of their niches, and they've educated people on a level that, that was just phenomenal.
Yes.
Just phenomenal.
See, and you know what? I think sometimes we, so I played a lot of baseball, so I'm going to use this analogy, and I'm going to add it. So to be on a team, we'll say even to be on an all-star team, when I've been on an all-star team, it's always surprised me that I was there because I didn't give myself enough credit or grace to say, you know, I'm worthy of being on that team. Right. And being a part because what the value I bring to the table, right? Have you seen the movie Moneyball?
Yes.
Oh, okay. So the last part of that movie where Jonah Hill brings Brad Pitt in to watch that big guy hit the ball. Oh my gosh, that is my favorite life analogy because this huge guy is what, 6'2", 6'3", 250, and they say he's a catcher for the movie, I think, but he's way too big to be a catcher. But he gets up to and he hits the ball, and he never rounds first and heads to second because he's too big. He's not fast. And in this scene, it shows how he does round first and head to second, and he trips over the base. I love this whole thing because he's digging a scratch and getting back to safety of first base. And everybody's starting to laugh at him. And he's thinking, what an idiot. I'm such a failure because I should have done what was safe, what was comfortable, what I should have done what I normally do. And the first baseman kind of gets down in his face. And all of a sudden, the big thing comes to life that the first base coach says, stand up. You just hit the ball over the fence. You hit a home run. And your face is in the dirt right now. You have no reason to not think you're a hero. And everybody, even on the other team, is cheering on as he goes around the bases, patting him on the back, and he's a hero. But the reason I bring this up is because I don't know how many times I have done something thinking, you know, I don't even dare look up and look at somebody in the eye because of where I'm at. And all of a sudden somebody walks up and says, do you have any idea how much strength you offer me just by being you? And that gets me every time I watch that because of how many times I felt like my face, I'm laying, you know, belly down, face, and it seems like everybody is laughing, but they're chuckling, saying, you don't realize how much you bring to the table. You don't realize who you are. And I absolutely love analogies like that to make us, to help us think and realize who we truly are.
Right.
We always think it's going to be somebody else. We always think that they are going to be the hero. But when we acknowledge what they see or what they're doing, we're actually
You froze up on me. Well, when he unfreezes, man, I hope you guys are enjoying this conversation, man. This has been phenomenal. A lot of deep analogies going on in there. So, you know, if you guys can relate to that, if you can relate to what we're talking about, leave us some comments in the comment section. Man. We're going to get to it,
please.
But you know, this has been deep. I love talking with Dorian. You know, ever since we've ever met, we've always just had these deep, embedded conversations where we can receive each other, you know, and the information that we get. And, you know, I learned so much from him, and I can only pray that he's learning from me as well. You know,
my gosh.
It's a give, you know, well, give, take, right? You know what I'm saying? You know, I take what he gives me. He gives what I take him. So it's a mutual give and take there. And
the best part I would say when you say I hope, basically I hope you get as much as I get from you. I do. And I love, like at the beginning of our conversation, there were certain things and you're like, okay, now wait a second, let's talk about this, because sometimes we have to think a little bit bigger than that or whatever.
Right,
So
right.
that's part of our conversations, is the fact of, we don't just take what the other one person says. We say, okay, but let's look at it. Let's tweak it just a little bit so that here it is. Let's add to it. Let's add
Right,
on.
right.
You know,
Let's add to it.
beautiful. Absolutely.
But that's what it's about, though, right? You know what I'm saying? You have to you have to
Have to find.
you have to
Yes,
expand
yes,
your knowledge
yes.
when you
That's,
when
I was
you're
going to say,
doing
I
these
think we
things.
have, I think we have did of the people who were comfortable around all of the time. We can't just do that.
Right. It's not. Think about it this way, right? We all go through these storms, but we're quick to judge other people that go through the storms as well, right? As
Yeah,
if
yeah.
our storms were better or worse. We want to
Oh,
compare
yes,
and things
yes.
like that, instead of looking at it and going, you know what? Instead of trying to instead of trying to compare your storm to that other person, why don't you deal with your own storm? And then when you can figure out how to get through your storm, you can look at that next person and go, you know what? You're going to be okay. You're going to, I know it
Yes.
seems
And
like you're not
so am
right
I.
now.
And so am
You know what I'm
I.
saying? I know it seems like
Yes.
that you're not okay right now, but that's okay though. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because even in your darkest moments, you will find the strength. You got to remember, you're very resilient. It's not the first time that you've gone through it. It's just a new storm. That's it.
Yeah.
It just looks
Yes.
a little
A
different.
new
It's the
storm.
same
I
storm.
like that.
You
Yes.
know
A
what I'm saying?
new
It's the
storm.
same storm. And I often say, who am I to judge the next person for the things that they've done when I've done things that, you know what I'm saying, if I was judged on, they would judge me unjustly as well.
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? So who am I to
Yes.
judge you?
Yes.
You know?
And how many times do we hear, yeah, and how often do we hear, oh, I'd never do that. Oh, I always
Right.
do that.
Right. And
When
then
somebody
you
says
may
that, because
find
my
yourself
first
in a
reaction,
situation you just did it, right? How many times you ran a yellow light that turned
yes.
red, and you look at you look at the person that did it 2 days ago, or maybe earlier that day, and you look at them like, oh my God, they just almost got hit, right? How many times have you done that?
Right on
Yeah,
through.
and then you mess around and do it. Do you think to yourself, I'm a hypocrite? Are you honest with yourself when you do it? Or do you just laugh and go, oh man, I'm not going to do that again? No, be honest with yourself.
Yeah.
When you see someone do that and you judge them for doing it and you turn right back around, whether if it's 2-3 hours, 2-3 days, and you do the same thing, how often are you honest with yourself and go, man, I apologize. I am a true
Yeah.
hypocrite.
Yeah,
I
I
am a
totally
true,
agree with
or
that.
do you
Yes.
think
Yeah.
that you're better than that individual?
Because
I
my
used to be that
situation
guy.
is different.
Right. How many times have you done it and not taken accountability for it? And you just laugh at it like, oh well, things happen. But yet you judge the next person. What is it said? Be careful how you judge an individual, because you shall
Yes.
be judged. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying? You shall
Yeah.
be judged tenfold. For every
Yeah.
time you point a finger, you got 4 fingers pointing back at you. You know
Yep.
what I'm saying? So
Yep.
when are you going to
Yep.
hold yourself accountable? When you see a person going through a traumatic episode and they're going through their grieving and things like that, you've experienced it too. But how many times you look at them and go, I've done that too.
Yeah.
Yeah, you've
Yeah.
done it too.
Yeah.
You've
Yeah.
done it too. But yours is
Yep.
individual just as well as theirs. So
Right.
how many times, when you see somebody going through that, isn't it so much easier to go, I understand. I have a pretty good understanding of what you're going through.
Yeah.
And instead of adding to what you're going through, I am going to walk with you,
Yes.
because I have no right to take this away from you, right? But what I would like to do is that I would like to give you a piece of me just in case when you get tired. I want to give you a piece of me so you can have a little bit more strength than what you have right now. You know what I'm saying? To be able to get up, to be able to have some sort of courage to face the next hours, those next moments that are going to come.
Yeah. And I think too many times we think that by offering something, a piece of me to you, that's going to take something away. Right.
Right.
Because and so there are times when, and I love that I have learned this, because I learned it from other people saying it to me, that I've learned to say, this is who you are because of your experience in that. I'm not telling them, I'm not trying to shove it down their throat and saying, you have to believe this. I love looking at them and saying this: if you don't believe that about you, believe me that I believe this about you. Sometimes it's easier to believe somebody else rather than believe it yourself. So believe me that I believe it. And I'm not going to waver on that. You come back to me and I'll remind you, you know?
Gotta forgive me. I'm still hosting the show, so I'm
No,
trying to
we're
make
good.
sure that
We're
you know,
good.
Sam, the next presenter, she's she understands what's going on, and I'm speaking in Ebonics right now, so forgive me.
No, we're good.
Forgive me. No,
We're
man.
cutting.
It's a lot of big lessons that you can learn. In forgiving yourself for a lot of things. You
Oh.
said something earlier which pertained to a movie that I watched when about 2 days after my son passed away. Collateral Beauty with
Oh.
Will Smith, right?
That is an amazing movie, an
Yeah.
amazing concept.
Yes. And that's why I'm glad that you brought it up. Because it brought back that memory. And I remember 2 days after my son had passed away, one of my best friends, Jeremy, if you're out there listening, man, thank you for everything that you've ever done for me and being in my corner the way that you have. So many things. Amazing guy. And I'm so glad to call him my friend and my brother, just like so many other people. And he went to this movie with me. He was like, dude, I'm there with you. So he's one of those few friends that stayed around. He was like, dude, no, man, let's go. And he was like, you want to go to a movie? I was like, yeah. He says, what movie you want to go watch? I said, I want to go watch this new movie, Collateral Beauty. And he was like, okay. And then he was like, what is it about? I was like, it's about this dude who lost his daughter. And he was like, all right, man. He goes, you sure you want to do this? I said, yeah, I want to go do it, man. He was like, all right. So we went down there, and it was one of the best movies I've seen that came along.
Oh,
I really
yes.
wish that it would have stayed in the box office and more people would have had the chance to watch it. But that movie taught me so much, because here it is this corporate man, and I don't want to throw names out there, but he's a good actor, right? You know what I'm saying? You guys may have known him for one of the biggest things in the Oscars. Right, I'm just going to put it that way, right? You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to throw him under the table or anything like that. But I will say, he's a huge actor.
Will you at least kind of allude to him? Thank you very much. Thank you.
I like what you just did there, so the guys didn't catch that. You know what I'm saying? Look up the movie Collateral Beauty. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
It's a beautiful movie. Watch it, but watch it with a friend and watch it with some Kleenex.
Oh,
right?
my
So
gosh.
the concept behind the movie is that this guy was a huge designer. Very, very successful, had his own firm and everything.
Yes.
And so when this incident happened with his daughter, he kind of took some time off. I mean, he was still going to the office, but he became isolated. He started being quiet. He didn't care. He was destroying a lot of stuff. And, his life kind of fell apart. His wife was doing something different, right? And so they kind of separated a little bit. And over a period of time, he started to come through because his so-called friends started to wanting to push him out of his own company.
Yeah.
And he wasn't even mad. He just came back and was like, really? They was like, well, you should have been over it. It goes about the whole cliche about, you saying you should be over it by now and this, that, and another. I'm like, man, if you've ever lost a kid, it doesn't work that way.
No.
It really does not work that way.
No.
And so it was, over a period of time, his wife, and you would never even known that it was his wife. His wife was doing a support group right? And so once in a while he'd go in there and stand in the door and they would talk as if they were strangers. And you know what I'm saying? And she go, you sure you want to come? You don't want to come in? No, not today. And he would take off and go on about his way, right? So towards the end of the movie, and this is, I mean, it's freaking beautiful. At the end of the movie, he shows up at this support group and he sits down and it gets around to him and she goes, would you like to share? And
he wouldn't even say her name.
He wouldn't even say her name. That was the crazy
No.
part about it, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Beautiful movie, like I said before. He
Ugh.
wouldn't even say her name. And so at the end, you see them, you see her ask the questions, and he started telling a story about, you know, the loss of their daughter and everything. And you still haven't put it together that this is his wife. And because he was actually living in a different place, he had his own apartment, you know what I'm saying, riding a bike to work, even though he had all of this money, he was riding a bike to work. And so now, you know, at the end of the movie, you know, you see them walking together and she turns around, she goes, I've missed you. I've missed you. And this whole time I was like, whoa, I thought they were strangers. And you know what I'm saying? But no, it was his wife. And so it shows the journey of that grieving cycle when it comes down to a man and things like that, and how similar we all grieve and things like that. You know, I've been pretty fortunate with my nonprofit, Memories of Us, you know, where we are dedicated to meeting those men where they are in the mud and things like that and want to walk with them. And to be able to take that concept and be able to turn it in a way to where it's not only a movie, but it's something real that you can grab onto, right?
Yeah.
And just
Yeah.
like how you're shedding tears, we can do that, right? You know what I'm saying? 'Cause we as men, we have to know that we are human, man. We need to cry. We need to feel our heartbeats, you know, and things like that. But in order to do that, you have to look at the next person and see their heartbeat as well. Just like the boxer in the ring, you know what I'm saying, or the MMA fighter or things like that. When you're
I
tired,
love that analogy. I
you know what
love
I'm saying?
that.
Embrace me, feel my heartbeat as well, because I'm no better than you. I was there where you are right now, and I need you to take what you need from me. If you need to regulate your heart with mine, I'm going to regulate it to where you can keep up with it. We're not in a rush.
No,
We're not
no,
in a rush. If you
no.
need to push up off me, that's
And
fine.
please enjoy the journey. Please enjoy
Yeah,
the process.
enjoy that journey, because the journey is about
Yes.
you revealing who you are after all of that stuff that didn't happen to you, right? Let your grief take you where it is, because it's a way of honoring your loved ones, right?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? And that's strictly what it is. When you allow yourself to grieve, you, in a sense, said, I honor the people that I love, and I'm willing to pay the price of feeling this hurt.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
you know what? That's the biggest honor anybody can ever have. I don't wish no one to hurt over me, but I know that it's going to happen one of these days, right? You know what I'm saying? But if you must hurt, know that I received the honor that you're giving me.
Yes.
You know what I'm
Yes.
saying? I received the honor that you're giving me, and
Yes.
hopefully
Yes.
you can look at the moments that we've shared together and you know, maybe remember some goofy times and bring a smile across your face. And if you ever feel me kiss you on your cheek, just know I'm still thinking about you. I am still thinking about you. And you know what I'm saying? I'm not going anywhere. I just went to a different place.
Yeah.
But I want you to know that until you get to where I am, I'm still walking with you. You know what I'm saying? And if I can inspire you to do something, you know what I'm saying? Do it. If I can inspire you to write that book,
to better yourself and do
right. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Take what you need from me, because when I do leave this place, I want you to understand that I gave it to you willingly. You didn't have to fight me for it. You didn't have to argue with me. You didn't have to kick, scratch, or anything like that. I give it to you because it's not mine. And I want to give it to you because I want to see you better. You know what I'm saying? This whole weekend is about that. No matter how many times we kicked and scraped and punched and things like that, these presenters that are here today doing these things and have been here this whole weekend,